Everything is changing. Naruto's breakthrough has drawn attention from allies and enemies alike. And in the shadows, a force older than the village watches him with growing interest. Bonds will be tested, loyalties questioned, and Naruto must decide what kind of shinobi he will become. This is part 4 of What If Naruto Cracked the Forbidden Kunai. The real danger begins now. Everyone flinched at the sound of cracking bones and an ear-piercing scream, which echoed through the woods. Naruto felt his stomach churn and his eyes soften at the sight before him. This was just getting morbid. Naruto was pissed at the sound team, but even he knew this was excessive. It couldn't even be considered a fight anymore. Sasuke was just toying with the guy, like a cat batting around an injured mouse. Sasuke, that's enough. He's no longer a threat. You can stop now, he said, placing hand on the boy's shoulder. Sasuke whirled around and smacked him right in the face. Harder than he had ever punched him before. Naruto reeled back from the blow and Sasuke slammed his hand into his throat, cutting off his vocal cords. The boy gasped in pain and reached for his neck. Before Sasuke grabbed hold of his arms. Come on, Dobi, I thought you'd be better than this. Sasuke smirked as he twisted the blonde's hands behind his back and kicked him forward. Naruto stumbled forward before falling to his knees. Gasping for breath, Hinata quickly jumped in front of him, her eyes pleading for Sasuke to stand down. As he tried to get his breath under control, he shot Sasuke a dark look, which only caused the other boy to sneer. The Uchiha usually held himself in a very composed manner. Right now, his stance was slanted and his head cocked to the side made him seem unhinged. His manic appearance was only accented by the twisting, dark markings across his skin. Naruto-kun, it's that seal. It's seeping chakra throughout his body, especially his head. Naruto pushed off of his knees and stood up, his mind racing a mile a minute. Anko had told him plenty of times what that seal could do. That thing was seeping that snake bastard's chakra straight into Sasuke's mind, influencing him to be harsher, crueler. But now that it was done altering Sasuke's system, he could actually do something about it. He needed to shut off the flow as soon as possible. The longer that chakra lingered in Sasuke's brain, the more it would start to twist his mind. He gave a nod and the mass of the clones throughout the trees dove down on the crazed genin. Sasuke only smiled at the sight. As the first clones started rushing him, his red eyes flashed as he ducked under the first punch, grabbed hold of the clone's arm, and twisted before throwing him back towards 2 approaching clones, dispelling them on contact. He twisted around and slapped the 2 incoming punches away with ease, before kicking out the legs of one clone and landing a solid punch to the jaw of the other. Naruto flinched as he watched Sasuke tear through the clones with beastly precision. His movements weren't exactly feral, but they emanated a ferocity he had never seen from his friend. Sasuke slammed the L.A. test clone to the ground and twisted its arm, forcing it to dispel. He quickly began racing through hand signs and shot a giant, purple ball of fire into the crowd of clones. He gazed through the resulting explosion and giant puff of smoke that emanated from the destroyed clones. Through the purple haze that was fogging his mind, he grinned. This was more like it. The thrill of a challenge, pushing him and his eyes to the limit. He didn't know what this chakra was, but it was exhilarating. He felt like he could do anything. His Sharingan caught movement in the corner of his eye, and he quick L.Y. twisted around and caught Hinata's strike. She pumped her chakra through his hand and tapped her fingers along his arm, but she was shocked to see that the Jiyukin was having little effect on his system. The purple chakra from the seal simply forced open the closed tenketsu and absorbed any of her lingering chakra. Sasuke snarled and was about to backhand her away, but froze. Something inside Hi's mind seemed to click as he stared into her eyes. Her face was flushed with concern, and her gaze held no trace of animosity. His short pause was all she needed to grab hold of his other hand and lock his arms across his chest. Naruto shot out from the crowd of clones, his fingers burning with gold flames. He slammed his fingers into Sasuke's shoulder, shouting, 4-pronged seal. Sasuke's eyes shot wide open as the markings along his body flashed red. He fell to his knees as the markings shifted from red to white and slowly began fading away from his skin. It was like being dunked in a bucket of cold water. The feel of grime and haziness disappeared in an instant. What the hell just happened? He panted as Hinata cautiously let go of his arms, which fell to the ground by his sides. Why? Our demonic Hiki just sent you on a berserker rampage. Are you feeling all right? Naruto replied. Sasuke simply nodded as he wiped away the sweat that was accumulating on his forehead. Good, Naruto replied before smashing his fist into Sasuke's cheek. That's for that sucker punch, you asshole. Sasuke didn't respond as he spit out a speck of blood. His mind wasn't exactly clear, but even he had to admit he had that coming. Hinata sent Naruto a disapproving glare, before checking Sasuke's system again to make sure none of the seal's chakra was lingering in his system. Naruto took the moment to step back and glance around the clearing. Sure enough, the sound team had decided to split. He eyed the girl's jacket lying on the floor, which she must have ditched to escape the gravity seal. Good riddance. Dobi, what did you do to stop me, and what the hell is this thing on my neck? Sasuke asked as Hinata helped him up. He was surprised by Naruto's somber look, as he turned towards him. He could tell he wasn't going to like this. Naruto sighed as he pointed towards him. That thing on your neck is an odd-numbered seal. I made a temporary fix by blocking the seal with an even-numbered seal on top of it. That will disrupt the flow of chakra, at least for a while, until I can make a better replacement. As for what exactly it is, that is the evil curse seal. So much for subtly, sass. Uke murmured as he rubbed the spot on his neck. That thing is no joke, Sasuke, Naruto cut in. It's dangerous. He said before growling and turning away. He ran a hand through his hair, as he clenched his teeth. Just spit it out and tell me already, Sasuke called, already sure he wasn't going to like the answer. I don't know how to get rid of it, okay? Naruto cried out as he turned around. I just don't. That's fine. We'll just get someone who. No, Sasuke, you don't understand. No one knows how to remove it. Not Jiraiya-sensei, not even Gigi. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Not even the Hokage or the village's seal master knew how to remove this thing. Just what the hell was it? Hinata glanced back and forth between the two, unsure what she could do in this situation. Sasuke-kun, we'll deal with it later, he cut her off as he pushed off her shoulder and steadied himself. Sasuke-kun, you need to rest. We don't know exactly what. Let's just get out here and get to the tower. At least there I can get some answers in peace. But Sasuke-k, no. Hinata was about to speak up, but kept her comment to herself. She slightly scowled at him, but nodded in understanding. Sasuke turned to Naruto and asked, your clones still have the scrolls, correct? The ones you didn't turn to smoke? Yes, he replied curtly as two hidden clones jumped down from the trees. One handed the scroll to Naruto, while the other offered it to Sasuke, who shook his head. He glanced to Hinata and said, give it to her. I'm in no condition to protect it. She didn't openly acknowledge his gesture, but her scowl did soften ever so slightly. Sasuke internally sighed as he tried to hold himself up. He was on shaky ground here and he knew it. His anger had gotten the better of him, and he lashed out. Again, things just could never go smoothly. He turned to Naruto and said, you're leading. Let's just get the hell out of this forest. Blank. The Hokage wanted to sigh, but he was noticing this was becoming a pattern for this team. Things were just growing more somber and somber every time they stood in front of him. They were in the makeshift control center on the top floor of the tower. As soon as Team 7 had arrived, Iruka had shuffled them straight to the Hokage's temporary accommodations. Hinata stood next to Kaka's. Heian Anko was hovering over Naruto's shoulder with a grim look on her face. Her own interaction with the Sannin had left her a little shaken, and the cuts and bruises along her body made it easy to understand why. Sasuke stood shirtless with his back to the professor, facing his teammates. He simply glared at the ground and refused to meet their gaze. The Sandaime could literally feel the tension in the air. His teammates were a little bitter, but he could still see the traces of absolute concern clearly across their faces. They would overcome this. All friendships had their hurdles, but overcoming them was what strengthened them indefinitely. Turning back to the matter at hand, he scowled as he ran a wrinkly finger across the dark tattoo etched on the boy's neck. Even now, others were still paying for his mistake. He had allowed Orochimaru to get this far, and here was another example of others suffering the consequences. He patted the boy on the shoulder and told him he could put his shirt back on. He glanced over to Naruto and asked, "And what do you make of this?" Naruto would usually be humbled for being asked his professional opinion on a fuinjutsu matter, but he was still a little somber. "I haven't gotten to take a in-depth look at it, but I'd probably guess that Orochimaru Tem has made some adjustments since the seal I've seen." Anko raised her arm to her own shoulder and scowled. "I can start placing my version of the curse suppression seal as soon as I got the space. I just need a room cleared out and some privacy for a few hours. After that, he'll be as good as he's going to be." The Hokage took out his pipe and took a few puffs before responding. He needed to take the edge off. "I take it you still haven't made much progress on your other example, then?" Naruto glanced behind him and Anko gave him a nod. "It's okay to tell them. He needs to know he's not the only one." Naruto nodded and replied, "I'm still working on finding a way to remove Ne-chan's seal. That thing is just so damn packed with code that it's hard to get to the center of it all. Orochimaru is no seal master, but he's certainly done his homework in the art. As much as it pisses me off to say it, Sasuke getting marked could actually help me find something new. If I can find the base pattern between the two, deep within the seal, then maybe I can find a new lead for removing it. Good. When the second exam is over, I'll have you meet up with Jiraiya again to compare notes about the seal. You two have had the most experience examining the seal, and an extra pair of eyes will be better for the both of you. As for right now, you all deserve a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we'll deal with suppressing Sasuke's seal. I'll have the space readied for you. I want you and Sasuke to meet with Kakashi on the 4th floor at noon. You will have all the privacy you will need. You are lucky. The second test will not end for another 2 days, so most teams have not arrived at the tower yet. Anko, please show them to their rooms. Kakashi and I need to have a word." Anko nodded and herded the quiet team out the door. Silence settled over the office as the two men simply stared off into the distance. "It's not your fault, Kakashi. You prepared them as best you could. I know, but that doesn't make it any less frustrating. The fact that they faced down a Sannin and lived is miraculous enough. This could have been much, much worse. Thankfully, Naruto-kun was able to save Hinata from a similar fate." The Hokage glanced out the window of the tower and gazed out over the forest. "Those three will persevere. They care so much for one another, even if they are in a rough patch right now." "So much for the positive team building they had been doing lately," Kakashi sighed as he rubbed his neck. They had grown even closer after returning from Wave, and their C-ranked missions only strengthened that bond. It's disturbing to see them this silent towards each other. It will pass. Sasuke-kun is rather lucky. The one person who has the best chance for discovering the way to remove the cursed seal happens to be one of his closest friends. You and I both know that once Naruto has become attached to someone, it is very hard to break that bond. Something as trivial as this won't break that connection. This development will only spur him even harder to unravel the secrets of my former student's seal. Besides, I believe the problem between the two will be healed tomorrow during their time alone in the room." "Really now? That fast?" "Well, not completely. Those boys are just too stubborn to simply resolve their differences through words alone. Action is their true language, and I unfortunately believe that a clash between them is the only way for them to fully resolve their issues. Or it could make it worse." Kakashi sighed as the headache already started to form. "That's true, but those two share a bond deeper than a simple rivalry. Did I ever tell you about The time I caught them cheating at the academy. Oh, this should be good, Kakashi chuckled as he attempted to let the stress of the current situation momentarily slip away from him. I had finished my paperwork for the week, and had an unusual amount of free time on my hands. After sitting in that office for 17 hours straight, I decided to take the time to walk around the village. I was passing by the academy and decided to drop in and surprise the younger classes. I was standing outside a classroom door, but I paused as the sight through the window made my day. It seems little Sasuke-kun had grown rather bored during one class and decided to doze off. He ended up doing poorly on a quiz, and he seemed very afraid of invoking his mother's wrath for something as silly as laziness. As you would expect, Naruto-kun did not fare well on the quiz either. As the teacher walked around collecting the quizzes, Naruto pickpocketed the teacher's keys to his cabinet. Without saying a word, he silently tossed them to Sasuke, who hid them from sight. The Hokage chuckled and coughed as some of his smoke got caught in his lung. Of course, the teacher blamed Naruto and dragged him off to the principal's office during the lunch break. As I watched the children playing outside, I noticed Sasuke was absent from his peers. I walked back inside and glanced in to discover Sasuke unlocking the cabinet for blank test forms. He made 2 new tests copying off of Sweet Little Sakura-chan's paper, before replacing the new ones with the others. And he just made another one for Naruto. They didn't like each other back then. Hell, they can barely tolerate each other now. The innocence of a child is bittersweet, Kakashi, but even so, their ability to communicate without speaking astonished me to no end. Besides being the technical rookie of the year and dead last, it was another part of my consideration when I paired the two together on your team. Kakashi nodded as he felt his mind wander back to similar events that he had ignored at the time, but now started to bug him. Hinata had told him how the two had sprung up with a plan to subdue the Zaofu clansmen with only a few short words. It had been impressive, but now things were starting to get strange. It was happening far too often for a pair that bickered as much as they did. There was that time during their training with his Ninken. That time during the Wave mission. When they freed him from Zabuza's trap. When they were trapped in the Dome of Ice. Time and time again, the two demonstrated an innate ability to just read each other perfectly, little too perfectly. Kakashi scowled as just another thing was added to the pile of mysteries that surrounded his genin. First the Hyuga ring, and now this. Kakashi did not like being out of the loop. As an Anbu, information was key. It could make the difference between life and death, which was a constant for that profession. Not knowing something made him feel uncomfortable, and this was something that was hitting a little too close to home. Something wrong, Kakashi. Shaken out of his stupor, Kakashi sent him a little wave. Nah, I'm fine. Just lost in thought. Well, I know this has been a stressful day for you as well. Go and reassure them. They'll appreciate it. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he said as he bowed before exiting the room. Blank. The next day. And here we are, boys, Kakashi said as he swung open the door. The two peered into the room swallowed in darkness. True to his word, the Hokage had indeed made sure that everything was cleared. The desks, the beds, even the wallpapers. Thankfully there was no window, which made it a perfect, concrete cube. This should do perfectly. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. No prob. I'll be standing out here, making sure no one interrupts. I'll be sure to place a silencing seal as well. Thank you, Naruto said as he lit one of the candles in his hands, before walking in. Sasuke quietly shuffled behind him, and felt a chill rise through his spine as the door snapped shut behind him. Naruto said nothing as he went around the room, placing the candles across the ground in a ring. He settled in the center of the candles, and reached into his tool pouch. He began setting several bottles of ink and brushes on the ground in a neat order. Sasuke could only watch in silence, as the blonde got to work. He didn't really know what to say. Things were slightly tense between the two right now. He was the one at fault here and he knew it, but even so, it was not like he could have helped it. That crazed man's chakra had been manipulating his mind, influencing him to lash out at his teammates. He felt his body tense up as that uncomfortable feeling washed over him again. Using the term influence was what was making him so guilty. It wasn't like he had been mind-controlled. All of his actions had come from within. His own secret desires to match up against the blonde and really let loose. It wasn't like he wanted to pummel the blonde, but he really did want to see how he truly compared to his teammate. It was just that allure from the chakra. That pull from the seal that even acted on him now. Was he really that weak-willed that the simple promise of power would change him that much? Was he really? Sasuke's entire train of thought fell apart when he finally noticed what Naruto was doing. What the hell, Dobi? What? I don't want the ink staining my clothes, he replied as he walked over towards the door, wearing only his boxers. He folded his pants, shirt, and jacket and left them in a pile. Before turning back to Sasuke, "You're going to need to change too." Despite being alone, Sasuke felt his cheeks burn up in embarrassment. "Is that why you brought the candles?" "To set the mood. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't swing that way." "Hardy har. Could have fooled me. Seeing how many girls you've rejected over the years has certainly raised some questions." Sasuke simply sent him a fierce glare, which the other boy shrugged off. "Stop being such a baby. We've been in nothing but swimsuits with each other, and you were fine with that. It's basically the same thing. Besides, I need the access to your skin. You are going to serve as the surface for this seal." Sasuke clenched his teeth, but started removing his clothing anyway. As he folded his clothes next to the doorway, Naruto headed back to center of the room and began unraveling a scroll. "All right, I'm going to need you to sit right here," Naruto curtly said, pointing to the center of the room. As Sasuke settled into place, Naruto began drawing a wide circle around the two of them. "You'd better get comfortable because we are going to be here a while. Try to move as little as possible. Seals can be finicky, and what I'm about to do is going to be rather complicated. Can you walk me through it?" Sasuke asked as he shifted into the lotus position. "Sure," he replied as he dipped his brush into a bottle of ink and held it above his back. "Now this might be a little cold, but try not to move." Sasuke nodded and tried his best not to flinch as the brush came in contact with his skin. "What I'm doing is preparing the outline to connect with the circle around you, which will connect to the walls. Because, let me finish. This version of the seal I developed is really complicated and incredibly long. It's honestly the largest seal I've ever developed. Lift your arm, please." Naruto ran his brush along Sasuke's ribcage, down his leg, and into the floor, where it went out to connect with the ring. As I was saying, a lot of seals have parts hidden within other kanji. They fold in on each other once the seal has been activated. During the creation process, I need a lot of space to draw all of the seals necessary. They are going to stretch along the walls, and maybe the ceiling if I run out of space. At the end of it all of the seals are going to connect with each other and recede into a figure around the cursed seal. What's it going to do? It's going to actively suppress all attempts from the seal from influencing you to use its power. The problem with the older version was that its effectiveness weakened when the subject was placed under stress or anger. My seal corrects that problem. However, I can't shut out the seal entirely. Until I find a way to remove it, the option to use it will always be there in your mind. You can willingly choose to use it, but every time you do, more and more of that bastard's chakra will seep into your brain and begin to affect you even when you aren't using the seal. Sasuke simply nodded in silence, as the blonde boy got to work. Blank. Over an hour passed before either of them would speak again. Naruto was currently off to Sasuke's right, transcribing on the wall, when Sasuke spoke up. "Thank you for doing this." Naruto glanced back at him. The boy still sat frozen still, with his head facing the ground. He turned back to his work and replied, "It's no problem. It's the least I can do for my teammate." He was quiet for a minute before he stopped his brush. You may be insufferable at times. But you're still my friend. I'm not just going to sit by and let some perverted old man get away with assaulting you." He heard a chuckle behind him. "Can we not refer to it that way?" "We could," Naruto replied as he dipped his brush into the ink and made a giant arc across the wall, extending over his head, "but it wouldn't be as entertaining. I think adding a little humor to the situation will help lighten the mood." Sasuke was silent for another minute before he responded again. "I'm sorry for how I lashed out at you in the forest." Naruto paused his stroke, but kept his back to him. "I was just so overwhelmed. The power, the rush, I just got lost in it, and then you showed up. And your first instinct was to smack me in the face?" Naruto asked, as he turned around. "No. Well, I guess yes, but why?" His interruption surprised Sasuke, and he turned to look him in the eyes. "Why would your first instinct be to attack me? I'm pretty sure I was lashing out at everyone. Not Hinata-chan." You took one look at her and froze. "You didn't seem to want to attack her," he replied in a curt tone as his gaze started to sharpen. Sasuke was surprised by this realization. Maybe it was just that she had always served as the mediator between the two. She was never one to push violence, but instead acted as the voice of reason. He would always be the first to defend her ability as a kunoichi, but even in his subconscious, he never pictured her as a fighter. She was always the middle ground that served to balance the two of them. As he bounced these ideas in his head, he also noted the sharp steel tone Naruto had when regarding Hinata. He shook these thoughts out of his head, as he glanced back at him. "I can understand why you lashed out at the sound guy because he attacked you. But you lashed out at me at first sight. I want to know why." Sasuke was silent as he tossed the question around in his mind. "I guess it was because that deep down, I want to see how much I measure up to you." This answer caught Naruto off guard. He sent him a confused look as Sasuke continued, "Ever since the academy I've noticed that you aren't as stupid as you can let on. Due to your proficiency in seals, I knew that you held some untapped potential that was ignored by the teachers. After all of these years of seeing you being pushed back because of prejudices, I have finally gotten to see how you could grow under a productive teacher. Seeing you advance at such a rapid rate made me a little jealous. Even if you had been faster, I had always been a step ahead of you in the academy. As you've bounded forward, I've felt myself begin to be left in the dust. So, I guess I've wanted to see where we stand from one another." Both the boys were silent as they stared at one another. After a few seconds, Naruto started to chuckle before letting out a weak laugh. Sasuke started to scowl, but was surprised when Naruto shot him one of the most relaxed smiles he'd ever seen from the boy. "Honestly, Sasuke, I've always measured myself up to you. You're a natural genius and everything comes just so easy for you. I guess I've been jealous as well, but that's why I work so hard. I always wanted to be like you in the academy, so I'd work day after day trying to catch up. Even though the more prideful part of me hurts to say it, I still don't think I measure up to you in my mind's eye." He sent Sasuke a fierce grin as he walked up and squatted next to him. "So I guess I want to see how we measure up too." Both boys smirked as a pleasant silence settled over them. Sasuke scoffed as he resisted the temptation to scratch an itch under a section of ink. "Look at us. Hinata would be so proud. Talking about feelings and such. I know. It's making me sick," Naruto replied as he pretended to hold in a barf. Before he turned around and headed back towards the wall, he said, "You should probably apologize to Hinata as well." "I know, and I will. However, I can't until we're finished with this stupid room. How much longer will this take anyway?" "Oh, I don't know," Naruto mused as he gazed around the room. "Probably about 2 hours." Sasuke groaned as he settled back into his motionless stance. As Naruto chuckled and continued his work along the walls, his legs were starting to cramp again and he didn't know how much of this he could take. Blank. On. Done. Naruto smiled and carefully lifted the paintbrush away from Sasuke's neck and admired his work. Overall, it had taken him 4 hours to complete the seal. He had decided to take it slow and make sure everything was perfect before signing the final mark, which had taken up 30 minutes of time. He walked over to the door and reached into his kunai pouch. After taking out a kunai, he jogged back over and offered him the handle. Now, this next part is going to really hurt. So you'd better start preparing yourself. How bad are we talking here? Sasuke asked as Naruto walked back behind him. To put it in perspective, it's going to feel like a hot iron press is being rammed into your shoulder. It is going to sting and burn like crazy, but the moment the process is over, the pain will vanish. Now, how long it will take will depend on how painful you want it to be. Care to elaborate? The faster I have the seal recede into its shrunken form, the more painful it will be. The slower I compress it, the less pain you will feel. Which do you suggest? Sasuke asked as he gripped the handle. Honestly, treat it like a band-aid, and just get it over with. When I applied it to Nei-chan, we first opted for the slower option, but it was too slow and the pain was still harsh. It would have taken us just as long to compress the seal as it took to apply it. If we worked at the minimal pain threshold. Fine. Then just do it as fast as you can and get it over with, Sasuke replied as he stuck the kunai's leather handle between his teeth. Alright, now this process is going to take about 2 minutes, and it is going to be agonizing the entire time. No matter what happens, try your best not to move. The seal link may already be set up, but I don't want you to smudge some of the kanji during the process. You ready? Sasuke gave him a nod, before he clenched his eyes closed and bit into the handle. Naruto took a deep breath and began going through hand signs. After 21 signs, he paused and placed his thumb in the center of the curse seal. He patted Sasuke on the other shoulder and said, "Evil curse suppression, activate." Sasuke's eyes shot open as the searing pain raced across his body. He screamed into the metal as the black writings all along the room raced along the walls, speeding up his body and onto his shoulder. The Dobi hadn't been kidding when he said this was going to be painful. Suppressing the damn seal was just as painful, if not worse than getting the damn thing put on. For 2 grueling minutes, he fought back tears as the strings of kanji wrapped around his body and formed a ring around the cursed seal. Finally, after a bright flash of white, the searing pain disappeared and he slumped forwards onto his hands. He spit out the kunai from his mouth as he took deep breaths. Hold on, I gotta check and make sure everything went alright, Naruto said as he lifted a candle over the boy's back and inspected his handiwork. Sasuke yelped as a drop of melted wax fell onto his back. Watch it. Sorry, Naruto said as he held his hand under the candle, as he glanced over the twisting ring around the cursed seal. He couldn't help but feel an iota of pride swell up inside him as he gazed at his work. Good news, Tem. You are now your own man. No demonic hickeys will be influencing your mind. I thought we agreed to not refer to it as that, he chuckled. No, you proposed we don't refer to it as that. I ignored you, he replied as he helped Sasuke to his feet. Come on, let's go show Kakashi-sensei. Naruto helped Sasuke steady himself on his feet, before the pair headed off towards the door. As they cracked it open, they both groaned and shielded their eyes as light burned their unprepared retinas. After blinking several times and adjusting to the light, they recognized the forms of Hinata and Kakashi staring at them. Well, Kakashi asked. Naruto gave him a cheeky smile, and spun Sasuke around. See for yourself. Kakashi smiled as he gazed down at the design. Sure enough, things seemed to have gone off without a hitch. Hinata had been incredibly worried during the whole affair, and had not stopped pacing in front of the door for the entire process. Kakashi had told her several times that it would take hours for them to finish, but she had been adamant to stay and see the results. As soon as the door opened and she noticed the smiles on their faces, her heart lit up with joy. Then she noticed the rest of them and her heart stopped. Hinata-chan, are you alright? You look overheated, Naruto commented as he stared at the beet-red girl. Steam almost seemed to be coming out of her ears. due to the almost naked boys in front of her. She's fine. I think she's just surprised by the show you're giving her. Kakashi chuckled as he steadied her back in case she fainted again. She had gotten rather good at stopping herself, but there were always a few times that fell between the cracks. What are you talking about? Sasuke asked as he rubbed his sore shoulder. Kakashi just gave them a glance up and down, causing them to realize their lack of attire. The two turned red as well, and bolted back into the room to preserve what little dignity they had left. Now, if there is anyone present who would wish to resign from the preliminaries, this would be the time to do so. Naruto twisted his head around and gazed at the collection of teams that had also managed to make it to the tower. Enko Nichan hadn't been kidding. The Forest of Death had certainly lived up to its reputation. Overall, only 9 teams had been able to push through the forest and acquire both scrolls. The presence of Team Guy didn't surprise him in the least, based on what Sasuke and Hinata had told him about Lee and Neji. It had probably been a breeze for them to reach the tower after they had stolen their scroll. His stare lingered on Neji long enough for the two to share a short glaring contest. And he was sure to give the Sound team the same treatment. He noted one of the 2 teams from Waterfall had managed to make it, if only by the skin of their teeth if their torn attire was any indicator. The Kumo team he had offered to help was also present, but their third teammate was suspiciously missing. He noted that Kabuto's team was also missing a member. His gaze lingered over the team from Suna, but he quickly looked away as he felt the red-haired boy from the forest notice his stare. What truly surprised him was that all 3 of the rookie teams had somehow managed to make it. He didn't know if their training was anywhere near the level that his team had gone through, but he was anxious to see the results nonetheless. Last chance. The Hokage mused as he stared into each of the faces of the genin, looking for any crack in resolve. After another minute of silence, he smiled and nodded towards Hayate. All right then, let's get this show on the road. Hayate droned. Direct your attention to the video board as we randomly generate the matchups. Naruto felt a familiar excitement rise up in his chest at the thought of fighting in front of so many people for the purpose of creeping closer to his ultimate goal. So he felt disappointed when neither of the 2 names on the screen was his. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Yoroi Akato. Sasuke felt his chest swirling with excitement, and Hayate began directing everyone else up the stairs towards the balcony. All right Tem. Don't you dare lose on me, I'm expecting to see you in the finals. Naruto said as he shot him a grin. The same goes for you Dobi. Nobody gets to beat you but me, he replied with a smirk of his own. Now boys, save it for later. Best of luck, Sasuke-kun. We'll be cheering for you, Hinata cheer. And the 2 of them began making their way towards the stairs. Kakashi chose to linger and waited until the 2 were out of earshot before whispering, have you had any problems? None so far, he replied as he rubbed his shoulder. Hinata and Naruto sparred with me a little earlier and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how well the Dobi's seal holds up. Kakashi nodded and gave him one last thumbs up, before lazily making his own way towards the balcony. Sasuke gave the retreating form of his team one last look before turning to face his bespectacled opponent. Besides the bruises he had received from his encounter from the Sannin, he honestly felt great. The spot on his shoulder where the seal was felt incredibly sore, but other than that he was raring to go. Whatever the Dobi had done, it was working wonders. The feelings of nausea and grime he had felt during his first day after being marked were almost completely gone. He cracked his neck and dropped into his stance as he stared down his opponent. Hayate nodded at both the genin and raised his hand to signal them to start. Sasuke smirked as his eyes flashed red, and he shot off towards his opponent. Blank. Well, that was a little disappointing, Naruto murmured as he leaned against the rail. He stared down at the unconscious form of Sasuke's opponent, and sighed as Sasuke was declared the winner. The match had taken less than 4 minutes, 2 of which were spent by the other guy shouting off some exposition about his jutsu. without the curse seal holding him back. Sasuke had torn the guy apart in taijutsu, and Yoroi's peculiar ability to drain chakra barely even fazed him. He had plenty of experience with that by sparring with Hinata. The guy was certainly above average. But then again, so was everyone else in the room. You couldn't have made it more interesting. He whined as Sasuke joined them on the balcony. Not my fault if I'm paired with a weak opponent. I just hope I have better luck in the next round. I actually want this to be interesting. Careful what you wish for, Kakashi mused as they watched Shikamaru and the girl from sound make their way towards the floor. Here's an easy lesson you kids should take to heart. Never tempt fate. She tends to be stingy. As the match got underway, Naruto leaned in towards Sasuke and whispered, "How did the seal do?" It didn't look like there were any problems. None whatsoever. Turns out you can do something when you put your mind to it. Naruto smirked and they both turned their attention back to the fight below them. Blank. The next few matches seemed to fly by. Team 7 had collectively flinched at the sight of Zaku blowing his arms apart. And all three were shocked by Temari's brutal defeat of the girl from Team Guy. That was a bit harsh, Naruto said as he watched the paramedics whisk Tenten off of the floor. He unconscious. Lee rubbed his lower back as he imagined how rough that final landing must have been. Indeed, Guy mused behind him, but this should serve as an important lesson for her. She may not become a Chunin today, but what she will have learned will be just as important. Better for her to discover this weakness now, rather than out in the field of battle. Guy-sensei, I will be sure to fight twice as hard. When the matches are over, we will be proud to tell her that Neji and I have moved on to the finals. She will be with us in fighting spirit. Lee boomed as he gave Guy a salute. Well said, Lee. Guy boomed with a smile. Now all of you should pay close attention. This next match is going to be quite interesting. Surprised by his change in tone, Team 7 and Lee turned their attention back to the floor as the genin from Waterfall and Kumo stood across from each other. All right, now are you two ready? Hayate coughed out, glancing between the two. All set. The boy from Waterfall exclaimed as he stretched his right arm across his chest. The white-haired boy from Kumo simply nodded from behind his gray scarf. All right then, begin. Hayate drawled out as he brought his hand down. There. Was a flash of light and a loud crack filled the room. Dust filled the air and the observers could only look on, dumbfounded, at the new sight before them. The Kumo nin was now where his opponent had stood, with his fist outstretched. Across the room was the unconscious form of the Waterfall genin, embedded deep within the concrete wall. Sasuke could only stutter as he tried to comprehend what they had just seen. What the hell was that? Well, isn't that interesting? Kakashi murmured, drawing his attention. Sasuke turned and was thankful to see that Hinata looked just as lost as he was. What did surprise him was the similar look on Lee, Naruto, and Neji's faces. Did you catch that too? Naruto murmured to Lee. Just barely, Lee somberly replied. That's insane, Naruto muttered as he watched the medical staff attempt to pry the Waterfall genin from the wall. Care to explain what the hell just happened, Dobi? Well, hey, hit him, he replied bluntly. Gee, thanks. Could you be a little more specific? That guy was just ridiculously fast, was his only response. But there was something else too, Neji finally chimed in. Agreed. Did you see what he did with his chakra? Naruto asked, temporarily forgetting his strife with the older genin. He was spreading it all over his body. It was barely there for a second, but his chakra system flashed from blue to white. Fed up with their cryptic discussion, Sasuke leaned towards Hinata. Would you care to explain? I'm sorry, Sasuke-kun, but I didn't have my Byakugan activated. I didn't witness what Neji-Nisan saw. Sasuke CURSED himself for his stupidity as a realization swept over him. He should have been using his Sharingan. Not only could he have seen what was going on, but he also could have potentially copied whatever technique the boy had just used. He glared across room to the other balcony as the Kumo nin leaned back against the wall. The spiky-haired genin closed his eyes as his more talkative teammate yammered on and on beside him. That L guy is something else, Naruto murmured, gaining several grunts of agreement. They were shaken from their stupor by the ringing of the monitor board, as the names once again began to spin. Come on. Please, 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 please. Naruto whined as the yellow lights flashed through the names of the remaining combatants. Patience, Naruto. You'll have your turn, Kakashi chuckled, placing a hand on head. I know, sensei, but I'm just so excited. Oh, who is it going to be? Hinata was wondering the same thing. She held her hands to her chest as she painstakingly watched the numbers act out their roulette. After several agonizing seconds, her eyes widened as her name finally flashed across the board. Hinata Hyuga vs. Kabuto Yakushi. All right, Hinata, you're up next, Naruto exclaimed as he slapped her on the back. Why yes, she murmured as she let out a sigh of relief. It felt like a massive weight had been lifted off her shoulders. With the Lu Ming presence of her cousin and that red-haired boy from Suna in the room, she had been terrified of who she could have potentially been paired up with. Hinata, Kakashi said, drawing her attention. He placed a hand on her shoulder and offered her one of his patented eye smiles. I have full confidence in you. Go out there and do your best. She smiled up at him as Naruto swung his arm around her shoulder. She's going to kick butt. Now go on down there and try to go easy on him. You got this in the bag. Right, Tem? Sasuke smirked, but gave her an approving nod. She giggled at their antics. They were just too supportive. With a final good luck, she began making her way downstairs. Across the room, Kabuto watched their interaction with mild interest. His eyes swept along the balcony until he locked eyes with a Konoha Junin leaning against the wall at the end of the room. The man's toothy smirk and nod drew him back to his conversation before entering the tower. Blank, blank. Did you accomplish your objectives, Orochimaru-sama? He asked as his master emerged from the shadows. To varying degrees of success. I was quite pleased with Sasuke-kun's performance, and I granted him the mark. However, the Hyuga was able to escape without my gift. Really, I'm surprised a genin was able to escape from you. It appears that entire team is full of surprises. He chuckled as the memory of that yellow flash of light echoed in his mind. We might have to keep an eye on the Jinchuriki as well. Make sure that the Uzumaki boy is also being monitored. Consider it done. Are there any other changes to the plan? Yes, actually, Orochimaru replied as he turned to face him. I no longer want you to excuse yourself from the preliminaries. Of course, but why, if I may ask? Despite our interaction in the forest, I didn't get as good a look into Hinata-chan's progress as I would like. Her potential intrigues me to no end, especially if she has truly unlocked the Hyuga's little secret. I will make the necessary adjustments so that you will face her in the preliminaries. As you wish, my lord. Good. Oh, this is getting fun, he cackled as he turned to face towards the tower. Just imagine it, Kabuto. Being able to decipher both the Uchiha stone tablet and Hyuga stone ring. The ultimate secrets of the clans directly linked to the sage himself. I'm sure it will prove fruitful. Kabuto chuckled. Before I forget, I also met with our contact within the Hyuga before the exams. They had a rather peculiar request. Really now, they were interested if you would allow them to study Sasuke's body after you were forced to switch out of it. She isn't bothered if you keep the eyes, but she offered a new shipment of fresh Byakugan in exchange. Let her know I shall consider it. Also tell her that she is free to access our base along the southern border if he wishes. I know she is getting close with her pet project, and the tools there should help speed things along. If Hinata-chan proves herself in your match, her research could prove valuable. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru smirked before pausing and gazing off to the east. A sinister grin started plastering itself across his face as a familiar presence entered the range of his senses. It seems they found the bodies. Start heading towards the tower. I will meet you after the matches are complete. I believe it has been too long since my old student and I last had a chat. Blank, underscore, blank. I wish you the best of luck, Kabuto-san, Hinata bowed before slipping into her Jiyuken stance. A smile plastered across his face as her returned a small bow of his own. To you as well, Hinata-sama. May our match truly push us to our limits. Or at least to yours. Hayate gave the signal and Hinata dashed off towards her opponent, striking the first blow against the older genin. Kabuto definitely beat her in size and in physical strength, but Hai's lankiness made him more open for her short, precise strikes, which Hinata took advantage of in full force. As they exchanged blows, her fingers danced across his skin, leaving a trail of red welts in their wake. A tap here, 2 jabs there, and she finally started to notice his movements growing slower. Good. His right arm should be completely locked up by now. She jumped back to prepare her next kata. She paused and steadied her hands, before diving back towards him. She spun a fake out to his left, before launching a kick towards his right side. She was caught off guard as his hands shot up and caught her kick with ease. He smirked as he tightened his grip and tossed her across the room. She spun in midair and crashed onto her knees. She slid to a halt and stared up at the boy, who casually smiled at her. With a hand on his hip. What's going on? The muscles in his arm should have been completely locked up. I'm sorry, Hinata-sama, but you're going to have to do better than that, the boy smiled. Adjusting his glasses, she narrowed her eyes as she brought her hands into a hand seal. Byakugan, she cried as the world turned grayscale and the chakra systems of everyone in the room lit up bright blue. She was surprised by the state of his arm, or rather, the lack thereof. It was completely unscathed, as if nothing had even happened. Well, if you won't come to me, I guess I'll have to come to you, he said before launching at her. She blocked his initial kick, and parried away his oncoming jabs and punches as she searched for an opening. She knocked up an incoming blow, and lashed out with a quick strike to his chest, only for her palm to be caught in his larger hands. As her chakra flooded his tenketsu, he smiled and raised his other arm and shot his flattened palm towards her chest. Her eyes widened at his sudden increase in speed, but she just managed to catch the strike with her free hand. Immediately, she gasped in pain as she felt the tendons in her hand being torn apart. Tears stung her eyes as she planted her foot on his chest and kicked off of him. Kabuto made no attempt to follow her as she landed a safe distance away. He raised his eyebrows as a green glow he was all too familiar with enveloped her free hand. Oh ho, so you are versed in medical ninjutsu as well. I'm quite impressed, Hinata-sama. Our art is a practice that is sadly underutilized in the shinobi world. Your interest in the subject says a lot about your personality and intelligence. You should be commended. Through his speech, she fought back tears as she mended the torn tissue. With her Byakugan, she could make out the distinct shape of the chakra scalpel's jutsu surrounding his hand. What really surprised her was the activity going on in the tenketsu of H's right palm. She could literally see it shrinking back to its normal size as the foreign chakra was expelled from the system. How are you doing that? Your body is somehow recovering from the effects of the Jiyuken. Call it a specialty of mine. Due to my vast experience in medical ninjutsu, I have developed a technique that keeps my body in a constant state of alert. Once it detects any damage, it begins healing the injury immediately without needing a thought. Hinata inwardly cursed as she rose back to her feet. She flexed her throbbing hand and started wrapping it in bandages from her bag. As she rolled the bindings around her palm, she quietly studied her opponent. No questions about it. The first thing she had to do was find a way to overcome his healing factor. If she couldn't, any damage she could possibly inflict would be mute. She was tempted to simply use her Lion Fang technique to drain away at his chakra, for his technique certainly had to use up a lot, but her Byakugan revealed that he had the reserves to keep it going for a long time. In fact, it surprised her just how big his reserves actually were. While she was used to seeing monumental amounts of chakra due to being around Naruto, Kabuto's were ridiculously large for a genin. They were almost the size of Kakashi-sensei's. She grit her teeth as she eyed the razor-sharp blade of chakra protruding from his hands. She was also too keen on getting too close to him again after the revelation of his use of chakra scalpels. It would only take a simply tap or brush against his hands, and her tendons and muscles could be shredded to pieces. While he had yet to truly prove it, for some reason she suspected that he was holding back. Whether it was out of sympathy or contempt, she didn't know, but she could tell that he could probably outspeed her if he really tried. Time to test that healing ability, she thought as she dashed towards him flying through hand signs. When she was within 5 feet, she cried out, "Sweeten, pressure stream." Due to the distance between them, it was all Kabuto could do to dive out of the way to evade the raging stream of water. The pencil-thin stream followed his trajectory, and he winced as it slashed above his ribs. She was in on him in a heartbeat, pulling out a kunai, and slashing at his arm. He twisted, managing to reduce the slash into a light cut. In annoyance, he lashed out with a speed greater than she could follow and sliced his invisible blade through her left arm. Hinata cried out in pain as she landed and jumped back, cradling her arm to her chest. Kabuto tried to hide his growing irritation as his body got to work repairing the damage. It was truly difficult for him to hold himself back to such extents. He had to be careful. Under the watchful eye of the Hokage and some of the greatest Junin Konoha had ever produced, the tiniest slip-up in performance would arouse some suspicions. Hinata landed on her knees and fought through the pain as she studied. The injuries on his arm and chest began to heal themselves. She noted how the deeper cut on his chest was taking longer than the shallow cut on his arm. It made sense. The greater the injury, the more chakra and time it took to heal it. I need to inflict a major injury. Nothing life-threatening, but enough to push his ability to its limit. If I can manage it, it should slow him down and drain at his chakra. She grit her teeth as her chakra got to work repairing the damage. But it's not like he's just going to let me do that. He's faster than me, and it's even more difficult with his chakra scalpels thrown into the mix. I need something that can give me some kind of edge. The Jiyuken may slow him down for a couple of seconds before he recovers, but I need something that will last through the match. Blank. What should she do, sensei? Naruto asked. I'm not sure. That pesky healing ability of his seems to be quite challenging for her to overcome, since her technique involves shutting down the body, Kakashi replied. He folded his arms as he glanced down at his male students. This is the danger of battling a medical ninja. Many people miss them out of hand due to the connotation of their name, and they end up regretting it. Hot-headed shinobi prefer the flashiness of explosive jutsu, but being able to inflict lacerations to your opponent's muscles and nervous system with just a simple touch is just as, if not, more effective. Including their nasty tendency to heal any injury, whether it is theirs or their comrades, you have a devastating enemy who can swing the tide of any mission. As her jutsu finished its work, Hinata raised her head and caught eyes with the older genin. He was still standing in place, offering her that same, off-putting smile as he adjusted his glasses, which caused her to pause. That's it. Her eyes darted across his body as her plan started to fall into place. He may be able to quickly overcome the Jiyuken's effect, but it will shut him down for at least a few seconds. Hopefully that will be enough. Kakashi leaned in as he watched his student rise to her feet, a new steely resolve flaring in her eyes. She's got something. Come on, Hinata, let's see what you've cooked up. She brought her hands together and cried out, Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 puffs of smoke erupted next to her and Kabuto was greeted to a line of Hinata scowling at him as they each drew out their kunai. The original reached into her bag and threw down a smoke bomb, enveloping herself and her clones in the purple cloud. Simple illusions are all fun and games, but that level of jutsu is not going to be enough, Hinata-sama. I'm starting to think Orochimaru believes in your ability a bit too much. Kabuto smirked as the wall of clones raced towards him. She's obviously not in the front. The first is always the distraction, which means the true one is either the third or fourth. He thought as he slowly reached for his own kunai. He ignored the first, and glancing behind its shoulder towards the approaching group. He prepared to let the intangible image pass through his body, but winced in astonishment as the muscles along his arm and shoulder began to cramp and tense up. His eyes shot wide open as he stared down into the fierce, Byakugan eyes right in front of him. She tricked me. She actually tricked me, he thought in genuine surprise. He was too slow to recover as she quickly jabbed at his other arm, momentarily disabling it. As his healing factor kicked into effect, she used what little time she had to swipe up with her kunai. Now, while he can't mold his chakra scalpels, coming back to his senses, Kabuto leaned back to evade her attack. As he jerked back, his glasses lifted shortly off of his face. Her eyes narrowed and she twisted her kunai, changing its trajectory. With one swift motion, she cleanly sliced his glasses in half. Kabuto growled as he felt his body fully expel the chakra in his tenketsu. He slashed out at her only to be met with air, as she ducked and darted away. Very clever, Hinata. She knows he's faster and physically stronger than she is. So she decided to impede his sight to give her an advantage. Nicely done, Kakashi thought as he smiled down at his student. I did it. I need to keep up the pressure. She reached over kunai pouch and threw down 3 more smoke pellets. Kabuto only smirked as the purple smoke began to surround him. I'm sorry, Hinata-sama, but if you think this little show will give you an advantage then you are surely mistaken. He stood completely still as Hinata disappeared into smoke. He lightly snorted and closed his eyes, losing himself in his other senses. A good shinobi does not just rely on their eyes. Even if yours are far superior than most, it is a weakness to rely so heavily on one thing. A shinobi must be able to utilize all of their senses, such as smell or. He whipped around, grabbing Hinata by her throat, and slammed her into the ground, knocking the wind from her lungs. Sound. He placed a knee on her chest and held his hand above her face, his chakra scalpels flaring to life. Submit. I would rather not have to make this messy. Hinata squirmed under his weight and thrust something up in his face. It took a second for him to recognize the shape, and when he did, it was too late. His eyes widened as the tags began to glow, making his blood run cold. Exploding tags. He leapt away at his full speed, putting as much distance as he could between the blast radius and himself. As he shot of the smoke and after several seconds, he was surprised and stunned by the lack of an explosion. As it finally sunk in, he began to chuckle as he realized that he had been fooled. That was a very clever use of genjutsu, Hinata-sama. Very well done, he called out. The smoke began to clear away, revealing Hinata on one knee, fighting to regain her breath. She was getting nowhere and she knew it. Even after removing his glasses, it barely slowed him down. She needed to find a way to overload his senses, so she could have a chance to get in and disable his body. Naruto and Sasuke grit their teeth as their hands gripped the handrails. That was too close, Sasuke muttered. She's lucky he fell for her bluff. Come on Hinata, you can do it, Naruto shouted. Kabuto was starting to get bored of this, and decided she needed to start stepping up her game. If Orochimaru-sama was going to invest time into her, she needed to start proving she was far more capable than this. He shot off towards her, forcing her to start weaving through multiple hand signs. She took a deep breath and formed a massive swell of chakra in her gut as she shot off a large water bullet at the ground in front of Kabuto. He leapt through the splash of water, and was on her in seconds. He reared back and kicked at her prone form only to stumble through thin air as the henge faded away. He slid to a stop and turned around just as a kunai flew past his face. His instinct as a shinobi flared in his mind, and he caught a kunai heading straight towards his face by the handle. A sizzling noise caught his attention, and he realized his mistake too late as the tag tied to the kunai lit up. The flashbang went off right in his face, causing him to scream as his visual and auditory senses were completely overloaded. Hinata rushed at him with as much energy as she could with her kunai in hand. She slashed numerous times across his chest, dodging out of the way of his flailing arms. He spun around to deliver a kick, which she easily ducked under. She crossed her arms and slashed the kunai across his chest one last time. She let the kunai clatter to the floor as she began pumping chakra into her hands until they were glowing bright blue. 8 trigrams. 64 palm guard. She cried out as the net of sharp chakra slammed into his chest. He cried out as the tiny blades of chakra shred across his skin. As fast as his healing factor was, it was being pushed to its absolute limit as the needle-like threads bombarded his body. She finally halted her rotation and delivered one final hit to his chest, sending him flying across the room into the wall. He slammed into the concrete and fell to the ground as blood seeped from his chest. He growled as he struggled to his feet, but froze as a kunai landed next to his face with a tag attacked by a string. This time that exploding tag is real, Kabuto-san. Please submit. I would rather not make this messy, she cheekily replied, echoing his earlier comment. Kabuto spat out some blood and glanced up at the balcony at his master. He could see the excitement dancing in his eyes, and took his growing smile for his satisfaction. She is lucky. Kabuto held himself back to such an extent. I'm sure he won't be as forgiving the next time they cross paths, Orochimaru thought as Kabuto raised his hand to surrender. Kabuto Yakushi has forfeited the match. The winner is Hinata Hyuga. Hayate called out, which received a rambunctious applause from Naruto. Way to go, Hinata. You did it. He cried as he jumped down and enveloped her in a big hug. Despite the cloud of steam erupting from her ears from embarrassment, a warm feeling of content washed over her body. She had done it. She had made it through the preliminaries. Stay down and quit making an embarrassment of yourself, or I'll put you down like the mutt you are. Kiba growled as he fought to get back to his feet. Neji impassively shrugged off Kiba's fierce glare as he towered over Akamaru's prone form. The small puppy whimpered as the Hyuga applied as much pressure as he could without crushing the poor dog. Kiba struggled to stand up straight and clutched his limp arm to his side. He was not going out like this. Not to some stuck-up bastard like him. He coughed into his sleeve as he shakily reached into his pack for another soldier pill. I wouldn't advise that if I were you. Ingesting too many can have detrimental effects. There is no reason to put yourself at such risk, especially when you know how outclassed you are. All you'll be doing is risking your health for your pride. Shut up, you bastard. I'm going to tear you apart for what you've done to Akamaru. I could have done much worse, he coolly replied as he watched Kiba gulp down another pill. If he had stayed down the first time, he wouldn't be in the position he's in now. Trust me, I take no pleasure from injuring a helpless animal, but if you continue, I'll be happy to add another limp body to the floor. We'll just see about that. Kiba shouted as he raced towards Neji. Gatsuga, he cried out, spinning as hard as he could with his good arm. Neji calmly stepped back from Akamaru and twisted out of harm's way at the last second. Just as Kiba passed by, Neji whipped out his hand and gripped Kiba's oversized hoodie at the back of his neck. Grinding to a rapid halt, Neji continued his motion and slammed Kiba into the floor. Not giving him a second to recover, Neji was swiftly upon him. His fingers painfully darting across his arms and legs, closing whatever tenketsu that were left open. Neji brushed off the dust that had accumulated from Kiba's impact and looked over towards Hayate. I believe we're done here. Hayate grimly nodded and raised his arm. Winner. Neji Hyuga. Blank, underscore, blank. Team 7 was quiet as they watched Kiba and Akamaru carted off towards the infirmary. So that's why Hinata has always seemed so afraid of Neji. That guy's is ridiculous, Sasuke thought as he watched Neji head back towards the stairs. Hinata wasn't visibly shaking, but Kakashi could tell from her eyes that she was terrified of even the possibility of being in Kiba's position against her cousin. Yet, he noticed something else. She felt pity and remorse. As he watched her eyes follow her cousin up the stairs, the old memory of the Hyuga incident clicked in his mind. So, you're still carrying that weight on your shoulders? He internally sighed as he stepped next to his student. Excellent work, Neji. If a little harsh at times, Guy commented as Neji retook his place by his side. The fool wouldn't stay down. If he wanted to walk away with fewer injuries, he had plenty of opportunities to do so. That is true, and I'm not criticizing your actions during the match. However, you could have ended that much sooner than you did. Neji scoffed and finally caught sight of Naruto, who had been staring at him since he arrived. Got something to say, Uzumaki? Naruto shook his head. I won't defend Kiba for being stubborn, but I don't like it when people beat up on my friends. Then find stronger friends, Neji replied as he crossed his arms. If that slacker was truly destined to move past this point, then he would have. Today, fate favored my victory. That's stupid. I don't believe in fate. We make our own paths. No one else. Then he would have worked harder to push his path past mine. Only those with a will strong enough are able to get ahead in this life. He finished his sentence and seemed to fix his glare on Hinata. Naruto was about to retort again, but he felt a tugging on his sleeve and looked back to see Hinata trying to pull him away from the argument. He relented at the sight, but set Neji one last glare before walked over to Sasuke's right. Away from Neji. That guy just drives me crazy. I hope we meet in the next round. I can't wait to wipe that smug look off his face, Naruto angrily muttered as he leaned against the rail. Maybe you'll get the chance, but cool off first. You could be coming up soon, and you'll need a level head, Kakashi commented as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto huffed and took a deep breath. Before nodding to Kakashi that he was good, Kakashi nodded and walked over to his right, and fell in line next to Hinata. Thank you for doing that. The last thing we need is Naruto disqualifying himself before his match, he whispered. It was no problem, sensei. I would just prefer it if none of us had to fight, she whispered as she began twiddling her thumbs. There's the tick again. Kakashi internally sighed as he watched his student subvert into her old habit. It had been weeks since he had last seen her do it, and he had hoped they had expelled it from her system. After taking in his students, Kakashi had made it his personal mission to help them overcome their greatest internal challenges. For the boys it was easier. Naruto needed the support and acceptance from a group of people that genuinely cared for him, and his team and Iruka were happy to fill that void. Sasuke was slightly harder, but the boy had already come to him of his own accord, asking how to better control his emotions. All three of them had faced years of psychological damage, but Hinata was the trickiest. When he had first met her, her entire personality simply screamed submission. The way she would avert her eyes to her desperate attempts to please others. She had made astounding progress, and all three of them rubbed off on each other in fantastic ways. Whenever she was alone with her team, her confidence was at an all-time high, so it was disheartening to see how fast it could revert into her old behavior. If she was ever going to fully come out of her shell, there were three things she was going to have to face: her father, her cousin, and Naruto. Oh, he was not looking forward to that. Kakashi could feel the migraine that would form when that day decided to rear its ugly head. He had gone through the ups and downs of romantic angst enough during his time with his own team. If he reciprocated her feelings, great. If he rejected them, great. Kakashi sighed, as he watched Naruto fuss once again about Hinata's injuries from her match. He would get so close to her face, he was worried the poor girl was going to pass out. Sasuke would silently watch the two interact, before yanking the blonde by his collar and chastise him for bothering the girl. Then there was the question of how he would react. Excuse me, Lady Hyuga. The voice shook him from his thoughts, and the team turned to face the blonde-haired boy from the Kumo team. I thought I would come over and congratulate you. Your performance was quite spectacular, and might I say, you are even more lovely up close. Hinata turned red at the compliment but smiled and bowed her head. Oh, thank you. And you are J. Oshiro, and I am always at your service, he smirked as he whipped out a yellow rose almost from nowhere. Hinata turned an even brighter shade of red, but took the flower with a stammering thank you. Sasuke frowned at the interaction, and Naruto was fed up with it. All right, wise guy. Is that all? He said as he stepping between them. And I thought you Konoha ninja were supposed to be the ones preaching about cooperation between villages. What's wrong with trying to get to know someone better? Naruto glanced over his shoulder and stared across the hall at the identical Rose, sitting on the ground next to the Suna girl's feet. Reet, he drawled out as he raised an eyebrow. The cocky expression of the brunette's face changed to a more apologetic look. By the way, I also came over here to thank you for offering your assistance to our team during the second exam. I wanted to apologize for my teammates' rude behavior toward your shadow clone. Naruto's expression shifted and his gaze softened. Nah, it's alright. I get it. You didn't know me, and we were in the middle of an exam. No harm, no foul. What happened to your teammate? Is he okay? I noticed he wasn't with you guys. Jay winced as he took off his hat and rubbed the back of his head. Ko is doing better. It's a little disappointing what really happened. We were making our way through the forest, when Ko startled an animal from the impact of his landing. The thing launched a volley of spikes that skewered his leg. It's not going to be serious, but it prevented him from competing in the preliminaries. I'm sorry. Damn, if only I had been a bit smarter, I should have approached you guys more carefully. I could have led you to Hinata-chan, and she could have helped. Nah, it's fine. Elle probably would have done the same thing, even if you had offered your help. He's not a very trusting guy. Besides, as talented as she may be, it was better we got him to the tower as fast as we did. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a white, spiked barb. This here's the culprit. See this? He asked as he ran his finger along the serrated edge. This thing isn't designed to come out easily. It's meant to be nightmare going in, but absolute hell coming out. Even Neji winced at the thought of being struck with not one, but several of those barbs. Jay sighed as he placed the barb back in his bag. Ko's a trooper. Thanks to your doctors he'll be back on his feet in no time. He was adamant that he'll stay for the finals. He wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm glad he's okay. Tell him that I hope he gets well soon, Hinata said. In a heartbeat, Jay's expression shifted back to his earlier look. Oh, I'll be sure to. Don't you worry. All sympathy he had for the guy drained away immediately, as Naruto growled at the interaction. If you all are done, you just missed the last match, Neji coldly said. Turning their attention back to the floor, Choji slumped to the ground, as Dosu loomed over his unconscious body. That's a shame, Jay lamented. I liked that guy. He was very pleasant when we talked before entering the forest. Now there's a guy who loves to eat. They all watched as Shikamaru helped Choji to his feet. It's okay Choji, you did your best, Ino called out, as Shikamaru helped his friend up the stairs. Alright, now who's next? Naruto asked as his excitement returned, only to fall again as his name failed to show up on the board. Old Kankuro and Gaara please come down to the floor. Hayate called out, as Hinata patted Naruto's back. There's no need. I forfeit, Kankuro called out, surprising everyone in the room. You sure? Hayate asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm sure, was his only response as he folded his arms and leaned against the wall. All right then, your call, Hayate said before declaring Gaara the victor. Well, that was rather dull. Who just gives up without even trying? Jay said, crossing his arms. No, he was smart. He would know better than anyone how dangerous that guy is, Naruto said, garnering the attention of everyone present. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. I ran into that guy in the forest. Well, my clones did. That guy wiped all of them out within seconds. We're lucky it was only the clones that cross his path, Naruto said as he stared across the room at the red-haired boy. What did he do? Kakashi asked. He crushed them all. In seconds, and I mean literally crushed. He destroyed them all with sand. Jay was silent as he too stared at the boy. So that Gaara guy really does live up to his reputation. I guess the rakeage was right after all. Kakashi was also silent as he stored that information for later. Blank, underscore, blank. Would Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka please make your way to the floor, Hayate called out. All right, finally, Ino exclaimed as he made her way towards the stairs. Oh, this should be good, Sasuke scoffed as leaned against the railing. Why, are they very skilled? Jay asked. No, not at all, Sasuke scoffed as he placed his face in his palm. Hinata knocked his hand from under him, and shot him a disappointed look. You'll be surprised. I've met with Sakura a few times since we're assigned our teams, and she's been taking her training very seriously. I'll believe it when I see it, Sasuke replied as he straightened his back and stared down at the floor. Are you ready, forehead girl? I've been looking forward to this, Ino said with a cocky smile as she stood opposite from her old best friend. So have I, but I'm sorry to say you're not going to like what's about to happen, Sakura replied as she slipped into the new stance Kunai had been drilling into her head since day one. All right, if both competitors are ready, then you may begin. Without delay, Ino launched herself towards Sakura. She reared her fist back and took aim right for her face. Sakura was patient and waited until the last second, before she knocked the punch away with her left hand and smacked Ino in the face with the knuckles of her right hand. Ino stumbled slightly, but returned with renewed vigor. She grunted with each strike, growing more aggravated as Sakura silently dodged and knocked away every incoming punch. After extending her punch too far, Sakura lashed out and caught hold of Ino's wrist before delivering a solid hit straight to her jaw. Ino stumbled away from her, holding her jaw in her hands. Lucky punch, she quietly said as she rotated her chin. Not luck. This is the result of all the hard work I've been putting in, Sakura replied as she returned to her starting stance. I'm done being the weak one, even if you aren't. Ino growled and she lunged forward and fired a punch straight towards her chest. Ino's eyes widened in horror, as her fist seemed to fly straight through Sakura's chest. What? Sack. Ura smirked as she delivered a blow to both of Ino's ears, disorienting her. As Ino stumbled away, the Sakura in front of her melted away into the air. Immediately, another Sakura shot up from her rig, and delivered a punch straight to her face, sending Ino flying back. Ino slid along the ground, before she wobbled to her feet. What the hell was that? Sakura smirked as she held up her arm. Like I said, this is the result of all my hard work. Kurenai-sensei took time with me after training to drill home everything. Better taijutsu, better stamina, and most importantly, she waved her arm, and as it moved, multiple arms would appear in the last spot the front arm had been. Genjutsu. It seems I have quite the talent for it, Ino pig, Sakura finished as she waved her mass of hands and wiggled her fingers at her. Ino, I want to thank you for everything you did for me at the academy. You taught me to stand up for myself and be proud of who I am. However, I am not the same little girl you stood up for on the playground. I am a kunoichi. With that, the multiple arms disappeared, and Sakura shot off towards Ino. Ino reached up to block the first punch, only for her hand to slip right through the oncoming fist to her face. Instead, she wheezed as Sakura nailed her in the gut before delivering a kick to her side. This is really not good, Ino thought as she reached into her bag and threw down a smoke bomb. Sakura stopped and simply watched as the cloud enveloped her friend. That wasn't the best idea, Jay commented as he crossed his arms. Blondie just made things all the more easier for the paint-haired one. Ino quietly crept through the smoke, trying to put some distance away from Sakura. I wouldn't have done that if I were you, a voice whispered behind her back, sending chills up her spine. She spun around to find nothing behind her. Sweat dripped down her brow as she heard a rustling sound, and whipped around to find nothing again. Ino, you are in my world now, and here, I control everything. Sakura's voice taunted as the smoke began to shift and turn black. Ino squealed as several sets of yellow eyes began lighting up in the smoke and hissing at her. This is not real. This is not real. This is not real, she repeated to herself as she closed her eyes. Real. That's all perspective. How real does this feel? Sakura's voice called out as the floor shook. Ino's eyes shot open and she gasped by the sight before her. She stumbled back as the tower form a dark figure seemed to be heading towards her in the mist. If this isn't real, then this probably won't hurt. Probably. Ino gulped as the massive foot of inner Sakura slammed down onto the floor, shaking her off her feet. Its massive yellow eyes bore down at her, reared back its fist. "You need to get out of here. That thing will squish me." Ino snapped her fingers together and tried her best to start molding chakra. "It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. Release," she cried out just as the Goliath's massive fist was about to collide with her. The black clouds snapped back to purple, and she bolted up from the ground. Her lungs cried out for air, as she took a deep breath of nothing but smoke. She took a running start and leapt out of the smoke, only to find Sakura sailing towards her midair with her fist cocked. Ino didn't have the time or energy as Sakura slammed her fist into her, sending her flying back with a loud "Shanaru." Ino smacked against the concrete wall and fell to the floor with a thud. After several seconds, Hayate called out, "Ino Yamanaka is unable to continue. The winner is Sakura Haruno. Blank, underscore, blank." Sakura's smile lit up her face as she turned and waved at her sensei. Kunai mirrored her smile, and tried not to shoot as Uma a look as her heart swelled up with pride. "I hate it when she gets like that," Shino commented, as he lightly clapped. "It can be so distressing. I'm sure Kiba still has nightmares from her little tests. You're just still upset that she forced you to think you were being chased by an anteater." Shino shot his sensei a sharp look under his glasses, but remained silent on the matter. After bowing to her sensei, a look of concern crept across her face as she jogged over to her friend. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked as she knelt down by her side. Not really. I can't get up." Ino winced as she tried to raise herself up. Sakura's eyes softened and she lifted Ino's arm over her shoulder and lifted her up. "Come on. Let's get you to the medical bay so they can patch you up." Ino wanted to argue with her, but remained silent and simply nodded. As they slowly made their way across the room, Ino couldn't help but take quick glances at her old friend, who was carrying her as if their spat had never even happened. "Wow, you really have grown up. I can't believe I'm a little jealous, but in a weird way, I'm proud of you." Sakura felt her gaze and shot her a curious look. Ino got flustered and quickly glanced away, causing Sakura to simply smile as they made their way down the corridor with the help of the medical team. Blank, underscore, blank. "See, I told you, Hin," Ata said, crossing her arms and shooting Sasuke a knowing smile. All right, you were right. I owe her an apology. She really has gotten better. That was some impressive genjutsu work, if I may say so myself," Jay said as a big smile lit up his face. Kakashi chuckled as he watched Sasuke slightly buckle under Hinata's stare. "Now that is the confident young lady I'm used to seeing. Now, with that out of the way, who's next?" Kakashi asked, drawing their attention to the board once more. "Come on already. I'm tired of waiting," Naruto exclaimed as he watched the yellow letters fly across the screen. J. Oshiro vs. Watan Yuchiro. AAAHHH, Naruto cried out, before he crouched next to the wall and had a little sob. "Stop it, you idiot. You're making an embarrassment of yourself and us," Sasuke groaned as he pinched his forehead. "Says you. You were the first to go. You didn't have to wait at all," Naruto cried out through crocodile tears. Jay clapped and rubbed his hands together. "Well, that's my cue. It's been nice meeting you all." He turned and offered a deep bow to both Guy and Kakashi. "Sensei." He turned to Hinata and offered her a bow, while tipping his hat, "Lady Hinata," which caused Naruto to send him a glare. He smirked and sent him a wink before jumping over the railing onto the floor. The last genin from Waterfall took his time going down the stairs, and took a few minutes stretching before the match began. Blank, underscore, blank. Even the loudmouth got to go before me. Why does the universe hate me? Naruto sobbed as he smacked his head against the rail. Naruto, please show a little more decorum. We do have foreign visitors here. Besides, this is going to be the first time you'll really get to see a shinobi from Kumo in action, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded and placed his head in his hands as he lazily watched the match. To be honest, he was really droning it out. Jay danced backwards around the field with his opponent hot his tail. All the while with his hands stuffed in his pockets. He would just never shut up, and kept taunting his opponent, causing him to grow more and more frustrated in his pursuit of the smart-mouthed genin. Naruto let his eyes wander the balconies as he looked to see who was left. As he gazed over the competitors, he started to realize there was almost no one left. Was he really going to be the last match? Shut up, Wadden cried as he reared his sword above his head to bear down on Jay. Instantly, he pivoted on the ball of his foot and surged forward. He planted his knee into his opponent's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. He snatched the boy's katana straight out of his hands, and slammed its handle straight into the boy's forehead. Wadden crumpled to the ground in a heap, with Jay planting a foot on his back. All the while, spinning the boy's katana in his hands. And the victor is Jay, Hayate called out before going into another coughing fit. At this point, Naruto had shot up and was counting everyone again. There had to be someone he had missed. There were only 24 of them. There shouldn't have been an odd one out. As his eyes scanned over the room, it suddenly dawned on him who was the only person left beside himself. The scoreboard lit up in bright yellow letters, and displayed the final two names. As his eyes glossed across the name across from his, Hefei. His heart light on fire with excitement, and he turned to match the grin of his opponent. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Rock Lee. Both boys shared a smirk, before leaping over the railing and falling to the floor. Well, they're certainly ready to get started, Kakashi commented dryly. Yosh, this is perfect, my eternal rival. Now we shall get to see the fruits of our labor pitted against one another, proven. Jihu's teaching method is truly superior. Huh, did you say something, guy? Neji sighed at his sensei's antics, and tried to ignore the man as he griped about his rival's coolness. He glanced down at the navy and green blurs jogging their way towards their starting positions and scoffed. Hurry up and finish this, Lee. The sooner this is over, the sooner we can begin training for the finals. We'll need all the time we can get, he thought as he glanced over at Sasuke and Gaara. Then again, he thought as the corner of his lip began to twitch upwards, it should be entertaining to watch Uzumaki being tossed around. Blank. Neither opponent could wipe the grins from their faces as they stared each other down. I have been looking forward to this, Naruto-kun. I am sure you will prove to be a fierce opponent, Lee said as he slipped into his signature stance. Same here. I hope what my team said about you wasn't all talk, because this is going to be awesome. Naruto chirpily replied as he bounced on the balls of his feet. Come on, we're ready when you are, he shouted towards the ref, who simply sighed in annoyance. If both opponents are prepared, then you may begin, he droned as he brought down his hand. Both genin shot off in a blur and collided in the center of the arena. Neither dropped their smile, even as Lee delivered the first punch straight into Naruto's face. They darted around the arena, clashing and trading blows, with Naruto mostly being forced on the defensive under Lee's fierce barrage of punches. Naruto's eyes lit up as he spied an opening, and shot a punch at his gut. He was shocked as Lee's hand quickly shot down and caught his hand, before he raised his leg higher than Naruto could stretch and nailed him in the head. Naruto stumbled back, and shook his head to clear the disorientation. Naruto glanced back at Lee, who had slid back to his original stance, and couldn't help but smile. This was great. He took a deep breath and launched himself at his green-clad opponent once again. Just as I thought, Kakashi muttered. What's wrong, sensei? Hinata asked. Sasuke, when we first started training together, why did Naruto always lose to you in a spar? The Dobi may still be faster than me, but his technique at the time was just atrocious. He could move, I'll give him that. But his style was incredibly sloppy. Agreed. You two were able to stay around equal footing because you each outperformed each other in one area or another. As his technique improved, it was harder for you to predict his moves. Until you obtained your Sharingan, that is. Lee is a different story. Here we have an opponent who beats Naruto in speed and even outshines you in taijutsu finesse. He crossed his arms as he stared down at the two. Neither of them was willing to back down as they clashed once again. Naruto has gotten better, don't get me wrong, but if he's still having trouble with you, Sasuke, it's hard for me to see how he'll be able to best Lee in taijutsu. No sooner than the words left his mouth, Naruto blocked Lee's most recent barrage of blows and smacked a clean hit straight into Lee's cheek, causing Kakashi to raise an eyebrow. Lee shrugged off the blow and came at him with renewed vigor. The two traded punches once again, with Naruto mostly on the defensive. Until he reached up and caught Lee's right hook in his left hand, and bashed the outside of his knuckles into Lee's left cheek. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he leaned forward. Something was off here, but he just couldn't place it. It took him a while to realize it, but as Naruto got more and more hits in, Kakashi realized Lee was getting slower. It was gradual, but there was definitely a difference compared to how he was performing at the beginning of the match. Naruto ran forward and jumped up. He brought down his leg, which Lee was able to block by crossing his arms. Naruto twisted as he fell and pushed off the ground with his hands. He spun around with a clear right hook, but Lee was still unable to block the incoming punch. How is he doing it? Sasuke murmured. I'm curious as well. Your thoughts, Guy? Kakashi asked as everyone turned to him. Guy was silent. His focus was sharp, and his eyes never left the two as he watched them dance around each other. This was the serious side of Guy that Kakashi appreciated when they were on missions. As ridiculous as Guy could act, he wasn't renowned as the taijutsu master of Konoha for nothing. Watch closely in their next encounter. It will be about 4 seconds into their next exchange. The group anxiously watched as Lee and Naruto clashed again. Their game had become a much more even display of ability, as Naruto and Lee were both being forced on the defensive. Just as Naruto bobbed his head out the way of Lee's fist, his left hand shot up and gently tapped Lee's elbow, before he was forced to block Lee's upcoming hit. Did you see it? Guy asked. There it is, Kakashi replied. He noticed Sasuke confused glanced and tapped at his headband. Activate your Sharingan. You should see it clear as day. Sasuke was confused, but he went along anyway. You too, Miss Hinata, Neji. Your Byakugan should allow you to see it as well. The Hyuga cousins were surprised, but both activated their Byakugan out of curiosity. As the three dojutsu users observed the two boys, they each noticed several glowing dots scattered along Lee's arms and legs. Are those seals? Hinta gasped. Indeed. Gravity seals if I had to guess, Guy replied. Your teammate is slowly but surely reducing Lee's speed with every encounter. I believe it's happening too quickly for him to truly alter the intensity of the seal, but his plan is working. Very clever, Dobi. Sasuke smirked as he watched Lee kick off and do several back flips away from his opponent. Blank, _, blank. Naruto-kun truly is a worthy opponent. I do not understand how he is doing it. But being worn down faster than I should be. What is he up to? Naruto smiled in satisfaction from his last hit to Lee's shoulder. That wasn't to say he was without his own scratches. His cheek was swelling from a particularly nasty hit, but his smile never left his face. He could now tell what Sasuke and Hinata had been talking about. The guy was a beast. He easily outranked him in speed. And his taijutsu ability was on another level. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Marking makes things so much easier. Ever since they had their little lesson, applying Fuinjutsu in combat had become a breeze. Now it was like Hinata-chan's technique, where all he would need was a simple touch. Of course, he didn't want to hurt the guy too badly. If the gravity seals were too harsh, they could end up crushing his bones, or the guy could injure himself in a struggle to stand up. This may have been a competition, but this guy was a fellow shinobi of Konoha and a friend to Sasuke and Hinata. Besides, the guy had truly seemed sincere about helping them in the forest. He couldn't hold that against him. No, that irritation was reserved for Neji. Alright Lee, how much longer can you keep this up? 'Cause I'm having a blast. Naruto called out. Lee shot him a smile in return, and fought to raise his arms back to his starting position. I don't know what you are doing to me, Naruto-kun, but I will overcome it. I shall fight as long as there is breath in my chest. Naruto's smile grew even wider. Time for round 2. He got ready to shot off, but was surprised when Guy called out from the balcony. All right Lee, I think it's time that you took them off. Sasuke and Hinata sent him a confused look, and Lee's face was full of shock. Really, Guy-sensei? But I thought you said that was for emergencies only. Yeah, I did, but this is an exception. Guy gave him a thumbs up and flashed his teeth. Go ahead and show him what you got. Really? Really? Lee exclaimed as a bright smile crept to his face. Naruto was still confused as he watched Lee squat on the ground and begin lifting up his leg warmers. His confusion turned to surprise as Lee unraveled several bindings from his legs. Are those? How old-fashioned, Shikamaru droned. That feels so much better. Now I can move freely. Naruto squinted his eyes as he made out the symbols on the weights. His eyes shot open as he recognized the insignia of the seals. What the hell? Those are blank, blank. Tamari smirked as she watched the green-clad boy drop the weights from his hands. Does he really expect to make that much of a difference by dropping a few pounds of weed? Everyone's jaw hit the floor as the impact shook the floor, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Blank. What the hell? Sasuke exclaimed. Guy, you are too much, Kakashi sighed. Naruto gulped as he recognized the level of gravity seals decorating each piece of metal. That's over 50 pounds each. And he was still this fast. Naruto felt a sinking feeling in his gut as he realized how much trouble he was really in. Lee held a more mischievous look on his face as he bounced around, adjusting to his new weight. Are you ready to proceed, Naruto-kun? Honestly, I think I may need a minute, he muttered before he blinked and Lee sent him flying backwards several feet. I didn't even see him move. That just insa. He couldn't even finish his thought as he felt Lee plant his foot into his back, sending him hurtling back the way he had came. No time to think, Naruto thought as he reached into his pouch for the first kunai he could find. He could feel Lee dashing toward him, and blindly slashed out with his kunai. Lee came to a screeching halt, and knocked his hand so hard that he dropped his kunai. In the time that the kunai had barely fallen 3 inches, Lee landed a short punch to Naruto's ribs. Naruto grit his teeth and growled, as he grabbed hold of Lee's other hand. Lee slightly paused and was shocked as he stared into Naruto's eyes. Slanted pupils stared straight back at Lee's pitch-black eyes, before glancing at something in between them. Naruto raised his foot and ignored the pain as he kicked the falling kunai back up towards Lee's face. Lee was easily able to knock the boy away, and managed to escape the path of the kunai with only a scratch. It continued along its path and lodged itself into the ceiling. He didn't know what Naruto had just done, but he did not want to give him a chance to do it again. Lee shot off and easily ducked under Naruto's guard, delivering 3 rapid hits into his stomach and 1 in his cheek. Naruto was sent flying backward and rolled like a ragdoll across the ground. Lee paused as he watched the blonde cough several times, before shakily rising to his feet. If your injuries are too severe, I regretfully suggest that you surrender, Naruto-kun. I don't want to have to hurt you any more than I have to. Naruto weakly laughed and Sly grinned back at him. His slanted eyes and whisker marks truly helped accent his devious look. Sorry to tell you this, but I don't exactly know how to quit. Lee smiled lightly before getting ready to charge again. Naruto crossed his fingers together and shouted, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Lee paused as the whole room went up in smoke, and was Surprised as he was met with a sea of blonde hair and navy shirts staring back at him. Lee stared back at the horde of Cheshire grins, and his own smile grew even wider. The original Naruto smirked as he shouted, "Let's play a game of needle in the haystack, except this time, the haystack is also fighting back. Boys, sick em." "Yes sir." The crowd echoed as Naruto leapt back behind the front lines. As one, the crowd charged at Lee, who remained planted in his spot, content to let them come to him. Blank. To say it was disorienting for everyone watching would be an understatement. It was like watching a hive of insects swarming around its prey. There was so much sensory overload that Sasuke had to turn off his Sharingan. There was just so much going on that it was giving him a headache to try and keep track of it all. Lee remained cool and confident, and proceeded to decimate every wave that descended upon him. All it would take was a quick jab or sharp kick to send each clone back to their master. As he dismantled the incoming clones, his eyes scanned the back rows for the original, searching for the one who seemed to be standing still and observing. "There you are." Lee shot off, sending clones flying in his wake as he tore after the Naruto in the back to his right. The blonde's eyes widened as he descended upon him, and just as his fist was about to make contact, he substituted with another clone and reappeared on the other side of the arena. And this is how their game continued to play out. Naruto would summon wave after wave of 5 clones at a time, to take on Lee, who would dismantle them and slowly reduce the size of the crowd. As time went on, Lee was starting to slow down, which gave each clone the opportunity they were waiting for. Just as before, all would take as a gentle tap, and he would be tagged with a gravity seal. Once again, Lee began to feel himself getting slowed down. The clones were starting to get lucky with their hits and they were tiring him out. "I apologize, Naruto-kun, but it seems you are giving me little choice." Blank. Naruto smirked as he saw Lee coming to an abrupt stop. "Now is my chance." He summoned another clone and quickly dispelled it, signaling all of the clones to converge on Lee at once. The mass of clones halted their courses, and all jumped at him at once. Just as they were about to reach him, there was an explosion of light and a cry shouting, "Fifth gate, open." Every clone within a 10-foot radius of Lee went up in smoke from the shockwave alone, stunning the 7 clones and original off to the side. They stood in silence and awe as Lee reappeared from the blinding light. His eyes had changed to a bright white, and his skin was bright red. Steam poured off from his face and arms, as he struggled to contain the overwhelming energy. "That is not good," Kakashi said, as he turned around glared at Guy. "What's going on, sensei?" Hinata asked. Kakashi ignored her as he and Guy locked eyes. "You actually taught a genin how to open the inner gates. Guy, you should know better than that." "Yes, I did," Guy coolly replied. Lee was aware of the risks, and he was ready for it. Besides, he doesn't know how to open them fully. There is a level of maturity and ability that he must reach first. "What do you two mean?" Sasuke chimed in, tired of waiting for answers. "It means Naruto is about to be in for a world of hurt," Kakashi replied as they looked down in the arena. This guy is just ridiculous." Naruto had never trained to be a sensor, but even he could feel the raw amount of chakra that was pumping through Lee's body. "This is not good. I need to think of something fast. What can I do?" He was cut off as Lee tore through his final line of clones. "Found you," he exclaimed as he launched Naruto into the air. Naruto opened his mouth to scream, Nothing came out as the wind was knocked out of his lungs. Wind stung his face as he catapulted towards the ceiling. He barely had time to breathe before he was launched yet again, back towards the ground, by another painful kick. And then another, and another. Lee tossed him around the air like a human pinball machine, knocking him back and forward, disappearing only to reappear and launch him another direction. Naruto had no time to think, no time to move. He could only endure the pain, as he was volleyed through the air. "It's time." Lee thought as he began to loosen the bindings around his hand. I was hoping to save this for you, Neji, but it seems I'm going to have to use it now. Lee launched Naruto one last time straight up in the air, before kicking off right behind him. Lee's bindings began moving as if they had a mind of their own, and began to wrap around Naruto's body until all movement was restricted. Lee grabbed hold of his sides and began spinning as they made their descent towards the ground. Primary Lotus. Quote, Naruto-kun. Come on Dobi. Do something. Naruto closed his eyes and reached out for something, anything he could use. A familiar, bright sensation echoed through his head, and his eyes shot open. Lee continued his path towards the ground, and just before the impact, he felt his grip on his opponent disappear entirely. Lee slammed into the ground, sending concrete flying as a result of the massive crater. Everyone was quiet as they waited to see who would emerge first. Blank. As the dust began to settle, they could hear Lee cry out in pain as he struggled to stand up. Ignoring the aching pain all over his body, Lee reached up with his hand and tried to drag himself out of the crater. At the center of the indention was a pile of bandages, with Naruto nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Ino exclaimed as they began scouring the room. A violent gagging sound caught everyone's attention as a splash of a green red liquid splattered to the ground from the ceiling. Everyone raised their heads and was shocked to see Naruto crouching upside down on the roof of the room. In his right hand, he clutched the angely shaped kunai he had launched into the ceiling earlier in the match. How did he? That doesn't make any sense, Shikamaru thought as he narrowed his eyes. He caught sight of the strange design on the kunai before glancing back at Naruto, who was trying his best not to fall from the ceiling. What did Naruto just do? Hinata let out a sigh of relief, as she watched Naruto carefully drop down from the ceiling and stumble to the floor. That had been too close. I don't know if he somehow planned that, but that was an excellent move. If he hadn't used the Hiraishin, I don't want to think about the state he'd be in right now, Kakashi thought as he watched his student struggle onto his arms and legs. How did he do it? How did he escape? Neji thought as he leaned against the rail. He didn't know when had grown so invested in this match, but now he couldn't peel his eyes away. Please make the room stop spinning. Naruto mumbled as he held a hand over his mouth. His whole body felt like hell. Besides the aching pain from being a human punching bag, the whole world wouldn't stop shaking as he desperately attempted to reorient himself. He clutched his stomach as the trace amounts of Kyuubi chakra circulating in his system began repairing the damage to his stomach. Thanks, I guess, you stupid fox. His attention was disrupted as he saw Lee drag himself out from his crater. Without Naruto, Lee had taken the full brunt of his own attack. He clutched his left arm to his side, and Naruto winced as he saw what condition it was in. From how it hung limply at his side and the angle it was twisted, his arm was clearly broken. Despite his injuries, Lee still seemed to be in better condition than he was. Naruto could barely stand, let alone move. His entire body felt like he'd been trampled over by a horde of oxen. Lee panted as he raised his head and glared at his opponent. Naruto gulped as he saw the irritation growing in those blank eyes. Oh, I'm in trouble. Lee never seemed like a scary guy, but with that expression and his red, steaming skin contrasting against his white eyes, he was downright terrifying. He crouched down and began sprinting towards Naruto as fast as he could. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Naruto's eyes shot open, and he clasped his hands together. As Lee rocketed towards him, he slammed his hands to the ground. Upon contact, black markings began to appear. As kanji spread out around him, he looked up to see Lee's fist inches from his face. The world seemed to stop as he watched the fist grow closer and closer. With the few milliseconds of time he had left, his mind had one simple thought: activate. At once, the black markings glowed white and sprung to life. Lee's fist crashed into a wall, as Naruto was enveloped in a blue cube. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and fell back on his butt. Barrier seal, complete, he sighed as he glanced up at Lee. That ought to hold him off for a while. Lee took a few seconds to stare at the barrier before lifting his good arm back and slamming it down with all his might. Or not, Naruto gulped as he watched cracks begin to appear on its surface. He crawled back onto his hands and knees and clasped his hands over the seal. As Lee continued to wail on its walls, Naruto fought with every ounce of his concentration to keep up his barrier. This isn't going to last me forever. I need a plan. He opened an eye and glanced up at Lee, who continued to swing at the barrier, chipping away at it with each blow. Naruto squinted his eyes as he noticed the massive amount of steam that was now trailing from Lee's body. He could literally see the sweat dripping down Lee's face, evaporating after coming in contact with his burning skin. A light bulb seemed to go off in his head. All that work he's been doing has got to eat up a lot of energy. He eyes the barrier around him, as his plan started falling into place. Blank. He's got something, Sasuke muttered as he anxiously watched the match with his Sharingan. How can you tell? Hinata asked. He has that look on his face. This match is about to be decided right here. How are you so sure? He's going to have to lower that barrier to confront Lee. If Lee can get to him before he can enact his plan, he's finished. Nada was silent as she watched Naruto get ready for his final plan. Naruto took a deep breath as he looked up at Lee. He had to time this just right. Just as Lee began his swing. As Lee reared back for another punch into the cracking, blue walls, Naruto exhaled and dropped the barrier. Lee stumbled forwards as the wall of chakra disappeared, and he was momentarily stunned by Naruto's choice. Naruto mustered as much energy as he could, and quickly jumped backwards. Lee was quick to catch himself, and prepared to shoot after him. As his legs pushed off of the ground, Naruto raised his hands in another hand sign. He watched as Lee yet again rocketed towards him with his fist outstretched and waited as long as he could. Activate. The barrier seal sprung to life again. As Lee smashed into its walls, Lee was stunned and confused as he realized he was now trapped inside Naruto's barrier. Naruto weakly chuckled as he crossed his fingers together and shouted, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." 3 puffs of smoke erupted beside him, and he shot them a confused glance. 3. I meant to call 5. I must be running lower on chakra than I thought. After some inner debate, he reached into his bag and swallowed a soldier pill. Ugh, did it taste nasty, but it would get the job done. He felt the swell of chakra and energy sweep through his system, and he nodded at his clones. Lee began to panic and glanced back and forth between them as they started to surround the cube. In unison, each of them began running through hand signs. Lee rushed at the wall, banging as hard as he could. But he was too late, as they brought their hands to their mouths and shouted, "Kaden, Fox Hellfire no Jutsu." Streams of yellow fire burst from their lungs, and shot towards the cube. Lee winced as he watched the jutsu heading towards the barrier and closed his eyes as it made impact. After several seconds, he was surprised to see that the barrier was still standing. What was he doing? So that's what he's after, Guy mused as he watched his student slam against the roof of the barrier in an attempt to free himself. Congratulations Kakashi, your student fought a fine match. You should be proud. What do you mean, Guy-sensei? Hinata asked. This match is over. It ended the moment Naruto trapped Lee inside that barrier jutsu. If you'll notice, Lee's movements are becoming slower. Indeed, with each attempt, Lee's strikes against the ceiling of his prison became weaker and weaker. It was also getting harder to see him as steam started fogging up the barrier. Is all that steam coming from Lee's body? Sasuke asked as he started to put the pieces together. Correct, Guy replied. When Lee activates the inner gates, his body has to compensate for all the energy he is burning at once. The amount of chakra shooting through his body heats up his skin exponentially, which causes any sweat he may form to cool himself off to evaporate immediately. Young Naruto is effectively sweating him out. The more Lee tries to escape, the more energy and water he expends, and let's not forget he is still struggling against the gravity seals placed on him throughout the match. Naruto is going to dehydrate Lee until he doesn't have the energy to carry on. The genin were stunned as they watched Lee's attempts grow more and more futile, until they could no longer hear the sound of him banging on the barrier. After a few more seconds to be sure, each of the clones finally cancelled their jutsu and the original cancelled the seal. The pent-up steam flooded the air, and everyone held their nose as the stench of sweat filled the room. Naruto dropped to one knee and his clones began to pop one by one. As the mist cleared, everyone could see the prone form of Lee excessively panting from his mouth. Hayate strolled up to the boy, and knelt next to his side. "If you can still move, try to raise your hand." Lee winced, as he tried to follow his simple instruction. He pushed as hard as he possibly could, but after everything that had happened, all stacked on top of each other, he simply didn't have the energy to do it. Hayate nodded his head and patted the boy on the shoulder. "You did spectacular, kid," he whispered before rising back up. Rock Lee is unable to continue. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. A tired smile lit up his face, as Naruto found the energy to lift his arms to sky and shout, "Yada!" Everyone in the room was shell-shocked as the long match final drew to a close. Blank, _, blank. That was phenomenal. Well done, Naruto, the Hokage whispered to himself. Way to go, brat. You pulled it off, Anko smirked. Despite his exhaustion, Naruto pushed his body to move and he made his way over to Lee. Lee was heavily panting as the medical team began their work on him. As he noticed Naruto drawing closer, he tried to speak, but his throat was just too dry. "Don't overexert yourself. You were incredible." Naruto weakly laughed as he patted him on the shoulder. Lee weakly smiled as his eyes and skin began to change back to their regular hue. "Here, let me deactivate those gravity seals for you." Naruto brought his hands together and mouthed, "Release." Lee sighed as he felt the accumulated weight finally lift from his chest. Naruto noticed Lee trying to move his hand, and was surprised when the boy gave him a thumbs up. He smirked and said, "When the exams are over, you better believe we are going to fight again. I'll be even stronger next time, so you better train even harder if you want to stand a chance." Lee gave him one last smile, before the medical team began moving him off towards the infirmary. "Naruto-kun," a voice called behind him. He turned arrow to see Sasuke and Hinata jogging towards him, with Kakashi lazily strolling in the back. "That was unbelievable. You did it," she said as she slid down next to him. "Even I'll admit, that was Actu. Ally impressive." Sasuke smirked as he stepped up beside him. Naruto shot them a grin, before his eyes began to droop. "Thanks you guys. I'm going to sleep now. Good night." And with that, he face planted into the ground. "Thanks you guys. I'm going to sleep now, good night." And with that, Naruto face planted into the ground. Kakashi chuckled as he watched Hinata fret over her unconscious teammate. To think, even with the effects of a soldier pill coursing through his system, his body still gave out. He turned and watched as Guy gave some last words of approval before his student disappeared down the hall to the medical wing. "You should be proud, Guy." Kakashi stood by his student's side as the medical team came in to lift Naruto up on a stretcher. As they started leading him towards the medical bay, Kakashi raised his hand and caught Hinata's shoulder, when she started to follow. "Don't worry, he'll be fine. I have a feeling he's going to be sleeping this off for the next day. Besides, you need to stay and listen for the next lineups," Kakashi said. "But, afterwards, we are free to do whatever we want. We'll wait for him as long as necessary." Hinata still seemed reluctant, but she eventually gave in and nodded. "Good. Now let's join the others and line up. Sasuke, let's get going. Blank, blank." As the Sandaime gave his speech commending the victors, Sasuke finally had a moment to settle his thoughts. No matter how many times he tried, he just couldn't shake that final image out of his head. Naruto, with that ridiculous smile of his, standing victorious of Lee's panting form. Sasuke already knew not to underestimate his blonde teammate. After all of the training and missions they had gone through, he knew the blonde's abilities better than anyone. Yet, he still felt a sense of shock at seeing him overcome an obstacle he probably couldn't have handled himself. That made him excited. He couldn't quite explain it. He didn't know whether it was jealousy or anticipation. But the competitive flame that had been stoked in his heart was now burning twice as fiercely as before. It was a wake-up call for sure. You both better train hard. I won't be left in the dust by either of you, he thought as he cast a glance at his one present teammate. With that being said, I now hand it over to the exam proctor for our final words, the Sandame finished. Anko had a big smile as she stepped forward and gave the group a mock salute. I gotta say brats, not too bad. I'm gonna skip the whole, you should be proud of yourselves, crap, and just get on to the good part. You all pushed this hard to get here, now let's find out what your next hurdle to overcome is going to be. One by one, Anko made her way down the line of remaining partychi pants and offered them the box containing their numbers. Let's start with you, Fire Crotch, Anko said with a smile as she stood in front of Gaara. The boy shot her an unholy glare, but simply showed her the piece of paper. Revealing the number 7, I have 11, replied Tamari. And I got number 10. Jay replied, shooting Tamari a wink. 2, L grunted, rolling his eyes at his teammates' antics. 8, Dosu gruffly responded, before shooting Gaara a glare. 4, Sakura said cheerfully. 12, Shikamaru droned, causing Jay to deflate as he realized he wasn't matched with Tamari. 9, Hinata called out, causing Jay to perk back up. 5, Sasuke replied as he looked down the line at the remaining participants. 6, Shino said coolly, earning a nod from Sasuke. 3, Neji responded coldly, as he glared at his pink-haired opponent. And that means the runt will be stuck with number 1. It's been a blast watching you munchkins tear each other apart, so I wish you all the best of luck in your next matches. For those of you who weren't paying attention, look to the board for your matchups, Anko called out with a theatrical wave at the monitor. As the screen lit up yellow, everyone's eyes darted to their first opponent. Some smiled, some trembled, and others couldn't care less. Naruto Uzumaki vs. L Honda, Neji Hyuga vs. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha vs. Shino Aburame, Sabaku no Gaara vs. Dosu Kinuta, Hinata Hyuga vs. Jay Oshiro, Sabaku no Tamari vs. Shikamaru Nara, blank, underscore, blank. The next morning, we're going to need to get it today. We don't know what Sensei has planned for him. Did you find the right model? Yeah, I did, but I still don't have enough saved up to pitch in for the cost. I told you I'd be happy to pay for it. And I told you I want to help with that. You shouldn't have to pay for the whole thing. I'd feel like I didn't really contribute anything. Oh, don't be silly. You're the one who thought of it. What are you two whispering about? A voice called out behind them. The pair yelped and jumped away from their huddle to see Sasuke making his way across the clearing towards their bridge. Nothing Sasuke-kun. Nothing at all, hi. Nada nervously laughed as she shook her head. Sure. Anything I ought to know. No way, Tem. It's a secker. Naruto was painfully cut off as Hinata jabbed him in the side. No, Sasuke-kun. We're just discussing the lineups for the exams. Whatever, Sasuke said, letting the issue drop as he leaned against the wooden rail. Hinata-chan. Why? Naruto lightly cried as he cradled his hip. Has Sensei shown up yet? Sasuke asked, ignoring the blonde's antics. I know he sometimes wants us look for him, but I don't think today is really the day for that. No, Hinata replied, shaking her head. I checked just to be sure with my Byakugan a little earlier, but he isn't in any of the trees surrounding the field. It's strange. He's usually here 5 minutes before. Naruto Uzumaki. You leave those alone. She whipped around and glared down at Naruto, who was attempting to remove his bandages once again. Naruto gulped as her fierce white eyes bore down on him, which reminded him a little too much of her cousin. Sorry. Hinata-chan. I can't help it if they're itchy. Everything will be healed in a day or two anyway, he whined. Those bandages are going to stay on, and I don't want to hear another word about it. Hinata replied as reached into her pack for more salve. Now stand still, I want to apply more cream to that bruise on your face. But it stings, Naruto whined, yet he remained still as Hinata brought her hand up to his face. It will only hurt a second, Hinata soothed him as she dabbed her finger across the purple welt, causing him to flinch. After a few more seconds, she smiled and placed her salve back into her bag. That should reduce the swelling, and make it a little easier with eating. Of course, Naruto lit up at that. Yo! Came a voice at the base of the bridge. Catching them off guard, they all turned around to see Kakashi casually standing there with his hands in his pockets. You're a little late, sensei. I hope it won't become a habit again, Hinata jokingly chided. Sorry, I just had to make some final adjustments for each of your training for the next month. That caught everyone's attention, and they all fell silent. He nodded his head, and they quietly followed as he led them across the clearing towards the training posts. He motioned for them to sit, and they each leaned back against the wooden posts. I first want to let you know how proud I am that all of you managed to make it this far. You all dug deep and pushed through everything I threw at you in the last few months. No matter what the results may bring during the finals, I want you all to know that you are Chunin material in my book. Great work. They each took the compliment in stride. Hinata blushed and offered him a light smile. Sasuke was pleased as well, and even offered him one of his rare, light-hearted smiles. Of course Naruto was beaming ear to ear, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Kakashi clapped and rubbed his hands together. All right, here's the rundown. Now, I would love for us to keep working together as we have, but I'm afraid that can no longer be the case. He noted their surprised reactions, but pressed on, for the time being. I want you three to put aside my normal lectures of teamwork and camaraderie, and focus on yourselves for once. While you have multiple hurdles to overcome beforehand, it is entirely possible that you three could face each other in a three-way fight in the finals. You all already know so much about each other's abilities, that you will need this upcoming month to yourselves to prepare some new materials that the others won't be aware of. The three of them were quiet as they shot each other glances. None of them seemed too visibly appealed at the notion, but he could tell that underneath. Each of them was excited by the prospect. So what's the plan, sensei? Naruto asked. Like I said, we are splitting you up. Each of you is going to work in private, with someone overseeing your training. Who gets to be with you, sensei? Hinata asked. Kakashi internally sighed, preparing for the outburst he knew was coming, and said, Sasuke. He raised his hand as Naruto began to speak. Let me finish. I know what you're going to say, but don't mistake this as a play of favoritism. I've made this decision because Sasuke is going to be facing the hardest lineup of the three of you. Shino won't be that hard for him. Naruto muttered. I wasn't referring to Shino. I believe you have already met Sasuke's other opponent, and have had some personal experience of how lethal he can be. Naruto winced as the memories of his clones being ripped to shreds flashed in his mind. Okay, that's fair, he muttered. Kakashi gave him a nod, happy that he understood, before turning towards his student in question. Not to try to scare you, Sasuke, but our training isn't just going to be about making you stronger, it's about making sure you can even survive your encounter with the Kage's son. Sasuke was silent, but nodded, letting him know he understood the gravity of the situation. As for you two, Kakashi continued, turning back towards the others, both of your teachers ached me before I even had a chance to ask. Hinata, your father requested to oversee your training personally. While I'm sure you know his teaching methods can be a bit strict, he is probably the best person to help refine your fighting style. Before you start worrying, we talked and he agreed with me that you shouldn't focus entirely on Jiyuken. He and I spent some time together and discussed so. Me elemental jutsu that we think will be useful for you. He also wanted me to mention that he plans to start working with you on your mother's jutsu. Hinata gasped at that last part, and a smile crept up her face. She had spent years gazing over her mother's jutsu scroll, but had been limited by her chakra control and reserves to truly utilize them. He actually thought she was ready. That's awesome, Hinata-chan. I bet it's going to be kick-ass. Ooh, what about me, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked as he bobbed up and down. I believe you and your teacher have already spent ample time together. He still has to settle some things before he is ready, but told me that you should meet him at the bathhouses around noon tomorrow. Naruto's grin doubled in size as he caught on. All right, Jiraiya-sensei is back. Sasuke chuckled at his teammate's outburst, and turned his attention to Kakashi. How soon do we begin? Tomorrow, Kakashi replied, causing Naruto and Hinata to freeze. We are going to be heading out of the village for the duration of our training, so I want you to spend the rest of the day getting any supplies you'll need for the trip. We'll meet at the village gate tomorrow morning around 8. Kakashi turned back to Hinata and Naruto, who had begun furiously whispering to each other. Something you two want to share? He asked as he crossed his arms. Nothing, they cried out in unison. Kakashi gazed down at them with his one good eye, before shrugging his shoulders. All right, now, the finals will be held 1 month from today. Both the Hokage and myself expect nothing short of your maximum effort during this time and to see all 3 of you with that vest hanging on your shoulders once it's over. We will meet back here, 1 day before the exam, to go over our strategies for our opponents and offer each other advice for anything we might have missed. Kakashi began to stand up, and his students followed suit. He placed his hands on Hinata and Naruto's heads and ruffled their hair with a smile. I expect to see some big results from you too. I wish you the best of luck. With that, he made a hand sign, and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. The 3 of THM were silent as they digest everything they had been told. Their eyes each held the same steely determination, and they shared a smile. Hinata was silent, enjoying the moment, before Naruto's eyes shot open. Hinata-chan, we need to hurry. With that, he grabbed the girl's hand and raced off towards the village. What the hell are you two doing? Sasuke called after them. Sorry, Sasuke-kun. Just don't leave tomorrow until we show up. Hinata called over her shoulder, as she desperately tried to keep pace with the over-energetic blonde. Sasuke sighed before sticking his hands in his pockets, and slowly following in their footsteps. He had some stops to make. Blank. Tai. I said drop it. Ria called out before swooping up her little brother in her arms and snatching the green apple out of his hands. Please, can't you keep him in control? I apologize, Madam Maria. I can't leave him at home this week. The landlord is renovating the building for the next few days. Just try to keep a better eye on him, the woman sighed as she made her way towards her office. Ria offered the retreating woman a weak smile, and waited until she was sure she heard the door close, before glaring down at her brother. And just what do you have to say for yourself? I was hungry. She weakly sighed and hung her head. Of course you are. She lifted him up so he was more comfortable in her arms, and carried him over into the restaurant. Hanaya-san, could you keep my brother occupied at the bar? No problems. Just leave him on the stool. I'll keep an eye on him. The man laughed from behind the glass as he worked on a fresh batch of noodles. Thank you. She sighed as she gently sat the boy on the stool. She made sure he was looking her in the eyes before saying, you stay right here. Understood. But I'm bored, the boy whined as he lay his head on the bar. How much longer do we have to stay here? I told you before, I'll be done with work at 5, then we can go out for dinner. But I'm hungry new, he muttered as his stomach rumbled to accent his point. Tell you what, your sister's lunch break is coming up soon. How about I whip you two up something special? In return, you have to be a good boy and let your sister work. Hanaya said. He whipped his hands off with a rag. Promise. The boy exclaimed as he perked up. Absolutely, Hanaya out as he stretched his hand over the glass and made a pinky promise. Ria mouthed, thank you, to him as she headed back towards the grocery. She heard the bell ring, and turned to meet the new customer. Welcome to Madame Maria's grocery in Delhi. How may I help? She paused as she recognized the latest patron. She placed a hand on her hip, and couldn't help but chuckle. Been a while, duck butt. How have you been? Still dancing in the face of the devil. You have no idea, Sasuke replied as he unconsciously rubbed his shoulder. I bet. So what can I do for the ever so noble head of the Uchiha clan today? She mockingly asked with a little curtsy. Just picking up some supplies. I'm going to be out of town for a while, he replied as he began browsing. Where do you keep your shinobi rations? Back right, next to the register. So what are you up to? Or is it one of those, have to kill me if I tell you situations? Sasuke snorted as he glanced over the ration packs. He picked up the mango and orange flavor. Weighing his options, the things tasted like crap, but they held the essential nutrients shinobi needed for long-term assignments. The flavoring was just an attempt to make it easier to swallow. Training, he replied after setting the orange pack back, and placing the other in his basket. The Chunin exams are coming up, and I'm going to be part of the finals. You mean, that event where they make kids fight each other in that big arena? Sasuke flinched at the blunt description. Wellies, I really don't get you shinobi. No, there can't be some practical test held by a panel. Let's let the kids fight it out to the death for everyone to see. Come one, come all. Watch Shinobi Hopeful A kick the crap out of Shinobi B. She called out with a theatrical twirl before heading towards the register. I take it you haven't gone to watch them yourself, Sasuke replied as headed over towards the refrigerated section. No interest, she said as she leaned against her elbow. Besides, even if I wanted to. Do you know how expensive those tickets are? It's ridiculous. I don't doubt it. Every year, multiple nobles and clans from throughout the elemental nations will venture to the current host nation to witness the spectacle of the exams. To the common folk, it had to be mind-blowing. From walking up walls to breathing fire, the life of a shinobi could seem like it was straight out of fantasy. However, she did make a good point. In a way, he could agree that the whole event could be seen as morbid. It's more than for just us knocking each other around for their amusement, you know. Sasuke said as he inspected the basket of tomatoes. Oh, I bet it's trudged down by some intricate political bullshit. Everything is, she replied, which earned a chuckle. After several minutes, she finally got tired and spoke up. Are you done looking over those tomatoes? They're all fresh. Just pick some already. I want them to be just right. They're just tomatoes, she mocked, imitating his inflection. He shot her a glance. I happen to really like tomatoes. She couldn't help but chuckle at the seriousness of his tone, and eventually burst out laughing as he continued to glare. I'm sorry, she chuckled as she tried to regain her composure. You sold have seen your face. I'm sure it was amusing, he scoffed as he placed his basket on the counter. As she reached for a plastic bag, he shook his hand. It's all right, I have a different solution. She was puzzled as he took out a tiny scroll and laid it across the countertop. She curiously watched him, as he began piling the food over an intricate design of kanji. She was about to speak up, when he raised his hand in front of his chest and made a hand sign. Seal. She winced as the scroll flashed white. She blinked, trying to remove the spots from her eyes, and gasped as she looked down. Sasuke chuckled as he watched her first interaction with storage seals. See, this is what I mean by ninja magic. She sighed as she glanced up at him. My teammate would heartily disagree. It's all science babble that I don't want to spend time thinking about. Trust me, he could go on for hours about this stuff. Woo-ah, a voice rang behind him. He turned around to see a tiny, black-haired boy staring up at them in awe. Are you really a shinobi, mister? The boy asked with giant eyes. Sasuke raised his eyebrow and nodded, which only seemed to entrance the boy even more. Tai. What did Hanaya say? You have to stay over in the deli if you want him to make you something special for lunch, Ria chided. How did you do that, mister? Can I see? The boy asked, ignoring his sister. Sure. Sasuke shrugged as he handed the boy the scroll, which was too big for his small hands. The boy ran his hand over the marking across the paper, as if trying to reveal the hidden items stored inside. I take it this is your little brother that you've mentioned, Sasuke asked, glancing back at Ria, who was coming around the counter. Yes, it is. Tai, do you want to introduce yourself? Oh, right, the young boy exclaimed before offering Sasuke a bow. My name is Tai. Nice to meet you. Sasuke offered the boy a slight bow in return. The pleasure is all mine, Tai-san. Are you really going to be in the Chunin exams? Yeah, I am. I'm leaving to train tomorrow. That is so cool, Tai exclaimed, jumping up and down. Before turning to his sister. Can we go watch your friend, Nei-chan? Please. Ria growled and shook her head. We've gone over this before, Tai. Even if I wanted you to go, the tickets are too expensive. We couldn't afford seats. Tai grew crestfallen and hung his head. You can take mine if you'd like. Both heads shot towards him in a heartbeat. One in excitement and one in irritation. Sasuke shrugged. They give the participants tickets for their family members, and since I'm in a clan, the seats would be in the VIP section reserved for clan heads. Tai's eyes were as wide as saucers, and Sasuke was getting worried about how long the boy had been inhaling. The boy slowly turned towards his sister with a huge smile on his face. No, I said no, she tried to argue, as she avoided his ecstatic gaze. Don't you ask it, she grumbled as he tiptoed up and hugged her legs. Can we go? He whispered gleefully. You, she sighed and shot Sasuke the stink eye, to which he simply smirked at. Fine, she muttered. Yeah. Tai cried out and began running circles around the shop. Ria groaned and laid her head in her arms on the counter. I hate you, she mumbled. Quote, I'll run by the tickets the day before the finals, he replied before having the wind knocked out of him by a small, human-shaped projectile. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the boy shouted into his stomach, tightening his grip around the boy's back. You're welcome, Sasuke replied. He looked to Ria, who was chuckling at his obvious discomfort and made no move to help remove the younger boy. All right, well, I have other errands I have to run, he said as he tried to pry the boy from his legs. All right, Tai, that's enough. Uchiha-sama has places to be. After 2 more minutes, they were finally able to convince Tai to let go of the boy. Sasuke pocketed his storage scroll and made his way towards the door. Thank you, Uchiha-san. Good luck with your training. Tai called out as he waved him goodbye. Sasuke smirked and gave the boy a nod, before heading out the door. Blank. The next morning, Kakashi cracked his eye open as he finally noticed Sasuke approaching the gate. All set. Sasuke's nod was all he needed in response. Good. Then let's get going, Kakashi said as he turned to leave. Wait a minute, sensei, Sasuke called out. Kakashi sent him a curious look, as Sasuke gazed out at the crowds walking near the gate. Waiting for someone. They asked me to wait for them to get here before we leave, Sasuke replied quietly. Kakashi was silent before leaning back against the wall. All right, it's your time after all. If you think it's important enough to wait for them, then we'll do it, but if they aren't here after 20 minutes, I think we should head out. 15 minutes and then we'll go, Sasuke replied as he settled into the shade next to his sensei. They ended up waiting for 17 minutes, but as Sasuke was getting ready to just go, they finally caught sight of their targets. It was hard to tell at first, but there was no mistaking that blonde hair anywhere. They gazed down the road as Hinata and Naruto raced sideways along the walls of the storefronts. Sorry we're late. Hinata wanted to make sure it was wrapped. Naruto panted as the pair came to a halt in front of them. We had been planning this for a while now, Hinata panted, trying to catch her breath. And since you're going to be gone all month, we thought we'd get it to you now. Naruto stepped forward and held out the box. Here. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, but took the box anyway. He carefully undid the lavender bow and purple wrapping paper, before finally taking the lid off the box. His voice caught in his throat as he stared down at the black and gray casing. "You're going to be gone during the special day, but we wanted to do something special," Hinata said with a smile. "Happy birthday, Tem." Sasuke was silent as he reached into the box and pulled out the thin, black scabbard. His hands were lightly shaking as he gripped the handle and unsheathed the blade. He weighed the Chikudo in his hand, and smiled as he gave it a few practice swings. Finally, after so many blades that Kakashi had made him try in the past, this one just felt right. I don't know what to say," he muttered as he cradled the blade in his hands. "Typically what you'd say is thank you," Naruto snorted with a smirk. Sasuke closed his eyes and chuckled, before sheathing the blade and placing the scabbard over his shoulder. "Thank you both. It means a lot." Hinata blushed and gave him a bright smile, which was mirrored by Naruto. "Now, get out of here and practice with that thing. I expect to see both of you in the final match." Naruto smiled as he pumped out his fist. Quick as lightning, Sasuke unsheathed the blade and held it up to Naruto's throat. "You may come to regret that, Dobi, but the sentiment is shared." Sasuke smirked before turning to Hinata. "That goes for you too. It was about time we settled which is the better dojutsu clan within Konoha." "Agreed, and may the best woman win," she giggled as she pumped out her fist and joined it with Naruto's. Sasuke bumped fists with his teammates and turned to Kakashi. He nodded and gave the other two an eye smile and a wave, before they turned and made their way out of the village. Blank, blank. A few hours later. "I can't believe you. I don't have to explain anything to you. I just don't get it," Naruto muttered as he held his head in his hands. Why do all of my senseis have to be perverts?" he cried as he curled up in a ball and fake tears streamed down his face. "Give it a rest already. Noisy brat. Shut up, Ero Sennin. What did I tell you about calling me that? I will call you what I want to call you, you filthy old man. You should be ashamed of yourself." "Whatever," Jiraiya sighed as they made their way towards the center of the field. "Now, unless you want to keep complaining, I believe we have work to do." Naruto sobered up instantly, and jogged after the man. "Did you have any luck working on the masks?" Naruto asked as he caught up. No, not really. I haven't had the time. I've been busy with a project the intelligence division wanted me to look into. I should be done with it in the next day or two, and I apologize. I'd have to duck out for one day to oversee its results. Anyways, from what I've heard, you've made a bit more development on the mask subject than I did." "What?" Naruto asked as he titled his head to the side. "Remember that missing nin I mentioned? The one responsible for 17,000 deaths. Well, congratulations. You managed to piss him off after preventing him from giving your pale friend the same mark he gave the Uchiha." Naruto stopped in his tracks as a cold feeling washed over him. "What? Did Sensei not mention that? Well, consider yourself lucky from walking away unscathed from a meeting with Orochimaru." Naruto was dead silent and stood rooted in place. "Oh," Jiraiya chuckled. "It was rare to see the kid grow so quiet. And I punched him in the face." Jiraiya burst out laughing and slapped the boy on the back. "Oh, that was priceless. He'd have to use that in one of his future books. You shouldn't be concerned, kid. Hopefully, by the next time you cross paths with him, you'll be able to Hiraishin yourself out of whatever mess you will have gotten yourself into." "Sure." Jiraiya let out one more chuckle before coming to a stop. He turned to face the boy and folded his arms, his face finally growing more serious. "All right, let's get down to business. I've got you for the next month, and we are going to make the most of it. When I'm done with you, that Uchiha Team M8 of yours is going to look like a civilian in comparison. Sound good to you?" Naruto blinked out of his shocked daze and flashed him a smile. "Good. Now, the first thing on our list is something very important to me and to the history of our village. This is a tradition passed along by my sensei to me, to the fourth, to a slight degree to Kakashi, and now to you." Naruto watched curiously as the old man unhooked the massive scroll from his back and set it next to him on the ground. "Kid, I'm going to teach you how to summon." Naruto simply stared at him for a moment, before sighing and biting at his thumb. "What are you? Wait, stop." Jiraiya called out as he watched Naruto go through the 5-hand signs and slam his hand towards the ground. Without a contract seal, there's no telling where he'll show up. Jiraiya was cut mid-thought as the smoke cleared and he stared down at a tiny, furry creature that had appeared before him. Its body was mostly yellow with purple markings along the top of its head, ears, and 2 tails that swayed behind its back. The tiny fox shook out its body and let out an excited bark at him, before racing around his legs several times and jumping up into Naruto's arms. Naruto nervously laughed as he scratched Kimi behind the ears, and tried his best to ignore Jiraiya's dumbstruck expression. "Hee, sorry Jiraiya-sensei, but kinda sorta already know how to summon." 4 years earlier. "Kitsune, how much longer do I have to wear this thing? It itches." "I highly doubt that, and a couple more hours I'm afraid. Be a trooper and push through it." "We're almost there." Naruto hmphed and tugged at the hem of his new, black kimono that Kitsune had graciously purchased for him that morning. He never liked getting dressed up. On the rare occasions that I brought him to some special function or dinner, he would be forced to wear some hand-me-down from Gigi's son. Kimonos always made him feel vulnerable. They were just too light, and he detested the drafty feeling down below. "Fine. Where are we heading anyway?" he asked as he gave up fiddling with him. "My place." The 8-year-old boy waited for him to elaborate, but quietly fell in step beside him when he realized he wasn't going to get any more information. While they made their way through the village, Naruto tended to linger closer to Kitsune's side than he usually would. As with every year, the angry stares and whispers seemed to be more frequent and hostile on this day in particular. While no one shouted anything towards the duo as they passed by, there was a clear edge of hostility in the air. As they passed a bar, one tipsy man, who had decided to start celebrating earlier, rose up to throw out a comment, but was quickly silenced once he realized who the Anbu alongside the boy was. After 15 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at a small cluster of buildings near the Hokage residence that typically housed off-duty Anbu. While most agents slept in the Anbu barracks during their rotations, even the Anbu needed a place to retreat to after the stress their line of work tended to create. With a swipe of blood on the door handle, Kitsune creaked open the wooden frame and motioned Naruto to follow him inside. Naruto took one step inside and sneezed from the dust kicked up in the air from their arrival. As he looked around, even he could tell that Kitsune never really spent much time here. The dressers were covered in dust, and there was even a cobweb in one of the windows. "Geez, Kitsune, you really need to clean up this place. That's rich coming from you. What state would we find your room in if we went there right now?" "Fine," Naruto mumbled as he tried to find a place to sit that wouldn't coat his new clothes in dust. "Besides, there's no point. I'm never really here that often anyway," Kitsune replied as locked the door behind him. It was true. Whenever he was forced to take breaks by the Hokage, he would simply spend his time resting in the Anbu barracks. If he ever had any free time, it was spent doing 3 things: eating, sleeping, and training. His coworkers may have found it dreadfully dull, but it mattered little to him. He had a job to do, and he would spend every waking moment he had to ensure he could accomplish it. Speaking of which, he turned and faced the young boy, who had finally taken a seat after wiping off a stool at the counter and was staring back at him expectantly. "So, what are we doing here?" the boy asked as he swung his legs and glanced around the room. "You're receiving your birthday present. Wait here," Kitsune replied as he made his way towards his bedroom. After making sure the door was shut tight, he placed his hand on the wall behind the door, illuminating a storage seal. As he reopened the door, Naruto was surprised to see he wasn't holding a present. Instead, Kitsune held a long, thin scroll. Its parchment was withered and faded, and there were some obvious tears along the edges. The blonde noted the obvious dirt stains, and felt a little disheartened by the sight. What was so important about a crummy, old scroll? What is it? Something very special. Thesis: the only link I still have to my family. Technically, it was something passed down to me, and now, I'm willing to share it with you. Kitsune was silent as he let his statement sink in. If you are granted permission, I.W. Old like to allow you to sign this summoning contract. Naruto watched with wide eyes as the boy flashed through 5 hand signs and slammed his hand on the ground. The boy yelped as the smoke dissipated, revealing a massive red and gold fox that was roughly the size of Kitsune. The fox fixed its gaze on him and began sniffing the air as it approached him. Naruto tried to back away, but ended up leaning too far back, causing him and the stool to come crashing down. He groaned as he rubbed his back, and squeaked when he realized the massive fox was right in his face. The boy trembled but remained perfectly silent as the fox sniffed at him. It prodded him with its snout, before it started licking him all over his face. Naruto giggled and reached out to pet the massive animal that was assaulting him with affection. Kitsune felt his lip curl up as he watched the two interact. After a minute of coddling the boy, the massive fox turned around to face him, and said, "Huli is ready for you. He'll be calling us shortly." "Thanks, Ryoma." Naruto's eyes were the size of saucers as he stared up at the fox above him. "Did that fox just—" he started to say before all three went up in a puff of smoke. "Talk." Naruto stopped mid-sentence as he realized he was no longer in Kitsune's apartment. Ryoma happily moved out of his way, as Naruto pushed himself onto his feet. His eyes tried to adjust to the sudden change in light. The light from the fireplace dimly illuminated the room, but it was very hard for him to full orient himself. He gazed around the tiny room with wooden walls and flooring, and was surprised by the root that jutted through the ceiling into the floor. He noted the table sitting in the corner of the room and was confused by the tiny chairs and table height. What just happened? "Ah, the guest of the hour has arrived," a voice called out behind him. He turned around and was shocked to see another fox smiling up at him. This one had gray fur and 4 tails swirling behind its back. And instead of walking on all fours, it strolled forward its hind legs with a walking stick in hand. That one can talk too," Naruto cried out as he squatted down to the elder's level. "That is so cool." Huli chuckled before waving off Kitsune, who had started to bow. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Naruto-kun. Kitsune here has told me quite a lot about you." "My name is Huli," the old fox chirped as he reached out his paw. "Nice to meet you, Huli Gigi," Naruto replied with a smile as he shook the tiny fox's paw. "So they assigned us our time?" Kitsune asked over his shoulder. "Indeed. The council is going to busy with a certain case for the next hour, but we are expected to show up around 2 o'clock. That should give you plenty of time to finish your business," Huli replied. "What business?" Naruto asked, turning towards the older boy. "Sorry, but Ryoma and I have some errands we need to run before the ceremony. It's just some paperwork we have to drop off before we can actually present you to Lady Shi." "Do you have it ready, Huli-sama?" Yes. 1 second, it's down in my study. Let me go and fetch it," the old fox said with a wave of his hand as he headed off deeper into the burrow. "What am I supposed to do for 2 hours?" Naruto whined after Huli disappeared. "Don't worry, Huli-sama will keep you company. He'll probably give you a tour of the city in the meantime," Kitsune responded. Getting down on one knee, "Now you behave for him. He was very generous to help us here. Do you understand?" "Fine," Naruto huffed, before Kitsune ruffled his hair. "Now, why don't you go play with Ryoma? While we wait." "Sir." Naruto started before the giant fox scooped him up and flipped him on its back. Naruto giggled as the large fox spun around the living room, trying its best not to knock anything over. "Here it is," Huli called out as he entered the room, handing Kitsune a wrapped parcel. "That should suffice. I'm sure she'll be pleased with my selection." Kitsune nodded and stared at the duo playing in the foyer. Naruto giggled as Ryoma bounced back and forth across the floor. What do you think of our odds? Kitsune asked quietly. Honestly, I believe Lady Shi will find him acceptable. Around 70% in our favor if you really wanted to put a number to it, but, well, it also depends on how she may react if she notices his tenant. What then? Then I'd say 50-50. What? He angrily whispered. Don't worry. The old fox chuckled as he waved him off. I've set some wheels in motion that should tip the scales in our favor. Just trust this old fox. Now you wanted me to hold on to something. Kitsune nodded. After making sure Naruto was fully distracted with Ryoma, he handed the short fox the disheveled scroll. Lady Shi won't tolerate this arrangement anymore, especially if she approves him, so I need you to look after it. Consider it done. I know how precious it is for you. I'll take good care of it, he replied before collapsing he tiny scroll into a tiny black mark atop his cane. Kitsune was silent, but finally nodded and whistled for Ryoma. The fox immediately sprung up and shot over to his side. Naruto, we're leaving. Naruto jogged over, trying to wipe away the slobber from his face. All right, let's get going. Allow me to present to you the Forest of Eternal Fall. Huli smiled as he pushed open the round door to his den. Naruto blinked at the sudden rush of light, but after his eyes adjusted, he felt his breath hitch in his chest. It was stunning. The trees were simply massive. The width of each one was about the size of a city block. The ground and trees were littered in red and orange leaves, making the tree trunks pop out. In fact, as he gazed around, all he could see was orange, and more orange. Vibrant leaves shrouded the woods and stretched as far as the eye could see. He craned his neck looking up as he tried to see the top. Beautiful, isn't it? Huli asked as he stood next to the boy. Yeah. Naruto stood in stunned silence for over a minute as he took in the sight. Come on. It's about a 5-minute walk to town, Huli said as he took his place at the head of the group. As they hiked away from Huli's burrow, a tiny head popped up from behind the roots of the tree. Its head cocked to the side and its tail began to wag as it caught sight of the small, blond boy smiling up at the trees. It quietly crawled out from the shade, and darted from tree to tree, tailing the group as they went on their way. Blank. Wow, it was astonishing to say the least. Ryoma had not truly prepared him for how big some of these foxes were. While the majority was the normal size he was used to, some even dwarfed Ryoma by 10 feet. His gaze lingered on a particular red and blue one, but he quickly glanced away after it noticed him and started to bare its teeth. To be honest, he wasn't exactly receiving the most open welcome. From the moment he had set foot in the settlement, every fox he had passed seemed to be on high alert due to his presence. Now he was used to dirty looks. He got them every day back home, but this felt different. In the village, he detailed that they always blamed him for something, but these looks seemed to be directed at something else. They're not angry at you, Huli spoke up, as if reading his thoughts. Could have fooled me, the boy muttered as every head seemed to follow his trail. Well, they're not exactly mad at you. They're just cautious. The Fox clan doesn't exactly have the greatest track record with humans. What do you mean? Huli chuckled. Well, as you may know, humans love to hunt, and when you have a fur coat as lustrous as ours, it tends to draw negative attention. Huli gazed up at him. For 200 years, mankind hunted down the foxes in droves, to the point where we simply couldn't stay in our normal homes. An alliance was built and we were forced to leave our old forests behind and retreat here, where we have been hidden ever since. When was that? Naruto asked. Oh, about 11,000 years ago, give or take. Things certainly must have changed since then. From time to time, about every 200 years. The idea to expand is thrown around, but it's always dismissed. Better to remain here hidden among the other summons where it's safe. Just too much lingering resentment among the elders. Huli then snorted and glanced up at him. Plus the humans aren't exactly helping their case. From your folklore portraying as tricksters, to more recent events such as the Kyuubi attack, Fox's Eren. Chi exactly held in a positive light with your people. Huli was silent, before following up, and before you ask, no, there isn't really a connection between us and the Kyuubi. None. Well, he may have been molded after us. But that's a different story. Naruto raised his eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? Another time perhaps. It's a long story, and I'm sure you would be bored by the details of an old sage. Oops. Hold up. Kitsune cut off, stopping Naruto with his cane. Naruto was about to ask why when he suddenly felt the ground shake beneath his feet. He glanced to his right. Chi fell backwards in shock at the sight of the creature roam ng towards him. As its shadow fell across his face, Naruto's mouth fell open as the colossal fox made its way between the trees. The thing made Ryoma look like an ant. It was huge. What? How is it so large? Naruto stuttered as he watched the beast walk away. Not every species of fox is the same, my boy. It all depends on what clan you come from, which genetics you inherit and whatnot. Those larger varieties tend to hail from the more battle-oriented families. As you can see, they tend to grow quite large. You don't say, the 8-year-old whispered in wonder. Huli poked him in the stomach and lightly bopped his nose with his cane. Close your mouth or a bug will fly right in. Now, let's be on our way. As Naruto followed behind the humming, old fox, he began to notice something strange. While most of the foxes were fixing their glares at him, he noticed he was not the only one receiving negative attention. Huli Gigi. Why are the foxes glaring at you? Is it because you're with me? Huli simply glanced at the surrounding crowd and shrugged it off. Well, that may be part of the reason, but that's not entirely why. He chuckled as he glanced up at the boy who had caught up alongside him. Let's just say, I may not be the most popular figure in the village. But I thought you were one of the elders. Oh, I am. And it drives the council mad every day, he chuckled. While they respect my experience without a doubt, that doesn't mean they have to like me. They tend to see me as too soft for their liking. Too soft. Let's say that I'm one of the more diplomatic of the group. Since we have spent so much time by ourselves, the council isn't very trusting of the world outside of the forest, even of other summoning clans. What other clans are there? Naruto asked excitedly, who's closest? Oh, not many live near us besides two. There's a mountain to the west of here, whose caverns are home to a certain clan. To the east are the pigeons, although, if they had any brains, they would have moved years ago after finding out we were next door. Right as he said that, Naruto's stomach began to grumble, causing Huli to chuckle. I see your stomach is sharing in my sentiment. Well, we have some time. Why don't we stop for lunch? Ooh, can we get ramen? Naruto asked with stars in his eyes. Sorry, my boy, but I'm afraid we don't have that here. I want to go home now. Oh, come on now. I know a place around the corner that will be fine. We may not have ramen, but we'll have something else that should satisfy you. Have you ever tried pheasant? Blank. By the way, Huli Gigi, why can't he just sign the scroll now? Naruto asked between mouthfuls. Huli bopped him on the head with his cane and waited for him to swallow before replying. It isn't quite that simply. You see, all potential summoners must first be approved by the reigning head of the clan. Or boss summon, if you will. For the foxes, the decision falls to the reigning emperor or empress. Really? What are they like? Naruto asked before taking another bite. Huli was silent as he twiddled with his silverware. Lady She can be very well, she's not the most welcoming individual. She can be quite stern, and it's very hard to sway her from her decisions. Not to say that she can't be fair, but she tends to only listen to those who have truly gained her respect. How old is she? Naruto asked, before Huli smacked his hand with his cane, causing him to yelp in pain. Never ask about a woman's age. Naruto boy, it's considered rude. Anyways, to answer your question, she'll be turning 453 next spring. You're going to love the event. It's spectacular to witness. Naruto spit out his food and whipped around. 453. That's insane. You think that's old? She's actually considered quite young for her breed. She's about maybe a third of the way through her expected reign. What about you? Naruto asked. Me. Oh, for my kin, I'm getting up there. Around 824, give or take. Now, stop gawking. Your food is getting cold. The blonde was silent as he began pushing around the food on his plate. After a pause he turned and asked, Huli Gigi. When did Kitsune get to sign the contract? Huli stopped mid-drink and sat his cup back down. Young, very young, even younger than you are now. Lady Shi made a special exception for him due to peculiar circumstances. Huli was quiet, waiting to judge his reaction, but was surprised when the boy started giggling. Dev. Ious grin split apart his face as he turned to him and asked, so Kitsune was the last person to sign before me, right? Huli raised his eyebrow and nodded. I got you, Kitsune Baka. I'll finally get to see your name. He internally giggled as he rocked on his stool. Huli smiled and took one last sip before setting down his tip. Come along, Naruto. We have places to be. Our appointment is in about 30 minutes. With that, the pair thanked the chef and made their way out of the restaurant. As they walked out of the base of the tree, a tiny pair of yellow eyes peeked around the corner. After waiting several seconds, the dark shadow darted out from the behind the trunk and weaved its way through the traffic after them. Huli made a slight glance behind him, and caught sight of the tiny shape as it slid behind the door of a market, leaving a swirl of orange leaves in its wake. The tip of his lips curled up ever so slightly as he resumed their march towards the largest tree at the center of town. Blank, underscore, blank. As they drew closer and closer, Naruto could not help but be amazed by the towering stone doors that lay upon underneath the roots of the massive tree. As they reached the edge of the hole, he groaned as he glanced down at the ridiculous amounts of stairs that lead down the lantern-lit stairway. Oh, don't be such a baby. It's only 1,000 steps. I've outlived you 10 times, my boy. And you don't see me complaining. Let's go. As they made their way down the burrow, Naruto could not help but be amazed at the impressive structure work that went into the building this place. The roof stretched far above him, and without the aid of the lanterns lit along the walls, he wouldn't have been able to make out the ceiling. Finally, they made their way down to the bottom of the tunnel. And Naruto was even more shocked to find a marble floor waiting for them. Take a right. We should be meeting Kitsune outside of the council's chamber. After 5 minutes of walking, Naruto turned the corner to see Kitsune leaning against the stone columns in front of a large, bronze door. Right on time, he said as he caught sight of them. The council just finished their debate. And they're ready to start whenever we are. Good. Then let's get on with it, Huli chirpily replied as he made his way towards the double doors. Wait, hold on a second, Naruto yelped as panic started to creep in. What exactly am I supposed to? Quite standing around. Let's get this show on the road, the old fox called out as he pushed open the door. Kitsune sighed and just pushed Naruto along. Despite his protests, Naruto braced himself as he was pushed through the double doors, but as he set his eyes on the council, he was a bit disappointed. After all the variously sized foxes he had seen today, the council seemed almost underwhelming. Around a large semicircular table were foxes of varying sizes, but the largest was no bigger than Naruto. Most were the same size as Huli. New case. 2:06 p.m. The council shall now address the case for a new applicant to make his mark on our summoning contract, the small turquoise fox in the center of the ring called out. The Ox shot Naruto an uninterested look over his half-rimmed glasses. Lady Shi wished for me to inform you that your offering was received and deemed fit. Offering, Naruto whispered. Just a tradition. It's considered impolite to request a meeting with the Empress without presenting a gift, Huli whispered back. I gave her a certain history book I've been holding in my library. She's been after it for years. Thought it may soften her up. Ehem. Despite previous debate, Our current summoner has decided to execute his right as the current head summoner to propose a new applicant. Nominator, is your sponsor, counselor, or elder present? Quote, right here, Huli happily replied, tapping his cane against the floor. The council seemed to shoot him a short glare, before turning their attention to Naruto, who tried to stand as straight as possible. Are both the nominator and sponsor aware of the risks of the proposal? We are, they replied in unison, causing Naruto to glance between them. As the applicant prepared to accept any consequences should he be deemed unworthy, the fox asked as it peered over its desk. Was all he could reply as he glanced up at Kitsune. The boy remained quiet, but offered him an encouraging nod. Sure, I guess so. The fox let out a HMPH and stamped the piece of paper in front of him. Due to the rights granted to the head summoner, we the council, will allow your nomination to enter the presence of Lady Shi. You may enter the throne room and begin your trial. Thank you, honorable council, Kitsune replied with a bow, before prodding Naruto to follow him back out. Blank. As they made their way back down the corridor, Naruto was starting to get nervous. What did they mean about consequences? Huli Gigi. Yes, the old man replied, seemingly ignorant of the boy's distress. What exactly am I about to do? You are about to be in the presence of Lady Shi, and she is going to judge you to see if you are worthy of signing the scroll. How exactly is she going to do that? She is going to look into your very soul. She'll see every memory and decision you've ever made, and then measure your will and determination. Don't worry, while status is important, she does not really care about where one comes from. Work ethic is all she cares about. Hell, she had to climb over 2 of her own siblings to gain her throne. You should have nothing to worry about. And if she decides that I'm not the right fit, what then? Naruto asked hesitantly. Don't let that bother you. You'd be dead before you could even feel any pain. Naruto felt his blood turn ice cold, and was about to turn around and bolt. Before he could, he realized they had arrived. 2 bipedal foxes wearing thick crimson armor motioned them to follow, and led Kitsune, Huli, and himself through the entry arch of the throne room. It was a massive marble room, whose ceiling stretched even further than he could see. Past the red carpet the lead up the middle of the room was a giant silk futon flanked by stone pillars with flames erupting from the top. Behind the seat were 2 thick, purple curtains that stretched across the entire room. As they reached the room's center, Huli and Kitsune bowed down to their knees. After a few seconds, Kitsune reached up and forced Naruto's head down. The chamber was silent, the only sound being the echoey from the fires burning across from them. Finally, a smooth, feminine voice rang throughout the hall. Applicant, please step forward. Naruto had honestly never felt more scared in his life, but he shakenly started to rise and slowly walk about 10 feet away from the others. He stood perfectly still as he waited for this Lady Shi to appear. He wanted to glance backwards for some kind of reassurance from Kitsune, but a movement from behind the curtains caught his eye. As he glanced at the silk curtains, he could have sworn he caught a glimpse of white flash in the darkness. He gulped as a massive white tail, tipped with purple fur, swayed out from the curtains, slowly parting them before the massive form finally revealed itself. Naruto knew it was probably rude, but he couldn't help but stare. The sight was as awe-inspiring as it was terrifying. The massive fox from earlier in the village had nothing on her. She stood nearly triple its height, and 5 times as long. He froze as he felt her massive purple eyes lock onto him. Without a word, she prowled her way across the throne room, obviously in no rush. With each step she took, any temptation he held to run was quickly overshadowed by his limbs seemingly locking up in place. Whether it was out of a feeling to see this through or fear, he didn't know. At the very least, he felt some comfort in the idea that Kitsune thought he was ready for this. It was up to him to prove the other right. Finally, the snow-white fox stopped and leaned in so that the tip of her nose was within an inch of his face. Her massive eyes bore down. on him with such intensity that he couldn't move even if he wanted to. He was surprised when a small, purple fire seemed to appear in her eyes, and then suddenly, he felt his vision dim. Blank, underscore, blank. Lady Shi was silent as the boy's memories played through her mind. All of the tragedy, all of the loneliness, all bundled up into 10 seconds. She was honestly impressed. That amount of torment would break most men, but here this child persevered and still stood with his head up. Although, she could tell that he still clung to some of his darker feelings deep within, the boy certainly had a will of fire. He would be just fine. She glanced over the boy at Huli, who held a smug look on his face, much to her annoyance. As she began to retreat from his mind, she paused. Her eyes narrowed and she began to sniff him. Shit. Kitsune internally cursed as he noticed her shift in demeanor. This was not going to be good. He slowly began to tense up and reach for his pouch, but felt Huli's hand clasp his wrist. Let things play out, he whispered, seemingly unworried by the events unfolding in front of them. This chakra, she mused as she delved back deeper and deeper into his mind. She pushed back into the furthest depths of his psyche, until finally, her eyes shot open as another face with slanted eyes grinned back at her within the darkness. You, Naruto yelped, and fell back on his ass as Lady Shi reared back and growled at him. He frantically tried to say something, anything, but felt his words stuck in his throat. All he could do was try to scoot away as the massive creature let out a roar. Baring teeth the size of 10 men. He lay frozen as the massive beast opened its mouth and purple flames began to glow in its throat. Naruto whimpered, glancing back at the others. Shit, Kitsune cursed as he prepared to move, but Huli would not lighten his grip. Lady Shi roared and reared back her neck, fire erupting from the sides of her mouth. A small pair of yellow eyes hidden within the shadows of the throne room were wide in disbelief, and the small figure began darting out from its hiding place. As Lady Shi brought down her head, the tiny Hado came to a stop in front of Naruto and growled at her. Naruto winced as he awaited his fiery demise, but was surprised when it never came. Instead, he slowly lifted one eye and was shocked to see a tiny yellow and purple fox standing between him and the towering behemoth. Their eyes were locked in a nonverbal argument, but neither seemed willing to back down. Naruto couldn't help but noticed the purple markings along the small fox matching those on the Empress. After another few seconds of silence, Lady Zai's glare returned and flames started pouring from her mouth again. The tiny fox seemed just as surprised as Naruto. Her ear flattening against her head. It started to tremble, but held its ground, even as Lady Shi began taking a deep breath. Without even thinking, Naruto jumped forward. And clasped the tiny creature in his arms, turning his back to the Empress, and tried his best to shield the tiny fox with his body as best he could. He felt the heat of the flames tickle the back of his kimono for a solid minute, but was surprised when it retreated yet again. Intriguing, the feminine voice echoed throughout the room. Naruto glanced over his shoulder as the massive fox stepped away from him. The fox seemed to study him as she glanced between him and the tiny yellow ball of fur in his arms. Fine, I shall allow you to pass, for now. But know this, Naruto Uzumaki, she growled as she leaned down in his face. If any ill hull fall upon her, let this day be a constant reminder of what shall happen. She then shifted her glare onto the fox in his arms. And we will talk later. With that, she turned around and made her way back towards the massive futon at the end of the room. Well, I'd say that worked out better than expected, Huli chuckled as he walked up to the pair. What just happened? Naruto gulped, his eyes never leaving the form of Lady Shi as she eased into her bed. You passed, my boy, weren't you listening? Though I'm sure you have little Kimi here to thank for that. For the first time, Naruto finally had a chance to really look at the small creature in his arms. The tiny yellow fox looked back up at him, eyes brimming with excitement. He glanced over her purple ears at her vigorously wagging tail. Yay, I have a new summoner. She cheered as she rubbed against his neck and climbed her way around his shoulders. Yugoke. Naruto weakly chuckled. As she rubbed her face against his cheek, Kitsune finally let out the sigh he had been holding and made his way over to the trio. Let's get this over with so we can head home. I think we've had enough stress for one day, he muttered as he made his way toward Lady Shi. He bowed before her throne, before slightly lifting his mask to bite his thumb. After 5 hand signs, he slammed his hand into the ground, revealing the sealing contract. After receiving a nod from her, he made his way back up the corridor and stopped in front of Naruto. So, what do I have to do? You need to sign it in your own blood, Kitsune replied as he rolled out the paper. Gross. Naruto flinched, but bit his finger like Kitsune did and waited as Kitsune passed the paper in front of him. Excitement finally ate away the fear as he realized his big moment over his shepherd was at hand. He almost giggled and glanced down to the bottom of the list, but froze as his eyes locked with the final name, which simply read, Kitsune. Oh come on, he cried out as he glared at the boy in question. What? That's not a signature and you know it. That's horse crap. It's what I go by, and that is good enough for the seals. HMPH. Party pooper. Naruto murmured before bending over and scribbling his name as legibly as he could on the paper. He leaned back and titled his head as he noticed something. Hey, wasn't this thing more dirty earlier? That was a personal copy. This one is for the official declarations, Kitsune dryly replied as he rolled up the scroll. As he tucked it across his back, he offered one last bow to Lady Shi. Thank you for your generousness, Lady Shi. I promise he won't disappoint you. See to it that he does not. And you, she said as she turned her glare on Naruto, causing him to freeze up, know this. I shall be watching you very carefully. Are we clear? See crystal, he cried out, bobbing his head furiously. She then turned her glare back at the fox around his neck. I expect you back before 6 o'clock, young lady. We are going to have a very, very long talk. You got it, Mom, the fox shouted back, seemingly unconcerned by any potential punishment later. Mom, what do you mean, Mom? Naruto shouted, before Kitsune reverse summoned the 3 of them back to Konoha. Silence finally settled back over the throne room, and Lady Shi turned her gaze on the last remaining occupant. I take it you had a hand in her appearance, she spoke in an even tone, with a hint of steel. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about, Your Highness. I would never let it slip to the princess that a potential summoner would be arriving today. Our tutoring sessions are only focused on her education. Lady Shi growled, but he paid her no mind. This is a dangerous game you are playing, you old fool. For the first time since arriving, Huli's face became more serious. Perhaps, but you granted me permission to sort this mess out, so trust in my ability to see it through. I shall. Just remember not to overstep your boundaries. Would never dream of it, he chuckled before offering his own bow and making his way out of the throne room. As the doors closed behind him, he glanced down at the storage seal atop his cane. He pressed his finger against the mark, revealing the dirtied scroll Kitsune had given him earlier. As carefully as he could, he unrolled the parchment and NCED down the list of names towards the bottom. A dangerous game indeed. The steps from here on out are going to be all the more difficult. He gazed down at the second to last signature and sighed. What trouble are you bringing us? Naruto Uzumaki. That is so cool. Hey little buddy, Naruto said, reaching out before Bull started growling at him. Whoa, what did I do? He asked, stepping back. Bull, was that really necessary? Kakashi chided. He reeks of fox, Bull replied bluntly as he stared into Naruto's eyes. Blank. My clan also has a summoning scroll. But not many people are allowed to sign it. While they are loyal to the clan, the summons are very picky about who they choose, Hinata piped in. Is it your father? Her blush darkened as she stuttered, it's me. Naruto raced up to her and exclaimed, wow. You can summon too. That's so awesome, Hinata-chan. Oh shit, was all he could muster. The snakes reared up and stared down at him. He glanced up at the massive serpents and only smirked. Oh, they were going to pay for getting the drop on him, especially during his private business. He raised his hand up to his face and bit his thumb. Summoning jutsu, he cried, slamming his palm to the ground. The snakes stood their ground at the sight of the cloud, and began to hiss as Ryoma's massive form emerged from the smoke. Naruto couldn't wipe the grin off his face as he pushed Chakra into his legs to leap up Ryoma's leg. Gone were the days where he could simply jump up to reach Ryoma's back. Now, Ryoma's head was about 2 stories high. "Ready, Ryoma?" Naruto asked, taking his place on the fox's head and running through hand signs. Affirmative, the beast roared as it began sucking in air. Fuden. Raging maelstrom. The beast bellowed, followed by a concentrated stream of blistering air. Kaden. Fox hellfire. Naruto exclaimed as the crimson flame burst from his mouth. The two collided, transforming the stream of wind into a massive flamethrower that tore the ground apart. 2 of the snakes darted to the side, but the middle one was not so quick. It roared as its flesh and bones were seared away by the intense heat. Naruto cut off the jutsu as the other snakes began racing towards them. "They're flanking us. Get ready," he shouted as he reached for his explosive notes. "I hope the others are having a better time than me," he thought, tightening the grip on his kunai. Blank, _ blank. Naruto shuffled his feet, waiting for Jiraiya to say something. He had been silent for over a minute now, and he was starting to get nervous. After finishing his story, Jiraiya had simply crossed his arms and stared at him. Would he be insulted if he were forced to turn down his offer? The boisterous man could be very hard to read when he wanted to. "No offense, but I'm surprised that you of all people could manage to keep this to yourself. It's no like I ever really had anyone to talk about it with anyways," Naruto mumbled, staring at the ground. "Plus, after I found out about the Kyuubi, I wasn't exactly anxious to talk about it with my team either. I mean, they know now. But it hasn't really come up since then. Besides, it's a little personal for me. Kimi kept me company whenever I got." He fell silent and hugged Kimi closer to his chest. "I see," Jiraiya mused before examining the small creature in the boy's arms. "Those markings, judging by their color, she's from the head family. No wonder he's been so tight-lipped about this. Lady, she wouldn't exactly want her progeny paraded around, especially in our village." After another minute, he finally sighed. "Well, isn't that just my luck? Here I am, trying to have some fun, and Kitsune beats me to it." He cracked open an eye. "And I had it all planned out, too. I was going to summon a massive toad and blow your mind." The shocked expression of seeing a summons for the first time never gets old. A light smile lit up Naruto's face as relief flooded his chest. "You're not upset that you have another contract?" "PFF'd. No, only disappointed you blew my fun." "Why would I be? You know, you can sign more than one contract, right?" "Really? You can?" Naruto exclaimed. "That's awesome." His eyes grew wide as possibilities flooded his head. "How many can you have at once?" "Don't push your luck, kid. Honestly, it depends on which clan you're aligned with. Some of them may allow their summoner to work with another, but there are a few who can be quite stingy about it. They can see it as an insult that you would want to rely on another clan other than them. Having one is rare enough. 2 is as far as I'd recommend." Ooh, that sounds like fun," Kimi exclaimed, squirming out of Naruto's arms. "Let me go check with Mom." With that, she disappeared with a pop. "Will the toads really be okay with me having 2 contracts at once?" Naruto asked nervously. Jiraiya placed a hand on his chin. "A couple of them can let their egos get in the way, but the majority of them follow a more pragmatic mindset. Barring signing with the snakes, if it would help increase your abilities, I'm sure they'd allow it. The foxes, on the other hand." Naruto opened his mouth to respond, when he was suddenly whisked away in a puff of smoke. He was caught off balance as he reappeared and gulped as he found himself inches away from Lady Zai's scowling face. Naruto, I talked with Mom. Kimmy exclaimed as she bounced on top of Lady Zai's head. She was so excited she choked on her wine. Nah. Ruto weakly chuckled and winced at the sight of Lady Zai's massive teeth. As spirited as Kimmy was, sometimes she could be even more oblivious than him. It was part of what helped them match each other's energy. Anything you would like to tell me, boy? She growled, fixing him with her patented glare. Naruto gulped and responded, well, Your Highness. I was just offered the chance to sign another contract. And I was curious if you would permit me to accept two at the same time. He winced as he enunciated the finally word, and waited for her response. Are the foxes suddenly not good enough for you, Uzumaki? She asked in a chilling tone. Oh, no, not at all. I just thought. Naruto, my boy, when did you get here? The occupants of the throne room glanced towards the entrance as Huli shuffled into the room. Lady Shi, looking extravagant as always, Huli called out as he made his way towards the ensemble. She scowled at his coincidental arrival, but remained silent as he made his way across the marble floor. I was curious as to where my student had run off to. I look away 1 second, and she's gone the next. He chuckled as he came to a stop next to Naruto and tapped his cane on the ground. So, what sort of trouble have you gotten yourself into today, my boy? Well, I was just explaining to Lady Shi that I was offered asking permission to sign another contract. He gulped as Lady Shi returned her glare on him. Sounds like a splendid idea. Which clan has offered you a position? Huli cheerfully replied, ignoring the growing irritation on Lady Zai's face. The Toads. S sir. He stuttered as he noticed Lady Zai's fur rise up in aggravation. Excellent. What a wonderful opportunity. It's been years since I last chatted with Fukusaku. I don't see any problems with that. The Toads are one of the most respected and oldest clans in existence. Some of their members are even 3 times older than I am. Are you quite finished? A chilling voice boomed through the room. Naruto flinched, but Huli remained unsettled. Oh, calm down, my lady. You know as well as I do that the ability of our summoner reflects our clan as a whole. Whoa, didn't it be prudent for him to have access to as many resources as possible? We both know the Toads would have a lot to teach him. Come on, Mom, please. I want to make a new friend. Kimmy-chan. Ted as she leaned over her mother's head and gazed into her eyes. Lady Shi remained silent. Naruto played with his collar as he watched her tails twitching in agitation. He didn't know what he had done. But ever since his first encounter with her, he could tell he was on her bad side. HMPH, do as you wish. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and offered her a bow. Thanks a lot, Lady Shi. I appreciate it. He yelped as she grew close to his face once again. Do not test the limits of my patience, Uzumaki. Now get out of my chamber room, she growled as he disappeared in smoke. She twisted her head and glared at Huli. That goes for you too. Huli simply nodded with a smile, and motioned for Kimmy to join him. Come along now, we have work to do. Kimmy nuzzled her mother's head once more and leapt off, before racing out the door. After waiting to ensure she was gone, she spoke in a more hushed tone. I don't know what game you're playing at, but I am willing to let it unfold. For now, however, if I feel it has gotten out of control, even for a second, you will explain yourself, elder or not. As you wish, my lady, Huli replied with a more genuine bow, before exiting the room. Blank. Jiraiya sat in the shade enjoying the breeze as Naruto popped back into existence in the center of the field. Ah, you're back. Judging by the lack of scorched flesh, I take it things went well. Naruto nodded and flopped onto the ground with a sigh of relief. Women are scary, he trembled. Tell me about it, Jiraiya mumbled as a particular blonde came to mind. He shook his head and began unrolling the massive scroll. So ready to get this show on the road. Naruto took a minute to get his breathing under control, before getting up and jogging over to the old sage. He knelt down on the grass and bit his thumb, before scrawling his name across the page. That should take care of that. Let's see what you can do, Jiraiya said as he rolled up the scroll. Naruto nodded and was about to begin but paused. How do I know which contract I'm going to summon from? You know how you can choose which specific fox you want to summon? Jiraiya asked, which earned him a nod. Same basic principle. Just concentrate on a toad and that's what you'll get. Got it. Naruto ran through the motions and slammed his hand on the ground. The smoke cleared, revealing a small, orange toad, which simply said, "Yo." Quote. As the two began to excitedly chat, Jiraiya withdrew to his thoughts once again. Now isn't that something else? He managed to summon Gamakichi on his first try. I know he's had some experience. But still, he watched as Gamakichi hopped on top of the boy's head, causing the boy to laugh. As the two began conversing about the Chunin exams, Jiraiya narrowed his brow as a new thought entered his head. To think, he has not one, but two personal summons directly linked to boss families. That is unprecedented HMPH, well isn't he something special? He chuckled to himself before calling out. All right you two can gossip all you want in your spare time, but if I remember correctly, we have work to do. The pair grew silent and Naruto stood at attention. Gamakichi gave Jiraiya a mock salute, causing the old man to sigh. He motioned the boy to sit and shortly followed suit. Now, before we can begin training, we have to know what should be our focus. Let's talk about your matches. Which do you think is going to be more difficult? Naruto grew silent as he compared the two in his head. While Sasuke might have been facing the most dangerous, singular opponent of the tournament, he himself certainly had the more difficult lineup. While it still stung to admit, Kakashi-sensei was smart to focus training Sasuke instead of him. With Jiraiya, he arguably had the better instructor of the two. L was going to be tricky simply because there was so little he knew about him. The guy was lightning fast, no pun intended, and his match had ended so quickly it was impossible to tell what he had done or what else he had up his sleeves. He had a faint idea thanks to Neji's Byakugan, but it was all really guesswork. Speaking of Neji, just the thought of the guy made his blood boil. He couldn't stand the guy's pompous attitude and he still held a grudge from their interaction in the forest, but that wasn't really what set him off. Despite what many people would say, Naruto was more observant than people thought. He was not ignorant of how Hinata reacted whenever the boy in question was brought up. He didn't know exactly why Neji carried a chip on his shoulder. But whatever it was enough to make her flinch at the very mention of his name. And that pissed him off. Neji, Naruto growled, is that what you think? Or is it your feelings getting in the way? You don't want to spend your time preparing for one opponent, only to be knocked flat by the other. Naruto took a breath and shook his head. No, definitely Neji. As awesome as Sakura-chan has become, she is at a severe disadvantage to Neji. Due to his Byakugan, she'll be unable to utilize her strength in Genjutsu. Unless she is able to pull off something incredible, I see it being a short match. Which means Neji will have used little chakra and will recover whatever stamina he loses before our fight. His eyes steeled and he looked Jiraiya in the eye. While I'll admit nothing would please me more than wiping that grin off his face, I won't let that cloud my judgment. Quote. Jiraiya nodded. Well said. Naruto gave him a confident grin. Besides, it's not going to be just one-on-one. He laughed, patting Gamakichi on the head. Oh really now? Just signing me up for the action. Oh, what the heck? Sounds like a blast. You can count me in, Gamakichi grinned. The two shared a high five before turning back to Jiraiya. So what's first? Well, if you two are so adamant about working together, you are going to need some practice. Jiraiya sat down and raised 4 fingers. Aside from that, there are 4 things that I plan to cover with you. 1. We are going to do something about that taijutsu form of yours. Before Naruto could argue, he cut him off. Granted, you've certainly gotten better since the last time I saw you. From what Kakashi has told me, You are leaps and bounds ahead of where you were when he first met you. I'm not saying it's bad, but it could use some work. Especially considering your opponents. Naruto held back his argument and let the old man continue. Thanks to your teammate, you've had more exposure to the Gyuken form than most would. You'll know what to expect. But that doesn't mean you'll know everything. There is a reason why he was ranked as the top genin of his year, and as eccentric as his sensei may be, there is a reason that man is credited as the greatest taijutsu master in all of Konoha. You've seen the results of his work firsthand in your preliminary match, and you can bet that the Hyuga wasn't sitting on his ass during their practices. Naruto fell silent as the bruises from his match with Lee reminded him just how effective Guy's teaching was. And you can bet that the Kumo Nin also is proficient in taijutsu. You're fast, but he was on another level. Hopefully, by the end of this month, you'll at least be able to keep up with him. Determination gripped his chest as he nodded. Good. We'll leave your clones to work on your forms. And you'll work with me on conditioning. Next, you are going to leave only 2 clones max to work on your Fuinjutsu studies. Don't want to overload your brain on top of the physical exhaustion. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for teaching me about marking. It's incredible. I wouldn't have been able to beat bushy brows without it. Naruto exclaimed, cutting him off. Good to hear you're putting it to good use, Jiraiya chuckled. Third, ninjutsu. You have a decent repertoire of jutsu under your belt thanks to Kitsune and Kakashi, but there's always room for expansion. Due to our limited timetable, we are only going to work on 2. Naruto deflated at that, but Jiraiya pressed on. One of them was given to me by Kitsune, which earned a smile from Naruto, and the other. Jiraiya cut off as he held up his hand. Naruto and Gamakichi fell silent as they watched blue chakra begin swirling in his palm. Neither could take their eyes off of the jutsu as Jiraiya rose to his feet. They were enchanted as the man walked over to the closest tree and slammed the orb into the bark. They barely even blinked as the spinning orb drilled away at the bark, sending splinters flying. After 5 seconds, Jiraiya removed his hand, revealing a perfect hole in the tree. Is going to take up most of your time. Naruto was silent as he digested all of this information. A million questions were buzzing through his head, but one was nagging above the rest. And the 4th thing, Jiraiya walked over and gave him a serious stare. It's about time you learned how to call the Kyuubi's chakra. Blank, _ blank. I'm sorry to hear your daughter didn't make it past the preliminaries, Inoichi. Don't remind me. I'm proud of her for even making it that far. But that smug grin on Shikaku's face is driving me crazy. He won't say anything but he's holding it over us that his son made it. It's infuriating. Yoshio chuckled and slapped the man on the back. Well, her loss should motivate her to work harder. I'm sure her loss will actually be better for her in the long run. Here's to her future. The 2 tapped their cups together and downed their drinks in one gulp. Yoshio set his glass down and leaned forward. Now, I don't think you invited me to the bar just to discuss your daughter. What's up? 2 things actually. First off, since it involved your company, I thought you'd be interested to know we may finally have some answers regarding the Iwa Nin soon. Yoshio's face remained neutral as he leaned back. Really now, what's changed? From what you've told me, some seal thing like what that blonde-haired boy performed is keeping you from accessing his memories. It has been a bitch to deal with. Luckily, Jiraiya-sama was able to take a look at it. And he should be done within the next day or 2. Well, isn't that wonderful? I'm sure Kenta-san and the company would be very eager to hear your results. Agreed. I'll pass on what I can to you when the Hokage permits me. It has to be declassified before I'm technically allowed to tell you. Yoshio was quiet but nodded in understanding. And the second thing, well, as one of the more prominent clans, we have great seats reserved for the finals. One of my cousins isn't going to be able to make it since his wife is expected to go into labor that week. I have an empty seat and I was curious if you'd like to join me. Yoshio cracked a smile. I'm honored. I appreciate that, Inoichi, and thank you for being so hospitable towards me ever since I moved here. You and your family have really made the transition easier. Inoichi waved him off. Think nothing of it. He glanced up at the clock above the bar, and sighed. I'm glad I was able to catch you, but it seems I have to get going. Quote, oh, come on, stay and have another drink. Yoshio smiled. Inoichi chuckled as he stood up. Trust me, I'd love to, but I have 6 packets of paperwork to finish tonight, and if I don't start now, I'm going to be up until 2. I'll send you those tickets in the mail. You're going to love it. VIP and everything. I'll catch you later. He offered the man one final wave before he exited the bar. Yoshio lowered his hand, and remained quiet for several seconds. After a chuckle, he waved over the bartender for another shot. Everything was going so perfectly it was almost pitiful. He had expected so much more from the illustrious Konoha. The only real obstacle he had faced since entering the village was his first interaction with Shikaku Nara. The man was as brilliant as they said he would be, but even his keen mind could be dulled with enough shots. Still, he was surprised how fast it had taken for them to break the Zaofu seal. But then again, it really didn't matter anymore. Their insurance was already in place. Inoichi would never find the memories he was looking for, no matter how many times he looked. On top of that, now he had front row seats to observe the biggest threats his village would face in the future. All paid for by the Yamanaka. Cheers, Inoichi Yamanaka. Thank you for your service, albeit unintended, to the glory of Iowa, he thought as he downed another drink. Again, Hinata nodded and wiped the pouring sweat from her forehead. She took several deep breaths before raising her arms parallel at her waist. She clenched her fists and the flaming blue chakra roared to life. After 3 seconds, the writhing chakra finally took shape into bright blue fangs. As the form settled, she shifted her feet and began pumping as much chakra as she could through her arms. She grit her teeth and fought to keep the shape of the technique from falling apart from the sudden influx of chakra. Hiyashi stood off to the side near the porch, and watched as Hinata struggled to keep the influx of chakra in check. While there were certainly areas of Hinata's development he had opinions about, her chakra control was not one of them. He had to admit that, even for a Hyuga, her chakra control was impeccable for her age. Still, that would not be enough. Not for what he had planned for her. Since the first day of their training, he had made her repeatedly push her original technique to its limits. By pumping more and more chakra into the technique, it would be all the more difficult for her to maintain the jutsu structure. Aside from working on her chakra control, there were 2 other reasons he had her repeating this. The first was a flaw that he had noticed in the jutsu, when she had shown him it weeks ago, how long it took to form. When he first witnessed her perform the jutsu, he had noted it took her 6 seconds for the chakra to settle into place. In battle, timing was everything. For a ninja, 6 seconds was a lot of time. For any Junin worth his rank, that was enough time to fire off 2 jutsu. By forcing her to form the jutsu again and again, she had successfully been able to reduce the time by half. The other reason was that he could tell that the jutsu was not finished. Every now and then, she would pump too much chakra into the technique, but instead of falling apart, the jutsu would seem to change its shape. One time, he could have sworn he saw something reminiscent to eyes, before she could no longer support the shape. She would be able to develop this further as she grew older. With age came larger reserves and greater control. As his mind began to wander, his calm demeanor slowly began to shift into one of irritation as the nagging memory crawled through his mind. Orochimaru knows. 2 words that still sent shivers even down his spine. Ever since the Hokage and Hinata had spoken with him, not a day had gone by without the paranoid thought crawling through his head. He was thankful that Hai's daughter and her team had managed to escape mostly unharmed from their encounter with the serpent Sannin, but the interaction only created another problem for him to deal with. Not only did Orochimaru know about the stone ring, but also he was aware of Hinata's connection to it. That concerned him more than anything. While he was disturbed that the man had knowledge of the stone ring, he could Avenue assumed it was simply due to the Sanin's obsession with ancient texts regarding any clan with a Kekkei Genkei. However, the fact that he knew about Hinata told him one thing: there was a traitor within the clan. And not only was there a traitor, but the traitor was someone on the Hyuga Council. Due to the clan's rules regarding the ring, only they were updated about Hinata's revelations from the monument. While that certainly narrowed down the possibilities, it still left 25 of the most influential individuals within the clan as suspects. He would have to play both filibusterer and detective in this endeavor. To prevent any further leaks, he would have to withhold information from the council, but at the same time, they would grow suspicious if he went too long without informing them of her progress. He sighed as he rubbed his brow. This was going to be difficult. He would need to reach out to Shikaku for assistance once again. He was brought out from his musings as Hinata fell to her hands and knees. She was heavily panting and sweat was pouring from her face. Hiyashi glanced at the clock he had brought out with them and was pleased. 5 minutes. I believe that's a new record, he mused. Hinata, I believe that is enough for that exercise today. You may rest, he called out. Hinata weakly nodded and unceremoniously flopped to the ground. She rolled onto her back. And simply lay there for several seconds, before reaching out for her water bottle off to the side and draining it in a single gulp. She pulled at her navy mesh shirt, trying to fan herself as she cooled off. Normally she felt embarrassed to wear anything that showed off her shoulders, but this was training and she was at home. Besides, it was simply too hot for her to wear her normal hoodie. After about a minute, she regained her breath and pushed herself off the ground. She wiped her face with a small towel as she made her way towards the shaded porch. She sank against the wood, and sat in silence as her father stood beside her. You lasted 40 seconds longer than your last run. Tomorrow, I expect you to be able to hold out for 6 minutes. Understood. Yes, sir. Hinata nodded as she wiped her forehead. Good. After you have rested, I think it's time we got to work on what I promised you. Despite her exhaustion, Hinata immediately sat up. Her eyes were full of anticipation as Hiyashi began to remove his normal garb, revealing his own training outfit. Her break all but forgotten, Hinata trailed behind her father towards the center of the courtyard. Hinata excitedly waited as her father worked through his own series of warm-ups. When he finally turned around, she stood at attention as he addressed her. Now, you have been working on improving your chakra control because the technique I plan to teach you takes the utmost precision and concentration. As you know, your mother invented this jutsu, and it went on to be one of her signature techniques. I expect you to honor its legacy and reputation. Absolutely, Hinata shouted, nodding her head. Good. Now, watch carefully. Hinata activated her Byakugan as Hiyashi raised his left arm. He closed his eyes and flattened his palm. As he began channeling chakra into his forearm, Hinata didn't even blink as she observed his chakra began to take shape in a wedge at the tip of his fingers, not unlike how Kabuto had formed his chakra scalpels. She watched in fascination as the edges along the fingers became more and more sharp until she slightly jumped back as the chakra shot out from his fingertips, leaving a flat, steady beam of chakra in its wake. Her eyes widened at how calm the chakra was behaving as she gazed up and down all 3 feet of the blade. On record, the clan refers to this technique as the 8 trigrams, vacuum blade. Hinata was silent as she stared at the slender sword of chakra. The more she looked at it, the more a question began to burn in her mind. To-san. Yes. Why is it called vacuum blade? You are not using wind style like in the air palm technique. Hiyashi nodded. Very good. I am glad you noticed. That is simply the name we have listed on record. The actual reason for the name is actually trudged down by technicalities. He sighed as he gazed at the glowing blade. Your mother simply called it a chakra blade, and that would be a more accurate title, but those already exist. They are special blades that utilize a special metal from Iron Country that amplify the affect of chakra. Hinata nodded. She had looked into the metal when she and Naruto had searched for Sasuke's birthday present. It had been quite expensive, but she was certain it had been worth it. She was sure Sasuke would be able to bring out its full potential. Now, what can you tell me based on your observations? Hiashi asked as he raised his arm. Hinata was silent before responding. Well, I noticed that the chakra isn't really fluctuating that much. It's perfectly smooth. That's correct. That is partly why this technique requires so much control. This jutsu requires several steps, he said as he dissipated the blade. He whipped his arm and a small shower of chakra began flowing from his wrist. He flattened his palm, and the chakra slowly began forming into the sharp edge along his fingertips. As you can see, the first step involves concentrating your chakra and flattening it to the shape of your hand. The second stage, this time, he slowed the technique and the chakra slowly began to push out from his hand. After 2 feet it crept to a stop, and he turned to face her. Involves length. This requires a great amount of control since you must keep the length of the blade the same while you use it. Now, look to the edge of the blade. Hinata glanced to the end and noticed that it no longer had its sharp edge. It was still angled, but the edge was wispy and almost gas-like, as chakra was released into the air. The third stage is the most difficult to master. Now that you know how to make the edge and enlarge it, the final stage is cleaning up the details. Hiashi barely moved as the length of chakra began to compact and shape into the smooth and clean blade. Forming the blade is relatively easy. Maintaining it as you move and think is the true challenge. With time, it shall become easier and easier, but without enough concentration, the technique shall fall apart. To demonstrate his point, he walked over to a training dummy and slashed at it with the deformed blade. The chakra simply bounced off the wood and dissipated into the air. Hiashi was quiet as he burned off the remaining chakra. He stood perfectly still before slashing upward too fast for Hinata to see. The dummy remained still for a second before splitting perfectly in half and falling to the ground. Hiashi turned around and gazed at Hinata, who was still rooted in her spot. Her eyes were wide, and he noticed the usual timid look in her eye was gone. Instead was a raging look of determination of excitement that he had only seen on 3 occasions. Are you ready to begin? She couldn't nod fast enough as she shouted, yes sir. Blank, _, blank. On the other side of Konoha, the other member of Team 7 still present in the city was also hard at work. 2425. Come on. Come on. Is that the best you can do? You still got 30 more to go this set. Stop slowing down. Gamakichi shouted as he gazed down at his new summoner. I'm working on it. Naruto grunted as tried to ignore the small, but surprisingly heavy toad on his back. To take his mind off his seemingly endless set of push-ups, he gazed out at the field at the clones hard at work. All across the grassy terrain, his clones were diligently working on their assignments. About 8 of them stood in a block repeating the taijutsu forms Arrow Sennin had shown him yesterday again and again. Another set of 3 clones was off to the side with several sheets of paper as they worked on ideas for dealing with both Neji and L. Finally, he gazed off to his right at 2 clones arguing over something as they tried their best to pop the bucket of water balloons Arrow Sennin had left him with. The man had truly set him up big time. Sure, he had a lot to do, but damn him if he wasn't going to get all of it done. Stop daydreaming. Gamakichi snickered as he smacked Naruto on the head with a tiny fan. Jiraiya wants 20 sets done before we're done with push-ups for today, and I don't see us doing that at your pace. Naruto growled as he rubbed at the red mark on his cheek. Having fun are you? Don't know what you're talking about. The toad replied with a smirk. Naruto grit his teeth, but continued anyways. He was silent as he thought about his absent teacher. The man had at least apologized. But he was still missing a day of training. He could understand that the man had duties to the village, but he didn't have to like it. What could be so important that they would need him? Blank, _, blank. The 3 men in the room turned to look at the door as Jiraiya entered the cell. Are we ready to begin? Whenever you are, Kitsune replied. Jiraiya nodded and walked up to the prisoner. He crouched to the ground as he pulled out a tiny sheet of paper. Sealing really was a marvel. 8 square feet of writing all condensed into a tag no larger than his index finger. He reached into the prisoner's mouth and spied the tiny index of markings near the uvula. He took the tag and pressed it against the roof of the prisoner's mouth, before racing through hand signs. He came to a stop and raised 2 fingers, which began to glow with a green fire. He tapped the tag inside the mouth and whispered, "Activate." The markings along the tag coned out and began racing, outside of the Zaofu's mouth and along his entire body. The jagged symbols above his tongue circled the target before pouncing and tearing apart the previous code. The countermeasures of the Iowa seal attempted to activate, but were cut short by Jiraiya's work. After twisting and struggling for 2 minutes, the Iowa seal froze and glowed red. The markings all along the Zaofu's body lit up as well, before slowly fading away as if they were never there. Jiraiya inspected the man one last time, before pushing himself up. "He's all yours, Inoichi." Finally, Ibiki grinned, as he watched the Yamanaka trade spaces with Jiraiya in front of the prisoner. Inoichi placed his hand atop the prisoner's forehead and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he reopened them to find himself standing in a dark, empty void. Beneath him was the prisoner's brain, or at least its mental projection. He knelt to his knees and placed his hands against the projection and was quiet as his mind began racing with information. He stood still as the memories flashed past his eyes. He soared through the prisoner's sessions with Ibiki and the last 2 months in Konoha, until he found himself gazing at the struggling forms of Team 7. He had to admit he was impressed. No wonder all of Kakashi's kids had made it past the preliminaries. He took the time to play through the battle, and watch as the genin held the pair of foreign Chunin off. He paused the memory just before the Uzumaki and Uchiha lit the man aflame. He had no intention to experience that sensation. He continued to rewind until he found the memory of the full Iowa group underground. As they sat there, Daiki's eyes shot open when he heard scratching against the walls and a gopher poked its head through the wall. It was startled when metal spike landed next to its head and it wailed. "It's me, you idiots. Hold your fire." Kyo held Takara's arm to ensure that the brown-haired Chunin wouldn't shoot anything else at the poor creature. The Junin of the group knelt before the creature and asked, "What news does Yoshio?" At the mention of the name, the world froze, and Inoichi became paralyzed as a strange sensation washed over him. To the others inside the prison cell with him, it seemed like nothing was wrong. If they had been facing him, however, perhaps they would have noticed the slight green glow that washed over Inoichi's eyes. He quietly mumbled something to himself, before some force motivated him to continue past this memory. The world inside Inoichi's mind melted away and the underground meeting faded to black. In its place, rose a different memory. As it played in his mind, Inoichi began mumbling again. This time, however, it did not go unnoticed. Kitsune sent him an odd glare as Inoichi shook his head and pulled out from the man's mind. "Everything all right?" Yeah, just disappointing, I guess." "What do you mean?" Ibiki asked, pushing himself off the wall. "I'm afraid we've been looking too far into this. The sun they were sent on this mission is because this Chunin has a bit of a big mouth. He pissed off the Junin commander in Iowa, and was assigned a high-risk mission deep into our territory as punishment." Everyone was silent as they processed this information. "Something isn't right. This doesn't sit well with me," Kitsune murmured. "Me neither," Ibiki agreed. "This guy was way too defensive just for that." "You sure, Inoichi? It seems odd to me too. Perhaps he was worried we'd execute him if we thought we couldn't get anything useful out of him." Ibiki was silent as he scratched his chin. "Tell you what, I'll set aside 3 days to really deep scan him and play through everything. If there are any hidden objectives in there, I'll find them. I can get started right now. I cleared out my calendars for this anyways." "Well, that was anticlimactic," Jiraiya sighed as he rubbed his neck, "and I spent so much time on the seal." "Oh well, if that's all, I gotta get going. I've got a runt that needs training. And he's probably sore as it is that I had to miss today." "Wait a minute," Kitsune cut in, before Jiraiya could leave. He pressed his thumb against the seal on his forearm, and revealed a small white totem. "You remember this?" he asked, tossing it to Inoichi. "Ah yes, I helped you extract the memories from Ria into this a few months ago," he replied as he inspected the bone-white baton. "How are your sessions going, by the way?" "Positive. There was a lot of resistance at first, and quite a bit of swearing, but I do feel as though she is opening up more. She's even made a new friend in the Uchiha, though she's very reluctant to call him that." "Really?" Jiraiya asked, folding his arms. "Oh yes. Anyways, what do you need me to do with this?" he asked, turning towards Kitsune. "Since we have a Iowa shinobi right here, maybe his memories can answer some questions. I want you to take a look for the masked man towards the end of the recording." Inoichi paused as he dug through the memories in the totem. "Got him. I'll take a look." Inoichi placed his hand back atop the prisoner's forehead and dove back into his mind. As he waded through the lifetime of memories, he focused on the odd, swirling pattern of the orange mask. It took him several seconds, but finally he found the flicker of a memory, dancing at the back of the Iwanin's mind. It wasn't much, but it was the brief of a glimpse seen through the crack of a door. The sounds of an argument had spilled into the hallway of the clan's home, causing the younger Iwanin to sneak a glance. There were only 2 occupants in the room. One was a thin man wearing a strange orange mask, while the other was a much more elderly man, with a pointed nose. They were both staring daggers at each other, causing the younger ninja to creep back and quickly make his way far from the room. The last thing he wanted was draw the anger of Elder Yuta. It was getting around noontime and the mission office was finally starting to settle down. Most of the Genin and Chunin teams had been assigned their daily tasks, and the staff were considering where to grab lunch before the door was violently slammed open. Everyone froze as they recognized the 3 men standing in the doorframe. "All non-essentials out, now," Ibiki ordered. There was a loud shuffle of feet as the Chunin officers quickly made their way out of the room. No one dared to argue or complain. An unsettling silence hung in the air, as the 3 men stared back at the Hokage and Shikaku Nara. "We've had a development in our Iowa princess case," Ibiki growled as Inoichi closed the door behind them. Kitsune walked forwards, handing a folder to the Hokage. The old man grabbed the top file and glanced down the page before handing it over to Shikaku. The man's sharp eyes tore down the page before settling on the older image in the top right corner. "Yuta Zaofu," he muttered as the Hokage nodded for Kitsune to begin. "After probing the prisoner's mind, we have confirmation that the Iowa elder Yuta did indeed have a correspondence with the masked individual who abducted the children." "Was this before or after the disappearance of the children?" Shikik Yu asked as he continued to refamiliarizing himself with the elder's file. "Can't say for certain, but leaning towards before, considering the age of the prisoner during the memory," Inoichi replied as he lined back up with the others. "It was a brief memory, but things definitely didn't seem cordial between the 2. The Hokage nodded, finally letting go of a bit of stress. This was a good step in the right direction. "Not much, but at least it's a start," Shikaku muttered before raising an eyebrow at a certain piece of information at the bottom of the packet. "Yuta is the Tsuchikage's brother-in-law." Kitsune nodded. "Yes, which would mean that Ria and Tai are his grandchildren," the Hokage finished, folding his hands together. He glanced sideways at Shikaku. "Thoughts?" Shikaku was silent, before glancing back and saying, "It definitely feels like a retaliation of some sort, but the question is, over what?" The Hokage sighed as he leaned back in his chair. "Well, we have a BLE motive and a new angle for investigation. Our next step is still identifying this masked individual. They're the key to getting proof solid enough to bring before the Tsuchikage. He's not just going to take the word of a Yamanaka. But it's a start. I don't want to send the children back unless we know Iowa won't point the finger back at us." He sighed before glancing between the 2. "You both have done an admirable job. Inoichi as well. For now, we need to focus on security during the finals. If all goes as planned, Danzo, Shikaku, and I shall discuss our next plan of action. Dismissed. Blank, underscore, blank. 3 weeks later, Naruto growled as he stared down at his palm. He fought past the pain of blisters and clenched his wrist as he began swirling the chakra once again. As the blue threads of chakra began viscously swirling, he brought up his other hand and began violently clawing over the spherical shell. Come on. Focus. Rotation. 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 Come on. Finally, the chakra began to settle into shape, and his hand froze as he stared down at the perfect, blue sphere spinning in his hand. His eyes lit up through his exhaustion and he felt his heart skip a beat. All his hard work culminating in this one moment. I did it. His elation only lasted a few seconds before the sphere began to strain without the added control from his other hand, before it violently exploded, sending him flying through the air. Goddammit, he roared as he slammed against the ground and tumbled several feet away. He hissed as he came to a halt, and tried to ignore the sharp sting of numerous lashes across his hands and face. He heard giggling off to the side, only causing him to growl more as he tried to push himself up. As he sat back on his butt, he sent Kimi and Gamakichi a death glare, which only caused the two to crack up more. Yeah, glad you guys are enjoying the show, he huffed as he carefully rubbed at his hands. I'm sorry, Gamakichi chuckled as he watched Kimi trot over to her summoner and start licking at his wounds. Jiraiya stood right beside him, and despite having a light smile on his own face, his mind was still processing what he had just seen. Incredible. To get his far in such a short amount of time. I was hoping he'd just get to at least the second stage, and here he is almost completing the damn thing. Well, in his own way. Jiraiya glanced off to the side at the other clones, which were finishing up their daily routines. The taijutsu clones were practically done already, and the ones studying fuinjutsu were packing up their tools. Today's training was drawing to a close, and it was about the time that they would usually call it quits. Well, he would anyway. Even though he'd be exhausted, the brat would whine and complain, but eventually yield and they'd repeat the whole experience the next day. However, today he had something different in mind. As he turned to look at the orange sunset, he decided it was about time. All right kid, quit your moaning, and get over here, Jiraiya called. Naruto limped his way over towards the man with Kimi excitedly wagging her tails beside him. You know what you did wrong? Jiraiya asked as he folded his arms. Yes, Naruto grumbled as he gently tried to push his hands against his jacket, as if it would somehow alleviate the stinging. Good, as long as you learn from it. Failure is always an option in my book. Sometimes a necessary one, if I'm being honest. Anyways, think you have enough in you for one more. And I don't want to hear the stubborn crap. Yes or no? Naruto bit his teeth as he felt for the normally vast pool of chakra in his body. To be honest, he was spent. Today had been yet another fresh hell as they moved on to the next step of the Yondaime's jutsu. His whole body felt sore, his hands were a mess, and his normally vast reserves were actually at the lowest he had ever felt them. Yeah, turning in now sounded just fine with him. TCH, fine. No, I don't. Let's call it a day. He knelt to the ground and scratched Kimi behind the ears. Thanks you two for your help today. I'll see you again tomorrow. Remind me to bring popcorn. The next few days are going to be a riot. Gamakichi laughed from behind Jiraiya's legs. I wouldn't be laughing if I were you. Tomorrow, you'll be joining him. Bunta told me he thinks you've been slacking on your own training, Gamakichi. Jiraiya smirked. Gamakichi's orange hue began fading very fast. He sent Naruto a short glare for his giggling before popping in a cloud of smoke. Bye Naruto. See you tomorrow, Kimi exclaimed before nuzzling against his neck, before disappearing as well. Naruto chuckled and began turning to head home, but was surprised when Jiraiya reached out and grabbed him by the shoulder. Huh, what's up, Ero Sennin? Despite a brief flicker of irritation, Jiraiya's face seemed oddly serious. Follow me, there's something I want you to see. Without another word, he turned around and began walking into the forest, away from the village. Naruto stood surprised for a few seconds, before jogging after him. He quickly fell in step beside the older man, and was disappointed when he remained speechless. The two continued on through the woods as the sun began to set lower and lower. As time went on, it was becoming more and more difficult for him to see where they were even going. After about 30 minutes of walking, Jiraiya finally came to a stop as the woods began to open up into a clearing. Jiraiya reached up and snapped of a branch from a tree. He lit it with a low-level Kaden jutsu, and glanced down at the blonde boy. Jiraiya-sensei, what are we doing out here? I believe it's about time we went over our final plan for your training. Naruto went rigid, as he suddenly understood. He felt his back straighten and his exhaustion fade away, as he was suddenly alert. Like I said before, I believe it's about time you learned how to access the Kyuubi's chakra. While that may not be a very popular opinion among Konoha's forces, I personally don't give a damn. While it may sound harsh, kid, a Jinchuriki is a nation's most powerful weapon and its greatest defense. Their presence alone is enough to dissuade any power-hungry ideas. Now, I may not be in favor of this old tradition, but it is how the world is run today. With tensions on the rise, you may be needed to rise to the occasion in a few years. Quite frankly, I would rather you be prepared for the worst possible scenario than take the moral high ground and leave you unprepared. Naruto was silent as he digested this. Although he knew the old man truly cared for him, the words still stung coming from his mouth. It sucks. It's compromise. Something that you'll find a lot of in our profession. Especially if you ever get close to truly becoming Hokage. Naruto sighed before asking, why does the world have to be so complicated? Because people are stupid, Jiraiya replied bluntly. Earning a light chuckle from the boy. He pressed on, our world is complicated, and it isn't all pretty. It's a violent mess that thrives on conflict and leaves innocent lives broken in its wake. But, from my experience, those who work the hardest to bring balance to the world are usually those who have been hurt by it the most. Jiraiya sighed as he shifted his weight. You got dealt a crappy hand, kid. No one's denying that. Hell, you got my respect for coming out as decent as you are. So understand it when I say that I know the idea of being a weapon sucks. Hell, all he Jinchuriki are given crappy treatment despite their importance. However, I say if you really want to make a difference, you're going to need every tool at your disposal. Despite how it may seem, I think we've already proven the fox has been saving your life for a while now. Naruto nodded and he clenched his fist, as he recalled the intense pain of the hole tearing open his chest. So what's our first step? Jiraiya nodded as he motioned him to follow him. As he came to a stop, Naruto grew incredibly tense as he finally noticed the gaping chasm in front of them. You already completed the first step. For you to access the Kyuubi's power, you need to have your own reserves tapped out. For the second step, you're going to need a strong motivator for the fox to willingly give up his chakra. How are we going to do that? Naruto asked as he peered his head over the side and gazed into the darkness. Like this, Jiraiya replied before giving him a swift kick to the back. Naruto's eyes popped out of his head and air filled his lungs as his screams echoed off the jagged spikes of the chasm's walls. He flailed as he desperately tried to grab hold of an edge. He yelled in pain as a sharp edge slashed across his hand, reopening the cuts from his attempt at the Rasengan. His eyes sent a pleading look at Jiraiya, and his heart sank as he stared back at him. He could see it in his eyes. He was not going to jump after him. He was on his own. He cried out once more as he was swallowed up by the darkness. Blank. Naruto's eyes shot open and he jumped up from the ground. He landed with a loud splash, causing him some confusion as he pressed his back against a stone wall. His eyes shot in every direction, his mind racing a mile a minute. Where the hell am I? He whispered as he glanced at the pipes hanging overhead. I was falling. He pushed me. How did I get here? He asked a little louder as he began pushing himself off the damp wall. As his heartbeat began to return to normal, his mind started to pay attention to the tinier details around him. As he glanced at the ground, he noticed the ankle-high water was flowing off to his left down the dark corridor. Maybe it was his hyperactivity, but he felt some strange pull and he decided to follow the stream. It led him through a maze of tunnels, weaving through the immense sewer system. Until he turned a corner and found himself facing a steel door. Cautiously, he made his way towards the door and slowly raised his arm to the handle. After a deep breath, he twisted the KN. And opened the door into a massive room. It honestly reminded him a bit of Lady Zai's throne room, though she'd eviscerate him if she ever heard that. It was only because of its size. He tilted his head and tried to see the roof of the room, but it seemed to stretch off into nothingness. As he gazed down the corridor, he spotted some shape off in the distance. He waded his way through the room and began to make out a massive red cage. As he came up to the bars, he reached out and ran his fingers along the smooth, yet cold surface. "What is this here for?" he muttered to himself. He instantly regretted asking that. And he nearly wet himself as a massive bloodshot eye opened up within feet of his face. Horror struck him as a massive set of teeth broke out in a grin that pierced through the blinding darkness. He jumped backwards and landed on his back as a massive, orange hand slammed against the bars. He gazed up at the massive claws, which retracted back into the cage, as the dark form began to rise up. He was immobilized as the towering figure rose above him. Its eerie smile never left its face as it gazed down, almost as if it was studying him. A dark chuckle showed off the walls of the room. As he shakily rose to his feet, the dark face leaned close to the bars, finally granting him a good look at the creature's face. "Finally, here we are. What the hell are you?" Naruto shouted as he gathered his courage. "Hee. Care to venture a guess? There aren't many other individuals sharing your body last time I checked." Naruto was silent before his eyebrows narrowed and he growled. "So you're the Kyuubi." The creature seemed to bow in mock respect as it leered down on him. "So we meet at last." The child host wrapped up in so much trouble. Naruto frowned as the immense, dark form stood up and stretched. Before pacing across the length of the bars. "What do you mean by that?" The deep voice chuckled through the darkness. "I may be trapped in here, but that does not mean I am ignorant of the outside. I can see through your eyes. Hear through your ears. I notice things you cannot possibly imagine. I hear through these walls for the whispers echoing throughout your pathetic village. Stop with the riddles already. What did you mean by trouble?" The beast came to a stop and began to comfortably lay down at the far edge of the cage to Naruto's left. Where to even begin? The lost boy, left alone in a village that hates him. Forever to be an outcast. Chasing after an impossible dream that will never come true. Naruto shook his head as he ran down the length of the cage until he was in front of the beast's nose. "You're wrong. I'll prove them all wrong. I already have people that accept me for who I am." "You mean those two you consider a family? That wretched Uchiha and the girl? Do you really know that they think of you the same way?" His mind flashed back to their night in Wave as Hinata pulled all three of them into a tight embrace. He remembered the tears he had shed, as they huddled together and accepted him. "Yes, I do. You can't shake my belief in them that easily." The beast chuckled as it leaned towards the bars, causing Naruto to unconsciously take a step back. "If that's what you want to believe, well, let's see if your faith in them will persevere as they confront their own demons." What do you mean? What's wrong with Sasuke and Hinata? Tell me." The fox laid its massive heads back on its paws as it closed its eyes. However, its unsettling grin never left his face. "What's wrong with the Uchiha, you ask? Where to start? A boy unable to heal from the tragedy of his family, branded by that cowardly serpent to be his slave, and of course inheriting the weight of his family's legacy. That clan has forever been marred by tragedy and sin. It is only a matter of time before he follows in their footsteps." Somehow the creature's grin seemed to double in size as he reopened his eye. "And the Hyuga, the quiet, innocent girl whose Entire life is full of disappointment and secrets. What do you mean? Hinata tells us everything. Everything. Naruto nodded as he slammed his fist against the cage. She does. Just you watch, me and Sasuke are going to help her solve that stupid scroll. We don't keep any secrets from each other. Really. As I recall, the Uchiha was the only one who refrained from sharing anything that night you treasure so much. He still hasn't shared why his is unable to let go of the past. As for the Hyuga, well, she holds secrets even she is unaware of. An intricate game is being woven around her, and it shall be interesting to watch it unfold. What game? What are you talking about? I told you before, I can see things you could not possibly see. I can sense the factors at work here. She is at the center of something bigger than she could possibly imagine. It involves the Uchiha, you, and even me. To what extent, even I don't know. However, I am very curious to see what he has planned. Naruto was left speechless as the Kyuubi drew his speech to a close. Now, I believe you came here for a reason. To be fair, I might as well pay a tribute to my humble host. Naruto grew wary as Ed chakra began seeping through the bars of the cage, and before he could move it rushed forward and engulfed him. He fought as his body was restrained by the red glow, but could do nothing as the chakra began pouring through his system. It was exhilarating. He had only felt power like this once before, but he had been too crazed to truly remember it. Take this gift and remember, we will be in touch. Good luck not skewering yourself on your fall down. Now get out. Summoning jutsu. Smoke exploded upward, rocketing past the lone observer's face. He couldn't help but smirk as he stared down into the chasm. Even in the dark, he recognized that massive shape anywhere. Not bad, kid, he whispered. What the where the hell am I? Jiraiya, a guttural voice boomed, echoing off the rock walls. And that's my cue to leave. Jiraiya thought as he turned and began jogging into the woods. After he was about 50 yards into the tree line, he slowed down to a walk as he felt the massive creature slam onto the ground. Have fun, brat, he snickered as he began making his way to the village. He had little doubt the old toad would warm up to the abrasive brat given time, of course. After several minutes, he felt the shockwaves of the toad as he bounded off. Jiraiya could almost make out the faint screams of the blonde as he presumably held on for dear life. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle as he made a mental note to add a similar event to one of his future novels. His thoughts wandered back to the boy's progress. To be honest, they were practically done with everything he had set out for him. The boy had flown through the taijutsu training, and his only real difficulties had laid in the Rasengan, which was to be expected. Still, the boy almost had it down. He was sure the brat would at least be able to perform it in his own way in the week they had left together. Jiraiya's eyes hardened and he grew more somber as he trudged through the underbrush. 1 week left. If his sources were correct, the boy would have more than just a few aspiring genin to contend with. He hoped he was wrong, but he didn't get this far in his career by hoping his enemies would be lenient. Blank. 5 days until the finals. Neji took another deep breath as he sat meditating in the shade. Defeating Haruno shouldn't prove too difficult. Despite her impressive skill in genjutsu, without it, she should be of little challenge. Of course, she has had a month to prepare something else to counter my Byakugan, so that shall be my first objective. Neji exhaled as the images of his next possible opponents entered his mind. The genin from Kumo could definitely be a challenge. Based on his short actions from the preliminaries, it seems he is more taijutsu-oriented. This RKS in my favor and will force him to draw close. Based on my experience with Lee, I am confident I will be able to keep up with him and disable his movements. He felt his brow twitch as the blonde entered his mind. And of course Uzumaki, his knowledge of Fuinjutsu makes him a very unpredictable opponent. Thankfully, I can keep track of his meddlesome seals with my Byakugan, but I am going to need to cautious when he draws close. Memories of the blonde's match with Lee flashed through his mind. In either case, speed is going to be imperative. Neji, I am warmed up, my rival. I am ready to begin whenever you are. Neji cracked open his eyes and stared across the field at Lee, who was bouncing on his toes with a smile stretching ear to ear. Neji nodded and grunted as he rose to his feet. As he made his way across the green, he rubbed at the weights attached to his wrists. I'll give Lee this, it's impressive that he manages to go about every day these infernal things on and perform as well as he does. Guy stood off to the side, and lightly smiled as he watched the two bow and slide into their respective stances. He had overjoyed when the normally reserved boy had come to him right after the preliminaries ended. He had just one request: help make him faster, which Guy was more than happy to do. They had set to work immediately. Day in and day out, NG forced himself to take on more and more weight. The boy was already blisteringly swift, but now he was almost a blur. With only 5 days left until the exam, Guy had refused when Neji had requested to increase his weight yet again. For now, he just had to grow accustomed to the weight he had already worked with. Neji wasn't the only one who was improving. About a week after the preliminaries, Lee had finally been released from the hospital and had insisted on joining them. After his loss to Naruto, Lee had thrown himself back into his training with renewed vigor. He had rather vocally requested to double his current weight limit, and Guy had shed tears of joy at the boy's determination. It was a solid month of improvement for both of them. He watched the two collide and begin their daily sparring with a content smile. No matter the results of the finals, all of his students were Chunin material in his eyes. Blank, blank. Day before the finals. Okay, here we go, Hinata sighed to he. RSELF as she made her way through the bustling streets of the village. After an agonizing month, tomorrow was the big day they'd all been preparing for. The day where she would see if all of her blood, sweat, and tears had been worth it. The day where she would represent the main house with everyone in the village watching her. No pressure. Honestly, she'd feel slightly better if she were allowed to hide behind her usual, bulky jacket. But her father had refused. Since she was representing the clan, he had required her to change her outfit. It was actually very comfortable and fit her well, she still felt a bit awkward without the usual weight of her hoodie. Due to her status, she had been given a modified version of the Hyuga's combat jacket, similar to the one her cousin wore. Unlike him, she had the front of the jacket unbuckled and wore her navy training pants underneath. All in all, it made her lighter and faster, if a bit more exposed. She checked her basket one last time to make sure she had everything. As Kakashi had instructed, today was the day everyone was going to get back together again after their grueling training. Since she knew they were planning on discussing their plans for the upcoming matches, she had thought ahead to make everyone a lunch. Tomato salad for Sasuke, and, of course, ramen for Naruto, with a few more veggies than normal hidden within. He could be such a picky eater. Speaking of whom, as she turned the corner, she found none other than the blonde himself walking out of a store. He had changed his clothes since the last time she saw him. While she was a little disappointed to see he was no longer wearing the clothes she had given him, she had to admit he did look handsome. With a light blush, she began jogging up to him. Naruto-kun, over here. He spun around and sent her one of his signature grins, as she ran up to him. Hey Hinata-chan, it's great to see you. He chuckled. As she finally stopped in front of him, he froze and squinted his eyes. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? She asked hesitatingly. Without a word, he placed a hand on his chin and began circling around her. Ah, Naruto-kun, she giggled as he went around and around almost like a curious puppy. Eventually he stopped and stood right in front of her, staring right at her face. She felt her blush returning as he stared directly deep into her eyes. She instinctually wanted to break eye contact, but fought as hard as she could to stand still. You changed your outfit and your hair is longer, he noted as he slouched into a thinking pose. It is, she asked Jen, genuinely surprised as she brushed a dangling thread out from her face. She truly hadn't noticed. She had just been so busy with her training that her hair had been rather low on her priority list. It's different but it works for you. You look nice, he bluntly followed up with a smile. Oh, thank you. You don't look too bad yourself. Think so? Naruto asked as he pulled at his shirt. I didn't like it. But Iruka-sensei said I needed a new set of clothes. After all of the stress from Haku, bushy brows, and Ero Sennin's training, my old clothes were just too worn out. I had sewn them back together so many times there was barely any of the original thread left. What do you think? I don't look too much like Kakashi-sensei, do I? Indeed, he almost did. Naruto had exchanged his navy hoodie for the standard navy uniform most Chunin and Junin wore. All he was missing was the flak jacket, though that could change within the next 24 hours. She giggled and replied, all you're missing are the jacket and mask. He chuckled and began rolling up his sleeves as he began to grow a little hot. As Hinata watched him, she grew alarmed as she noticed the red-stained bandages wrapped around his hands. What have you done now? She asked, setting down her basket and yanking his hands towards her. He tried to protest, but she quickly shushed him and unwound his bandages. She felt her heart soften as she inspected the eviscerated state of his hands. She quickly ran through a few hand seals, causing her hands to glow green. She carefully took his palm into her hands as she began healing the scar damage. What were you doing this time? She fussed as the scars began to fade away. He nervously chuckled and rubbed the back of his head with his free hand. Hee. Sorry Hinata-chan, but I can't tell ya. It's a surprise for tomorrow. A surprise? She asked as she finished the first hand, and began to work on the other. Oh yeah, trust me, it's going to knock everyone in the stadium flat on their face. Just you wait, even Sasuke Tem is going to be left speechless. She wanted to pry more, but she could tell by that look in his eye that he wouldn't budge. She huffed and finished up her work. Before carefully inspecting his hands, she ran a finger along his palm to make sure there was no lingering scar tissue, and she was happy to see most of the traces gone. All right, that should do it, she sighed, taking a step back. Naruto flexed his hands and gave her a smile. You're just getting better at that with every day. I can't wait to see what you and your dad cooked up for tomorrow. If this is how far your med stuff has come, I'm almost scared to see what else you've learned. She chuckled as she turned around to pick up her basket. Naruto finally noticed her little package, and instantly went star-eyed by the sight. Ooh, what's that? Lunch? He asked, licking his lips and sniffing the air. Yes, and it's for when we meet with Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke-kun, she chided, as she held the basket away from his reach. Then what are we waiting for? Let's not keep them waiting, he exclaimed as he grabbed her hand and began leading her through the crowd of people. After a month apart, almost nothing had changed. Everything quickly fell back into place. He would rabble on a mile a minute, while she would laugh at his bad jokes and lightly chastise him when he bragged a little too much. Every now and again, the topic of their training would be brought up and they both would have to force themselves from not revealing anything. While they were very excited to share everything they had been through, there was still the possibility the two could face each other in the final match. After about 35 minutes of walking, the distant meadow of Training Ground 7 came into view, and they spied the familiar form of their sensei lazily reading his book in the shade of the trees. Kakashi-sensei, the both shouted as they jogged towards him. He looked up from his book, and sent them both an one-eyed smile and a wave as they drew closer. It's great to see you, Kakashi-sensei. Hinata smiled as she reached him, and gave him a tiny bow. Why thank you, Hinata. It's lovely to see you too. You as well, Naruto, he replied as he eyed the blonde who was gazing around the clearing. Where's Sasuke? He asked as he glanced back at Kakashi. He had to run an errand, Kakashi replied with a shrug. He said he had to deliver something and it had to be today. Don't worry, he's as grouchy as usual. He left about 20 minutes ago, so he should be back relatively soon. The two get as they settled down next to their teacher. Su, how was the desert? Naruto asked as he leaned a little too close to Kakashi. What makes you think we were in the desert? Kakashi replied as he pushed the blonde's face away with his book. There's still sand in your hair, Naruto replied, pointing at the man's spiky head. Still, the man groaned as he gave his head another scratch. I had gotten rid of all of it after that last shower. So you were there. Haha. Naruto giggled. How was it, sensei? Hinata chimed in. Hot. And that's about all you're going to get out of me. He sighed as he settled back against the tree. Ah. Sensei, you're no fun. Come on. What were you and Sasuke up to? Naruto whined as he leaned in towards Kakashi's face again. Well, I guess I can tell you this. Come closer. Kakashi whispered as Naruto leaned in on the balls of his feet. Stop being nosy, he droned as he flicked Naruto in the nose, setting him off balance. Naruto yelped as he lightly fell back, causing Hinata to giggle at the pair's antics. Naruto sent him a glare, before sighing and rolling fully onto his back. He let out a deep sigh as he enjoyed the warm rays of the sun bounce across his face. He had missed this, just spending time with them. They'd been apart for only a short amount of time, but he was surprised how much he had longed to get back to this routine. As he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see someone standing above him. Not gonna doze off, are you? Sasuke smirked. Naruto yelped and jumped behind Hinata at Sasuke's sudden appearance. Sasuke smirked and continued, HMPH. I guess not. Shut the hell up, Naruto cried, pointing a finger over Hinata's shoulder. It's great to see you again, Sasuke-kun, Hinata calmly greeted him. You too. Dig the hair, Sasuke said, nodding towards her before looking Naruto up and down, and you almost look like an actual shinobi for once. Naruto placed a hand over his mouth to stifle a giggle. At least one of us does. What is up with that leotard and hair? Sasuke grit his teeth as he brushed a strand out of his eyes. His hair hadn't exactly been the focus of his time. When this whole event was over, he was planning on getting a haircut. But for now, he didn't have the time. The suit is aerodynamic. Not all of us are as naturally fast as you, he rebuffed as he placed a hand on his hip, or as thick-headed. Why you? Okay. I think that's enough, Kakashi cut in as he picked himself up from the ground. Geez, it's barely been 2 minutes and you're already at each other's necks. He sighed as he cracked the kink in his neck. All right, fall in. As if someone had flipped a switch, all three genin locked up and formed a straight line without another word. Kakashi was silent as he gazed over the three of them. Now then, we're finally here. When you stand on that field tomorrow, I want you to remember that you earned your place there. It wasn't luck, it was both your skill and drive that allowed you to be there. Don't forget, you haven't just been preparing for this for the past month. This is what we have been striving for ever since our first mission outside the village. YS have been pushed harder than any of the other teams out there, and I want you to prove it by leaving them in the dust. He gazed down the row and made sure to make eye contact with each of them. Now, some of you are going to have some difficult matches ahead of you. While I'm truly confident that each of you will be able to overcome them, do not get caught up worrying about losing. Remember, even failure is an option here. Anyone who has made it this far is eligible for promotion, no matter the results of the match. Kakashi paused as he crossed his arms. I don't hope that you all will pass, I expect it, and so does the Hokage. You three are going to enter that arena as genin, and I'll be waiting to see all three of you leaving with a green jacket in hand. Am I clear? Yes, sir, they shouted in unison. Kakashi tried his best to hide his smile, but he couldn't help it. Teaching did have its merits, and it was moments like this that made it worth it. Now, he exclaimed as he clapped his hands. With all that motivational nonsense out of the way, I think you all have deserved a day to decompress. Today, we'll just sit, relax, and discuss what we can about our plans. You boys and thank Hinata for bringing you something to eat. Finally, Naruto exclaimed as he bounced on his feet as Kakashi and Hinata sat down and began passing around the food. Blank, underscore, blank. Across Konoha, Team 7 weren't the only ones enjoying lunch. As they sat at a tiny cafe, Ko could not help but roll his eyes at the antics of his teammate. Jay, will you please stop harassing those poor girls? I honestly don't think you've ever been taught that it's impolite to stare. They don't seem to mind it, he chuckled as he winked at the blonde sitting 2 tables away from them. He grinned as one sent him a kiss back, before he tumbled forward after a tap to the back of the head. Eyes front, Jay, the dark-skinned man grunted as he sat down beside him. Got it, sensei, he grumbled as he leaned back in his chair once again. Now, tomorrow is the big day. So I expect everyone to be paying attention and doing their jobs. Am I understood? Yes sir. Ko and L responded at once, while Jay murmured, got it. Their sensei sent him a disapproving glare as the boy returned his gaze back at the other tables. He quickly reached his foot out and swiped out the legs of the boy's chair. He yelped as he fell back, causing the 2 girls to burst out laughing. Jay sent the man a light scowl as he got back up and sat back in his chair. Hardy har. Yeah, I know what to do, but why do I have to anyways? L's going to be the one taking first crack at him anyways, plus he'll probably knock him out while he's at it. It is always important to have a backup plan. If L loses, it will be up to you to keep a close eye on the objective. Got it, Jay droned and gave a thumbs up, before sighing and leaning back with his hands behind his head. It wasn't like it was too hard to identify the guy. The village practically screamed it at us through their behavior. In any case, we are here to make sure. If we're right, it will confirm the Raikage's suspicions, Junin whispered before he took a sip of his drink. He gazed upon his participating students and sighed. While I know this is a mission, don't forget to enjoy yourselves a bit out there. Good luck to you both. He shrugged as he raised his drink in a toast. And may the best man win. Jay winked at L, who rolled his eyes, before clanging his glass in the circle. Blank, underscore, blank. And then the old pervert kicked me into a damn canyon. Naruto shouted as he waved his chopsticks around, much to the amusement of his team. Well, it certainly sounds like you had a fun time. Sasuke smirked as he took another bite of his salad. That's one way of putting it, Naruto grumbled as he leaned back and stretched out across the blanket. So, what about you, Tem? What were you and Sensei doing? Kakashi and Sasuke seemed to share a glance, before Sasuke actually smiled. Well, we certainly put your gift to good use. Besides that, well, he took another bite before turning to him and saying, you'll just have to wait and see. Ah, come on, Naruto whined, causing Kakashi and Hinata to chuckle, can't you tell us anything? Sasuke shook his head, as he said, just wait and you'll see it tomorrow. It's a secret. Sasuke was surprised when Naruto simply froze and slowly lowered his chopsticks from his mouth. He remained uncharacteristically still as he stared off into the distance. Hinata grew worried and tugged at his shirt. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Naruto seemed to flinch and weakly chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry guys, kind of zoned out there. Is everything all right? Kakashi asked as he eyed Naruto. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about something. I'm good. Aneda-chan, how was training with your dad? Oh, well it was rather interesting really, she began as she began discussing her time with her father. As she continued, Kakashi only paid partial attention as he watched Naruto. Something Sasuke said had clearly bothered him. Sometimes he wished he were a Yamanaka just so he could tell what was going on in people's heads. While he listened to Hinata recall her training, Naruto's mind could not help but drift to his conversation several days earlier. Even as he tried to shove the words out of his mind, the Kyuubi's voice echoed off the walls of his mind. As I recall, the Uchiha was the only one who refrained from sharing anything that night you treasure so much. He still hasn't shared why his is unable to let go of the past. As for the Hyuga, well, She holds secrets even she is unaware of. Blank, underscore, blank. The next day, hurry up Hanabi, we're going to miss the first match at your pace. And I said hold on a moment, Konohamaru. You almost made me drop the popcorn. Hanabi shouted as she bustled behind him. The pair ran through the crowd of people, heading towards the VIP section. Nobles, clan heads, and dignitaries alike were granted access to the luxurious levels of the stadium. As she glanced at a pair of children running past her, Ria began to feel a little out of place. Well, more than a little. Most of the people surrounding her had homes that were nearly 20 times the size of her apartment. Sure, the decorum was grand, but she was having a hard time truly appreciating it, as she tried to keep up with her brother who was storming ahead through the crowd of VIPs. Wow! Tai whispered as he came out of the walkway and gazed out over the massive arena. This is so awesome, he exclaimed as he began walking down the aisle to his right. While his eyes combed over the trees and grass, he failed to pay attention to where he was heading, and fell flat on his rump after colliding straight into the back of a man's legs. Oops, sorry sir, he blushed as he rubbed the back of his head. Oh, that's quite all right, the man smiled as he offered his hand to lift the boy up. I'm terribly sorry, sir. He just got away from me, Ria apologized as he ran up behind them and grabbed her brother's hand. It's fine. No harm no foul. I can tell the boy's just excited as all, the man said as he waved her off. She gave him a grateful smile as she begged, and leading the two of them towards their seats. Hey Yoshio, over here, a voice called off to his left. The man turned and smiled as he caught sight of his friend. Inoichi, glad I finally found you. He made his way down the aisle until he was finally next to the blonde man and the woman sitting next to him. And I take it you are Nariko Yamanaka. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, he smiled as he shook hands with the lady. Indeed, it is a pleasure to finally meet you as well. Splendid. Where's Ino? I thought she'd be sitting with you, Yoshio asked as the three of them settled into their chairs. Oh, she didn't want to sit with her lame parents. She's off with her friends and sensei. Yoshio nodded and began gazing around the stadium. He had to give Konoha credit. The place certainly was impressive. As he looked around, he finally spied the cage's box 3 windows blocks down from them. He could just barely make out the signature shape of their hats as the 2 cages shook hands. Blank, underscore, blank. Welcome to Konoha, Cage. I hope your travel here was uneventful. Thankfully it was. I must say, the weather in the land of fire made the trip quite enjoyable. The Cage replied in his gruff voice. 10 minutes after the two settled into their seats, Kitsune shunshined into the room and took his place beside the Hokage. The Anbu are in place and ready to take action if necessary. He leaned in and whispered, they will move at the slightest sign of trouble. The Hokage nodded and folded his hands as he gazed down at the arena. No trouble I hope, the Cage asked. None at all, the Sandai smiled. I was just informed that we are all set to go. We should be ready to begin shortly. Blank, underscore, blank. Hey Choji, can you pass what the hell man? Kiba exclaimed as he snatched the bag of popcorn away from the Akamichi. Dude, you've eaten almost the entire bag. Come on, he complained as Akamaru barked at the large boy. Sorry Kiba, you know I just get so hungry. Here, want some chocolate? Choji offered as he lifted a box out of his bag of snacks. Fine, I guess, thanks, Kiba sighed as he took the box. You know since you ate it all, you're going to have to go get some more in between the fights, Ino said as she glared at Choji. You're going to trust him with the food. He's just going to eat it all again. Kiba exclaimed. Hey, I wouldn't eat all of it well, not most of it, anyway, Choji chuckled, before wincing under Ino's gaze. Pardon me. They turned their heads to see a dark NNED boy with crutches standing at the end of their aisle. Hey, I remember you from the Chunin exams. You were from Kumo, right? Kiba asked. Indeed, he replied with a boy as he bowed. My name is Ko. It is pleasant to meet you again. I was wondering if I could join you. I would rather sit with people I can actually discuss the matches with. Civilians will be just too troublesome to stand if I have to explain every little thing. Sure thing. Hop a squat, Chojiya exclaimed through a mouthful of food. Much appreciated, the boy replied as he made his way towards them. How is your leg doing? Ino asked as the boy settled into his chair, next to Choji. Better. I don't know if you all heard, but I had a rather nasty run-in with a porcupine during the second exam. I don't know what kind of creatures you're keeping in that forest, but let's just say the process of removing barbed needles was not a pleasant one. Everyone flinched as they tried to suppress that gruesome image. Geez, that really sucks, Kiba whistled. More than you can imagine, Ko weakly chuckled. Well, I hope you get better so. Look, there they are. Ino cut him off as she pointed at the entrance of the field. Blank, _ blank. The whole stadium roared in applause as the 12 competitors made their way to the center of the field. Hinata smiled as she watched Naruto soak it all in. To say the least, he was taking the applause in stride. He couldn't help but giggle as he waved at the legions of people all shouting in support. It wasn't every day that his arrival was met with showering applause. As she gazed throughout the crowd, she scanned the VIP section and easily found her father sitting with the elders of her clan. Today, she was going to prove herself to all of them. Not just to show them that they were wrong about her, but to prove it to herself. All right, if I may have everyone's attention, Genma called out, as the applause from the crowd began to die down. Good, I'd like to welcome everyone to the final round of the Chunin examinations. Now, like the preliminaries, same rules apply. While killing and maiming are not against the rules, they are highly frowned upon and will be taken into consideration towards your promotion. If, at any time, I deem that you are unable to continue, the match will be decided immediately. Let me make myself clear. When I say it's over, it's over. Got it? He seemed to linger his gaze on Gaara longer than the others, before he continued. All right. Now, the same lineups still apply. First up, Naruto Uzumaki and L. Honda. The rest of you, please make your way towards the observation balcony. Thank you. Do your best, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled as the rest of the contestants made their way across the field. Hey Dobi, Sasuke whispered as he caught Naruto's shoulder. I want to fight you in the final match. So don't you dare lose here. Naruto smiled as he watched his two teammates make their way behind the others. With a deep breath, he turned to face the white-haired boy standing across the field. He watched as the boy had a few short words with his teammate before he jogged after Sasuke and Hinata. Naruto flashed him a grin as he settled into his stance. And here we go. If both contestants are ready, then let the tournament begin, Genma said, lowering his hand. Barely half a second later, the sound of a loud thwack echoed across the walls of the arena, followed by a deep gasp from the audience. The finals had officially begun. We will continue in next part.